I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Committee and Chair of the Council. Today is Thursday, November 21st, 2024. The time is 10:41 in the morning, and we are having this hearing in room 412 of the Johnny Wilson Building. The subject of this hearing is twofold. First, Bill 25-630, entitled the Universal Out-of-School Time Amendment Act of 2023. This legislation was introduced by Councilmember Matt Fruman and co-introduced by a number of other council members on December 12th last year. The second part of this, the twofold, the second focus of this hearing is more general oversight of the out-of-school time programs. With regard to the bill would require the District of Columbia to expand out-of-school time programs, such as after-school and summer programming, by at least 10% annually toward the goal of universal access by 2035 for every student in a District of Columbia public or public charter school. Programming would be free or affordable to families with an emphasis on equitable access and geographic convenience, and youth who are at risk, low income, criminal justice involved, or with disabilities would receive priority. Over the past 6 years, the Office and Commission, alongside the Deputy Mayor for Education and the district's diverse community-based out-of-school time providers, have made incredible strides in expanding programming access to youth across the district. In 2020, according to the author of the bill, the district ranked first in the nation for after-school programming, with 95% of parents satisfied with their child's after-school program. In 2020, the amount of dollars spent on out-of-school time programming was just over $11 million. In the current year, fiscal year 2025, the amount that the council budgeted for out-of-school time programming is $30.6 million, an increase in 6 years from 11 million to 30 million. This hearing will discuss what the Office of Out-of-School Time Grants and Youth Outcomes through the Office of the Deputy Mayor is currently doing to provide equitable access to high-quality out-of-school time programs for district students. The Committee of the Whole is especially concerned with access to programming for students with disabilities, with changes to the 21st Century Community Learning Centers grant, and the rollout and development of the My After School DC grant program and parent portal. We have a lot of witnesses who signed up today. 112 before we get to the government. We always have we almost always have the government witnesses at the end of the hearing, which actually helps in terms of questions that we may ask. Also helps when we have the testimonies, written testimony before the hearing. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, the record will close at 5 p.m. on Thursday, December 5th. Again, the record will close at 5 p.m. on Thursday, December 5th. As a political body, of course, when we get testimony or comments, we will look at them, but we have to file a record for the hearing, and that record will be closed in 2 weeks. With that, let me see if there are any colleagues present. Councilmember Fruman, if you have an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. I will try to be brief with an opening statement. I'm very grateful to you, Chairman Mendelson, for holding this hearing. I think that it's a really important step for us to take. This is an area out of school time that fills a critical need in our city. We have to be doing much better generally in the education space, and we need to be doing a much better job generally in addressing the needs of our young people. And one of the ways that we can do this, and that we have been pursuing pretty aggressively, is by creating lots of opportunities for children to participate in constructive things in addition to what they do at school, whether it be after school or in the summer. And we have lots of people out there who are doing incredible work making a difference in children's lives. This is our enlightened self-interest. I joke that when I was growing up, there was a commercial that started 4 out of 5 dentists surveyed, and whatever it was that they suggested, but I hear it over and over again in my head. Well, 4 out of 5 police chiefs surveyed say that the most effective way to address juvenile crime, to preempt juvenile crime, is through out-of-school time programming, giving kids something constructive to do and keeping them out of things that are not constructive, matching them with adults who can be mentors for them, matching them with programs that can spark their interest and passion. And so this is an area that we have as a city made a very high priority, but we need to increase the urgency that much more, which is the reason why we put forward the legislation that is the subject of the hearing today. Now, whenever you put legislation out there, you need to get feedback from lots of stakeholders about how to get that right and how to get that set in a way that everybody's on the same team and we're pushing in the same direction. There are folks in the administration who have reservations about this legislation, and they have ideas about how it can be improved. There are folks in the advocacy and community generally that have ideas about how this legislation can be improved. And this hearing is an opportunity to hear from everyone about how we can make this as strong as possible, make it stronger than it is, and build a broad coalition inside and outside of the government to stay on the path that we're on, which is to really put our shoulder down and serve our kids by giving them these kinds of opportunities. I very much look forward to hearing the testimony today. Very much look forward to the learning process that will involve, and then the process of working together to refine this when we get past this hearing. I will be in and out today, but when I'm not here, I'll be watching. But I'm really very, very grateful for everyone for coming out to testify, and look forward to what the suggestions that people make. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. So I'm going to proceed to call witnesses. Eric Goulet, Kimberly Perry, Jorge Membrano, David Trudeau, Katrina Owens, I will stop right there. Mr. Goulet.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
And by the way, before you start, actually, stop the clock. We have a lot of witnesses, and the hearing notice said 3 minutes, so I'm going to try to hold people to that. Please proceed, Mr. Goulet.
I'll try to set a good example to lead us off. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Fruman, and Council staff. My name is Eric Goulet, Ward 3 representative of the DC State Board of Education. I'm delighted to join you at today's Committee of the Whole public hearing to provide testimony on B-25-630, the Out of School Time Amendment Act of 2023. I will be testifying in my individual capacity today as a Ward 3 rep and not on behalf of the collective board. I would like to begin by thanking Councilmember Fruman for introducing this incredibly important legislation, which was also co-introduced by 10 of Councilmember Fruman's colleagues. I thank them as well. I am testifying in enthusiastic support of this legislation today. DC PAVE and DC's Action DC OST Coalition have testified before SBOE and the Council on multiple occasions regarding the importance of expanding OST programs in the District of Columbia. And I would also like to thank them for their continued leadership and advocacy on this important issue. On December 13th, 2023, the DC State Board of Education adopted State Resolution 23-14, which I was delighted to introduce. This resolution supports universal OST programming in the District of Columbia. We talked about how OST programs provide youth access to positive role models, lasting friendships, and activities that are stimulating and meaningful. These programs provide an incentive for youth to attend school, keep their grades up, and to stay in school so we avoid issues with truancy or dropout. OST programs also allow our youth to heal from trauma that many of our DC youth continue to grapple with. The After School Alliance found that nearly 90% of DC parents are in favor of public funding for after-school programs. I'd like to thank the mayor for the funding she added, $22 million in fiscal year 23, and for the continued work of the council to add the funding that you discussed, Mr. Chairman. I encourage the council to adopt this legislation either subject to appropriations now or concurrently with the budget next council period. And I request that both the mayor and council add additional funding in fiscal year 26 to create a network of universal, accessible, convenient, high quality, and free OST programs over the next 5 to 10 years if we can. As we do this, we'd like to be mindful again to create these for English students with English as a second language, and of course our students with disabilities to make sure they have access. I would respectfully request that the Committee of the Whole make 2 amendments to the introduced bill. I would ask that the 90% set aside for CBOs be removed so that the funding can flow to the most effective and desired programs. And lastly, I would request that a portion of the funding be used to provide additional pay to teachers and school staff who may want to create and run innovative clubs after school hours. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you or your council colleagues have for me. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Goulet. Kim Perry.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, Council Member Fruman, and other members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Kimberly Perry, Executive Director of DC Action. We're also the home of the DC Out of School Time Coalition. I'm here today to testify in support of B-25-630, the Universal Out of School Time Amendment Act of 2023. We believe that all of our youth deserve access to safe and enriching opportunities to learn and grow beyond the classroom. As you'll hear today from students and program providers, enrollment in high-quality out-of-school time programs give students something to look forward to, a sense of joy, direction, and personal passion that help them see real possibilities in their future. This propels our youth toward better school attendance, perseverance in their academics, and it leads our young people down productive pathways to career readiness. While the benefits of out-of-school time programs are significant, unfortunately, availability of program slots, cost, transportation, and geographic accessibility of programs prohibit participation for far too many. According to the DC Policy Center's analysis, more than 53,000 students are missing out on vital opportunities for growth and development during the school year, and there are close to 57,000 who don't have access to summer programs. This bill builds on the good work of the Out of School Time Office and the OST Commission, and it creates a blueprint for equitably achieving universal access to out of school time opportunities. Specifically, it alleviates many of the common challenges direct service providers face when applying for or receiving public funding. This act empowers the Out of School Time Office to coordinate the expansion of programming as well. As you all know, there are many district agencies that run or fund youth development programs throughout the year. The Learn 24 office should and could play a leading role in interagency coordination to ensure collective public investments are meaningfully expanding access to seats in every single neighborhood. Additionally, this act empowers the Out of School Time Office to better support providers in serving students with disabilities and special needs, students who are learning English, and students who may have more acute learning or behavioral health challenges due to experiences of poverty or homelessness or involvement with the child welfare or juvenile justice systems. By passing a law to guarantee universal access, the DC Council would make it clear that the district understands and prioritizes the significant role that out-of-school time plays in youth development. Just as we guarantee the right to education from preschool through high school, we must guarantee students are fully supported beyond the classroom. The Universal Out-of-School Time Amendment Act is needed now to ensure that all of our students have the support and resources they need to grow up safe, resilient, powerful, and heard. Thank you so much for holding today's hearing, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Perry, and I don't have a copy of your statement if you would provide that.
We sent that yesterday, but we can certainly send it
I don't
again.
think we have it, so please.
Will do.
Jorge Membrano.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Fruman, and staff of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today by providing testimony regarding the importance of out-of-school time programs and the Universal Out-of-School Time Amendment Act of 2023. My name is Jorge Membrano, he, him pronouns, and I'm the Director of Youth Advocacy at DC Action, which convenes the DC Out-of-School Time Coalition. I'm testifying today as an advocate, but I've worked in DC as a school social worker, mental health clinician, and Deputy Executive Director of an organization that provided housing for LGBTQ young adults and after-school drop-in programs for middle school and high schoolers. While my colleagues today are going to share the valuable insight on the importance of OST programs and the benefits to kids and their families, I'll be sharing some of those struggles our providers face. I'm lucky enough to now serve in an advocacy role that is not tied to government funding, so there's no fear of retaliation for speaking up about issues related to the administration of grant-making programs. We often hear that community organizations are reluctant to bring up challenges with government grant-making programs because they are afraid they will not be funded as a result. I would gladly set up a meeting to discuss the issues more in detail. In fact, I was on the phone with a provider in the homelessness sector right before this, like discussing this specific issue because they were in an argument with DC government. They were being scolded about an issue. We've heard time and again that reimbursements being a month late for expenses our providers excitedly take on to run programs for young people. For smaller nonprofits, a late reimbursement means potentially not being able to provide consistent services for youth, retaining staff, or even covering enough overhead to exist as an organization. That becomes a youth issue, a business issue, and a workforce issue. Not to mention that a lot of our smaller nonprofits are run by Black and brown staff and serve Black and brown youth. That's an equity issue. We encourage the DC Council to consider strengthening the Universal OST bill by adding authorizations for district agencies to prepay for OST grants or contracted services instead of reimbursing organizations for OST programming after the fact. The second issue I'll highlight, which is addressed in the bill, is that the community-based organization and their staff needs to have time to plan and adjust programming in order to expand services or meet changing grant requirements. That's why DC Action supports requiring the OST office to provide at least 4 months notice when they're considering changes that impact funding, such as grant amounts, application processes, program requirements, or data collection. Providers need sufficient time to modify programs and staffing models to meet new requirements. This might include hiring new staff, recruiting volunteers, developing new agreements with the schools they partner with, changing enrollment policies, or unfortunately letting staff go. Greater transparency, more open communication, and spirit of partnership with the OST office is what our providers need to be nimble and adapt to their programs to put public investment in OST to the best possible use. There are a number of additional struggles we've heard from OST coalition partners that we are grateful the language in this bill seeks to address. I would be happy to speak to any of those during panel questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will raise those issues with the executive when they're testifying. David Trudeau.
Good morning, members of the council and staff. My name is David Trudeau, and I am the director of the Washington Urban Debate League, one of the many out-of-school time providers you are going to hear today. We serve students in all 8 wards and are expecting to serve more than 800 students this year, ranging from 4th and 5th graders learning some new big words to high school kids trying to get college scholarships for their debating expertise. I am here to testify today to highlight several pieces of this legislation that I think will really help our sector. Number one, I think that I wanted to appreciate the legislation for its reasonable and effective growth plan. If we tried to do this all at once or in large chunks, the sector would not be able to absorb all of the students, and a lot of your tax dollars would go to waste. But an effective, scalable growth plan that has, 10, 15% growth each year is very smart. For example, our organization, 10% would be about $60,000 for us and would allow us to add about 120 kids. Secondly, we'd like to highlight and commend the focus on CBOs. They have decades of expertise and but spend all of their time focusing on developing value-adding youth programming, and not simply just, hey, I think it would be cool if we could do this after school as something third or fourth priority for a lot of folks when they're based in the schools themselves. We see time and time again on campuses when this happens, and it functionally becomes a daycare or a holding center for children. Third, we'd like to appreciate the focus on excluded populations. Our organization is scaling up a debate and Espanol program, which has students from Oyster Adams, DCI, Yale Haynes, Capital City, and McFarland, among others, participating this year, and is something that we hope to expand under this piece of legislation as well. We want to highlight the legislation's focus on getting the money straight to the children and not bloating any bureaucratic institutions as well. And we appreciate the flexibility the legislation offers based on dosage. One recommendation we would make to improve the legislation would be, or in subsequent legislation, would be to increase the flexibility and some reforms for DGS facility use. This legislation will increase needs for space, and it is currently hard to do that at scale or speed. I'd like to close with a quote from a student, since many of our students are, in class today and can't be here. This sophomore said, "A lot of what we learn in school today has no real world connection and feels like busy work. But in debate, you can learn applicable knowledge about the world and how to express yourself. That's what we should be learning." And as a critical piece, fighting some of the council's priorities like absenteeism, we would encourage you to support this legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. And if you would submit your statement, please.
I'll
what's-
type it up pretty for you.
What's your organization again?
The Washington Urban Debate League.
Thank you. Katrina Owens.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Katrina Owens. I'm the Executive Director at DC Scores, a Ward 4 resident and a DC public school parent. DC Scores is celebrating 30 years of serving young people in the district through soccer, poetry, and service learning programming. Our programming is school-based, and we hire and train over 300 school-day staff to lead our program after school. Today, we serve 3,500 kids in the district at 68 DC public and public charter schools, 1st through 8th grade. Our model fosters deep connections between young people and their schools. At DC Scores, we know more kids need access to high-quality programming. This amendment provides a pathway to expand high school quality after-school programs to all kids in the district. As we look to the future of OST in our city, we are here as partners, committed to supporting the broader goal of creating safe, inclusive, and productive spaces for our young people during the out-of-school time hours. The demand for programming outpaces our current resources. With over 15 schools on our waiting list, we are ready to serve more kids. Our barrier is funding. Programs like ours are not only filling a critical gap in youth development, but are doing so by leveraging community, fostering mentorship, and offering a sanctuary from the growing risks that many of our young people face. It is critical that any increased investments flow directly to community-based OST providers. We are able to meet the unique needs of our kids in the district and make government dollars go further. In order to provide high-quality programming at no cost to families or schools, DC Scores raises an additional $3 for every dollar we receive from government agencies. With dedicated funding and a clear path for the increase in OST, we can secure additional philanthropic funders to meet the increased demand. It is also critical that security fees for free OST programs at DCPS facilities are not passed to providers in the future. A new cost of this magnitude would be detrimental to the OST space and result in a significant decline in programming spots for kids. Thank you for your continued commitment to our city's young people and for considering the importance of the universal out-of-school time funding now and for our future. We look forward to working together to create a city where every child has the support and opportunities they need to succeed. In closing, I want to share a poem from a Sousa Middle School poet athlete. She performed it at our middle school poetry slam a few weeks ago. It's entitled "A Letter to My Mom." You held me in your steady hands. You taught me to listen first and speak with care. You've comforted me as I change my hair. You've taught me to walk when I feel unseen and to fuel my dreams. In times of doubt, to stand tall, but never act as if they know it all. To not be afraid to learn and grow. You've guided me through what I do not know. With every step, you've shown me the way. I proudly say that if I could be a little more like my mom, I'll get better each and every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Owens, and I do have a copy of your statement. I want to thank each of you. I don't have questions for you. Let me turn to colleagues. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. Eric, thank you very much for the suggestions that you made. We've taken note of them. Let's get together and have a broader conversation about this and
Thank you
other
so much.
things. Kim, Jorge, David, thank you so much for your advocacy and your suggestions. This is going to be an iterative process. Each of you made different kinds of suggestions. We do want to pick up on those things. This is the start of a step in the process, and looking forward to working with you. And Katrina, to hear you describe, and your program's amazing. All the programs are amazing, but your program's amazing. The idea that there are 15 schools on the waiting list really is jet fuel for why we want to do something like this. The multiplier effect that you're talking about, let's take advantage of that. On this question of security, it's actually bigger than the OST space, and we just did a hearing, you were there, on DPR issues. This is going to be a big focus for me. How do we make sure that security costs are not a barrier to things that we really want to encourage? So thank you for your input on that. Thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nadeau?
Thank you very much, Chairman, for holding this hearing today, and thank you, Councilmember Fruman, for introducing this legislation. I appreciate all of you for coming out to testify today. You know how dear to me this program is, from the time we first created this iteration of it back in 2016 to now, with the hope of expanding it so that every child can have access to high quality after school and summer programs. And thank you for being where the rubber meets the road on this issue, and helping us envision how we could make this a reality. We all know too well that not all children have equal opportunities for this kind of engagement and enrichment. And the latest data shows that DC is one of the states with the highest rates of parent satisfaction for out-of-school time. So we need to keep working. We can address that gap between low-income and high-income families, and address the barriers like cost and limited program ability and availability and access to information that hinder many students from accessing our high quality out of school time programs. So I look forward to listening to the rest of our witnesses today. I know it's quite a long list. We've got a lot of voices to lift up. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Again, thank you to each of the witnesses. I'm going to call the next group. Carrie Savage with DC PAVE. Jody Grant, who is Executive Director, After School Alliance. Talia Brock. Scott Goldstein, who is Executive Director of Empower Ed. Caroline Pryor, who's lead organizer with Empower Ed. Amelia Kalma, who's a Director of Research and Policy at the DC Policy Center. Ann Louise Taylor, who's president of the Ward 2 Education Council. Anna Rodriguez. Regina Bell, who's general vice president at Teachers Union. Laura Fuchs, who's listed as a public witness. I know her to be a teacher. Deidre Brown. Patricia Chapman. Blanche Chapman. Roxana Gomez. Martin De La Fuente, he's a teacher at Barbara Chambers Children's Center. Gloria Arajita. Michael Davis. I think I'll stop right there. Carrie Savage.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Fruman, Councilmember Nadeau, and council staff. My name is Carrie Savage, and I'm the Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy at PAVE. Thank you so much for holding today's hearing on the important topic of out-of-school time programs in the Universal Out-of-School Time Act of 2023. The 20 young people at PAVE's October OST Summit were crystal clear on why OST programs are so important to them. It boiled down to two key things. One, OST programs keep kids safe and out of trouble. And two, OST programs help students explore their passions, find joy in learning, and help them prepare for their future. For PAVE parent leaders who selected expanding access to OST as a top policy priority since 2017, they know that OST programs provide a safe place for their kids to go while they are at work and managing their households. Our schools have told us how much OST programs matter to their school community, helping extend learning and provide enriching experiences for students that keep them invested in their school. Countless data points show the efficacy and return on investment when students participate in OST programs, including improved academic engagement and achievement, fewer negative behaviors, and an increased sense of safety. Given where we are as a city, we must make access to OST a core part of our strategy for improvement. I'll highlight just a few areas for focus. First is funding. Aligned with the goal of the bill at hand today, we need to consistently scale up fundings for OST so our providers can both add seats and ensure they can deliver quality programming, especially for students with disabilities. They need resources to provide training and professional development and ensure adequate staffing. Next, focus on safety and security. We need to fund the safety infrastructure around OST. That means covering the cost of security at DCPS schools so it doesn't get passed on to CBOs who have extremely tight budgets. When DCPS includes security costs for OST in their budget, it allows providers to effectively plan, increase seats, and have presence at more campuses. That consistently goes a long way for school communities, paving the way for stronger relationships. DGS must also improve its system for reporting security needs. This will make communication and therefore budgeting more efficient. We also need to continue to expand the Safe Passage program and think about extending the hours in particular. We have heard from school leaders that some after-school providers are pulling out because they are unwilling or unequipped to support student transportation. Providers have also told us they are spending huge portions of their budgets on transportation for students because if they didn't, it would be an insurmountable barriers for families. The last focus area is information sharing and engagement. We need one well-managed site for parents to find information about programs. It needs accurate details on costs, location, eligibility, and how to register. We are not there yet with My After School DC or Learn24, and I encourage the council to push all OST entities to ensure parents and providers are engaged in the planning for portal developments. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Improving access to OST is a moral imperative. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Savage. And I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide it.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Jody Grant. Microphone.
Thank you. Good morning. Chairman Mendelson, council members. I'm Jody Grant, and I am here in my capacity as the Executive Director of the After School Alliance. We are a 24-year-old national organization based here in Washington, D.C. I am also a proud resident of Ward 6, so this is near and dear to me, and it's really wonderful to hear how much of the research we do nationally is being used to support this incredibly important piece of legislation. We have a very simple mission that all children and youth should have access to quality after-school and summer learning opportunities. We collaborate with a network of more than 23,000 after-school partners, some of whom are in this room, 50 statewide after-school networks, the DC Out of School Time Coalition, and just about every national after-school organization you've heard about. I am honored to testify in support of the Universal Out of School Time Amendment Act. In addition to developing a clear path towards after school for all here in DC, the bill includes some really important provisions that I want to highlight. Number one, the better coordination with the community-based organizations who are really the backbone of high quality after school, much more transparency from the city and the school district, and an emphasis on closing gaps in access. These are key policies that will help us target the most needy children, youth, and families and really focus on quality. Quality after-school programs reduce chronic absenteeism, increase school day attendance, and academic success. Students who participate are significantly less likely to engage in inappropriate behaviors. According to a report in 2019, juvenile crime here in DC peaks between the hours of 2 and 6 p.m., with about 47% of all juvenile crime occurring right after that last school bell rings. Teens and tweens and after-school programs are 30% less likely to be perpetrators of crime. Instead of learning bad behaviors, high-quality after-school programs provide youth with the foundational skills they need for future success in school and in life. It's also the place where youth report they are most likely to have positive developmental relationships. These developmental relationships are the single most important factor in youth success. More resources are needed, not just to expand after school, but to maintain the current access that we have. The district, like many other places in the country, leverage federal pandemic relief funding to support community-based after school and particularly summer learning. Those funds are expiring, and many youth are going to lose access to the programs they've had over the past 2 or 3 years. It's been cited before in a study that we conducted in 2019. We found that for every child in a program here in DC, the parent of one more wanted an after-school program for their child. We're going to have new data for that coming out. We're back in the field early 2025. And as soon as we do have that DC data, we're going to be happy to share it with all of you. Another stat that I really want to share, 95% of parents in DC are happy with their child's after-school program. That is staggering, 95%. Our after-school providers need additional local and private investments to keep their doors open and meet parent and student demand for after-school and summer learning. This bill is an important step toward that goal, ensuring that every young person in DC can access high-quality, affordable, geographically convenient out-of-school time programming by 2035. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. And I do have a copy of your statement. Talia Brock? Scott Goldstein.
Good morning. As a parent, an educator, and an advocate, I know that out-of-school time programs are critical for the success and development of our young people and a vital support for families. Out-of-school time programs enhance the student experience, increase attendance and engagement in school, promote public safety, and ensure that working families have not only the coverage they need to work, but the security of knowing their children are engaged in fun and meaningful experiences. No doubt, DC should be proud of our investments in out-of-school time, but there's more work to be done. At Empowered Ed, one of our 3 core priorities is improving the student experience at school with a sharp focus on experiential learning. This can happen in multiple ways. During the school day, as part of the curriculum, through project-based learning, field trips, experiential education, and more, through the use of flexible schedules to allow partner organizations, many of whom are also OST providers, to push into the school day and provide meaningful experiences while educators get time back, and in the traditional out-of-school time spaces. We enthusiastically support the Universal Out-of-School Time Amendment Act of 2023 and urge its markup and passage. The most direct way to ensure we appropriately scale up OST programming is to provide direct grant funding available to the many high-quality OST providers here in our city. They have the experience and established relationships to efficiently use resources. We know that one of the root inequities causing differential outcomes for students is a lack of access to educational experiences in the summer. Both OST expansion, including funding summer programs, and the implementation of flexible scheduling during the year offer an opportunity to ensure that the rich experiences of our summer programs are extended to all. The data shows a need to focus on expanding OST in our upper grades during the school year and to focus on expanding access to summer programming for pre-K 3 to 8 students and focus on wards like 3, 7, and 8 with the largest gaps in access. This bill calls for the involvement of the Mayor's Office on Racial Equity to weigh in on the needs assessment in expanding OST. We are excited about that provision and bringing a racial equity lens to the approach, and we hope that both the Mayor's and Council's Office of Racial Equity are, moving forward, always included in needs assessments for program expansions. While the costs of universal OST are high, the Council should not view these investments as education investments alone. There are few investments you can make that would reliably improve public safety, attendance, student outcomes, and support the workforce all at the same time, while returning at least $3 for every $1 invested. This is a smart tactical investment that supports the entire education and social justice ecosystem. We hope you will advance this bill and prioritize funding to move towards universal OST in the FY 2026 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Caroline Pryor, I'm told, is not testifying. And Amelia Kalma.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and council members Nadeau and Freeman. My name is Amelia Kalma. I'm the Director of Research and Policy at the DC Policy Center, an independent nonpartisan think tank focused on DC. We know OST can positively impact student experience, and increasing opportunities for OST could impact absenteeism. OST participation is associated with increased attendance and better academic outcomes. And while it's true that more engaged students are more likely to participate in OST, in a national study of students participating in 21st century school-based after-school programs, almost half of students who had been chronically absent the year before improved their attendance. In 2023, we released a needs assessment of OST programs in DC focused on the 2021 to 22 school year. It included the number of seats, gaps in coverage, and qualitative information on the provider and parent experience. And we could see that overall in 5 years, DC did increase their number of OST seats, in particular for elementary and middle school students. For after-school programs, we increased seats by 10%. And for summer programs, we increased seats by a whopping 350% from about 5,000 seats to over 16,000. We support provisions in this bill, including requiring 90% of grant funding to go to CBOs, giving 4 months notice to changes in grant requirements, and the biennial needs assessment, which will be necessary to track capacity, which programs exist, and the geographic distribution of these seats. But we think the council should also consider conducting a financial study of providers. We completed one such study in 2019, finding that the fiscal margins are very tight, which could limit providers' ability to expand. Providers also mentioned delays in clearance for staff, inflation and increasing costs, including for cyber insurance, and issues with variable enrollment and attendance, as well as late grant payments. Additionally, to measure the success of these programs, it'll be important to track which students are taking part in OST programs, especially for school-based programs, student attendance and participation, and how participation affects absenteeism, juvenile crime, and academic outcomes. Thank you, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And we do have your statement. It's helpful. Ann Louise Taylor. Anna Rodriguez. Anna Rodriguez.
I'm here. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Rodriguez, and I'm a proud parent of a 9th grader who attends McKinley Tech High School. I'm also a McKinley Tech PTO president, and of course, I'm here representing the Great Purple PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices for Education, and I'm a Ward 5 Parent PLE board member. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm excited to share my thoughts. And sorry. As a mother of a hardworking, curious ninth grade, I'm excited by the idea of expanding access to out-of-school time programs. I have seen the positive impact of out-of-school time programs and had on my daughter's development. This has become especially true, but she has been a part of a different program in high school that has helped her to discern her future college and career goals. While I'm excited about the expansion of out-of-school programs, I urge the council to consider the following: equipping out-of-school time programs with staff who can work with students with high medical needs, rethinking how to utilize current resources to better serve students with disabilities and OST programs. 3, being creative with dissemination of information about OST programs, equipping out-of-school time programs with staff who are prepared to support staff with high medical needs makes out-of-school programs more equitable. Students with high medical needs deserve to have access to out-of-school time programs that are safe and are prepared to support them should an emergency arise. You see, my daughter has epilepsy, which can require medical support. I worry about her safety in programs where the staff are not prepared to respond should she have a seizure. Sometimes with students with IEPs are unable to participate in out-of-school programs if they are being transported to and from school on OSSI buses. I would like to rethink how we can utilize OSSI buses to see how we can increase access to out-of-school time programs. Perhaps we can use OSSI buses to transport students with IEPs to rec centers with a variety of programs that they can participate in after school. By selecting a recreation center in the student's neighborhood, you are getting them closer to home, providing an important opportunity for student enrichment and offering a later pickup time closer to home, which works better with parents' schedule. Finally, I would like to see creativity in terms of how information about out-of-school time programs are disseminated. There are many different fantastic opportunities for students to take part in. With all of our different programs, it is important that families have clear line of communication so they do not miss out on opportunities. How can we utilize partnerships across agencies to better communicate our out-of-school time opportunity? It's critical that we rethink on how information is shared so our students do not lose out on opportunities. Out-of-school time programs are essential servant for students. They give our students a chance to explore their interests. But I urge council to keep my request in mind. You see, all children should have a right to out-of-school time, regardless if they have an IEP or a 504. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Regina Bell.
Morning, Chairman, council members. Thank you for holding this hearing on out-of-school time. The WTU supports Bill 25-630, whose goals are to provide universal access to after-school and summer programming for public school students by 2035. Research shows that the time a young person spends outside of traditional school hours, weekdays, weekends, and summer can be as important and valuable as their development as the moments spent in the classroom. The traditional school day has become hyper-focused on reading and math test scores to the exclusion of other school activities. Students who participate in out-of-school time programs can be exposed to enjoyable learning opportunities such as music lessons, chess, drawing, board games, homework help, robotics, and coding. These programs provide students with another opportunity to socially interact with their peers in a more relaxed but supervised and constructive environment. These programs encourage curiosity and foster confidence in ways that are different from traditional methods of instruction. Students who participate in these out-of-school time programs have better attendance and are more likely to excel in the classroom and normally have a better disposition in life. These programs are valuable as long as they are good quality. I visited an elementary school this morning where students were learning to play an instrument, clarinet, trumpet, and others were practicing with the band. This was all before the school bell rang. It was a beautiful sight to see. Every student should have an opportunity to learn how to play a band instrument in elementary school. And there are some neighborhoods in the city where kids don't play in their playground after school because it's not safe. The difference in these students' experience is heartbreaking. We're glad the bill prioritizes expanding access to students who are at risk, low income, criminal justice involved, or have a disability. When students have a safe, positive, and enriching places to spend their time outside of school, families and communities also thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. And I do have your statement. Laura Fuchs.
Thank you. In DC, sorry, I just pulled up one from yesterday. Okay, sorry. As a social studies teacher for the past 18 years, I've run many programs after school, from debate teams to Model United Nations, mock oral arguments in DC Youth and Government. I field Constitution teams, done MICVA Challenge, and more. The programs I've engaged and continue to engage with are all very well-meaning and do great work. The bill, as I understand it, will help try to push more transparency and equity in this work, which is a good thing. But I cannot come here and speak on this bill without talking about the reality of what we are facing when it comes to a lack of accountability for money in this district. DC Public Schools and DC Public Charter Schools, under a system of mayoral control, are operating in a completely opaque and corrupt manner when it comes to contracting with outside organizations. Groups are less picked for outside contracts, sometimes worth a lot of money, either directly from the government or what they will fundraise from outside entities based on their relationship with the government, not what they're actually doing, and far more likely to be picked based on a slick marketing campaign, a tie to ideological backgrounds, ITCU, Walton et al. Backed entities, or a relationship with the Teach for America network. Less for OST programs, but honestly, probably not much less. There is little to no consistency in most of the programming at our schools that need it the most. This is not necessarily due to the nonprofits themselves, and more due to the extreme turnover of educators and administrators in DCPS and the DC Public Charter School system. This is exacerbated by a funding model that keeps pushing our schools to fund the outside groups rather than LEAs, a problem that means we are forced to choose between teachers and programs. And I'm sorry, I will pick the teacher each and every time. This lack of consistency then leads to a lack of oversight, gentlemen. Because even if the program sticks it out between the ever-changing leadership, it probably is not going to be truly evaluated as that new leader gets their bearings and has to do a myriad of other things. I have found that many outside contractors are inflating their impacts and relationships, focusing far more on students that are already very involved in every program and opportunity, and doing little to nothing to reach out to the students who are the furthest from opportunity and disengaging from the school. If we are serious about what we are doing with OST programs, and if we are serious about not just helping those who are easiest to help, then we need to be serious about holding groups accountable to what they say they are doing. Mayoral control will never accomplish this. They are far more happy to see a glowing report issued by a group as to how awesome they are than do the real analysis as to who is being helped and how deeply it is penetrating the school community. This kind of analysis has to come from the DC Council. You will need to put more money and effort into holding DCPS, the public charter schools, and its contractors accountable to what they are doing and who they are serving. If the same 10 to 15 students do all the programs in a school, have we really spent our money wisely? This is ultimately a transparency issue. We cannot rely on self-reports for success. While anecdotal stories are nice and extremely valid, we have to push our organizations to do more, especially with our older students who are disengaging from the school environment. This means holding the mayor accountable to reducing teacher and administrator turnover across LEAs and doing more on your end to ensure that transparency is not just skin deep. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuchs. And if you could provide a copy of your statement, I would appreciate that. Deidre Brown. Patricia Chapman. I'm told that Patricia Chapman keeps declining being promoted. Ms. Chapman? Patricia Chapman? And the next witness is Blanche Chapman. And the witness after that is Michael Davis.
I am here.
All right, please proceed.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patricia Chapman, like stated by the gentleman. First of all, I would like to say thank you for this opportunity for me to speak. In studying things in DC and studying things in life, I study something called carceral spaces. I'm a Black woman with no kids. However, I'm a Black woman with experiences. Typically, the average jail cell is 6 feet by 8 feet and 48 square feet. The size of DC is 68.34 square miles. That means that 11.39 jail cells could, in fact, fit into DC. If we keep our children away from after-school activities, it is a fact that these kids have a more likely chance, 6.8% per capita, by one child to be sitting in one of these jail cells. Moreover, these children have a bigger chance of not succeeding in school and later not succeeding in life. I can tell you that even though I don't have kids and being a child, without the opportunities to go to things like soccer, ballet, tap, jazz, swimming, ice skating, even going to see my friends playing football or softball after school completely shaped my life when my parents were at work. Being able to be somewhere where somebody else was encouraging me, to be successful, and to also go beyond who I thought I was, changed my dynamic. I will not say I was lost in life. I will not say I was going to be a statistic, but I will say that because of the things my parents sacrificed for me to do, being in after school, I am not in one of these typical jail cells. I am not a statistic. I have gone on to higher things in academia and in life. Working in Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, I have seen things that have hurt me. But most of all, I have seen that moreover, many times, the things that we face financially are people hardened because they cannot afford to put their children in certain places that will help them academically or become who they want them to be. It should never be a challenge. It should never be a choice. And it should never be a pastime to have your children become something more than what they are. I'm here today because I'm a child who had a choice because their parents had options. I want you to think about again about those jail cells that are 6 feet by 8 feet by 48 square feet. I want you to think that children should not be in jail cells, but it be in things that are the same size, like courtrooms on the bench and not courtrooms in front of the bench. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chapman. And if you could provide a copy of your statement, we would appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
I already called Blanche Chapman. I called Michael Davis. 3 I called earlier, Roxana Gomez, Martin De La Fuente, and Gloria Erahita. I'm told that they were told they would be testifying around noon because they have asked for a translator. So when they arrive, I'll call them. I just have a couple of questions, really for Ms. Kalma. What makes data gathering for the needs assessment difficult?
Our needs assessment relied on survey data of the providers and of schools. It doesn't give a complete universe of all the OST programs, so I think that there could be some additional help, perhaps data gathered at the time of the grant on how many students it's serving that could be aggregated at the district level. And additionally, I think it will be important to look at who's participating in these programs. If we look at any kind of national data, families that are higher income and more educated are more likely to participate in OST experiences, while lower income families are only overrepresented in terms of tutoring programs in the OST space. And so I think as we look to, are these programs serving the children who need it most? It's going to be really important to try and figure out who is participating in these programs in DC.
I'm not sure I completely followed that last point. So you mentioned like at-risk or overrepresented in tutoring programs. So survey should take into account.
I just think that sorry, go ahead.
The survey should take into account that the demographic is skewed. Is that what you're saying?
I think that especially for after-school programs that are based in schools, we do have the opportunity to figure out who is participating in these programs and if experiences besides tutoring are reaching at-risk students, students with disabilities, and ESL students. I think as we're looking to focus on this, it's going to be really important to actually track who is attending these programs and how much they're engaging in them.
And then you said it would be helpful if data was gathered at the time of the grant being issued, or could it be like a reporting requirement from the grantee?
Reporting would also be great from the grantee. As I said, when we conducted this needs assessment, it was based on survey data, which is just by nature going to be incomplete because we're only going to get information from providers and schools that fill out the surveys. We did have a lot of help from the OST Commission and DME to get high participation rates, but I think a reporting requirement from the providers or some other reporting mechanism at the time of the grant would be really helpful in determining a better picture of how many OST seats there are and where they are.
In your research, where would you say is the greatest need for OST programs, such as ward or demographic or type of program, or however you want to answer that?
Yeah, we thought about this a lot. And there are two ways to look at it. As you know, most students don't attend their in-boundary school. So a lot of people are traveling really far distances to go to schools around the district, and they're not necessarily attending OST programs that are close to their home. So I think for before and after school programs, it's going to be really important to look at where students are actually going to school and do it based on that, the demographics of those schools. Whereas for summer programs, I think it would probably be much more convenient for families to attend closer to home, which geographically just looks a lot different. In our needs assessment from 2023, we did provide maps based on that school year on where programs were and where students were going to school and going home. But I think it really depends on the types of programs and when they're offered.
I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. I just have a couple of things. Ms. Savage, thank you very much for all the work that you've done on this. The summit that PAVE hosted was great, really constructive. Thank you for that. Jody, thank you for the work that you've been doing. That 95% figure really jumps off the page. It's a thing that's going to stick with me. I think some of the conversation goes to what happens when you scale up. And I think as you scale up, you want to keep that 95% figure. So that takes you into the kinds of challenges that Ms. Colmier, you've raised. I think we do have to keep our eye on that and how we can set aspirational goals, but we have to have the resources in order to achieve them. Talked about some of the cost pressures on the programs, and those will be a focus. Very much look forward to working with you as we go forward. A lot of this sits on the shoulders of the work that the DC Policy Center has done, so thank you for that. I do think on this needs assessment issue, it is really important when you're spending this kind of money, when it's a function as important as this, that you really know what's happening, what's working. I also think that there's a dimension to the needs assessment. There may be places where there's programs that are not through grantees. There may be places where everywhere where kids are participating in sports after school that's something different. There's also a number of kids who have jobs, and that's a very constructive thing for them to do. So as we get our arms around what's the unmet need, I'm hoping, and I think you guys are well placed to do it, that we can get it a little more granular. And I think that if we can do that, that we can, the gap will look big, but smaller than what it looks like now. And that'll be that much more achievable. So I just put that down as a marker. Scott, Regina, Laura, thank you for all of the advocacy that you do on all of these kinds of issues. Anna, the point that you made about maintaining a focus on children with special needs, I think is a very important one. We had a hearing yesterday on this topic from a different angle, but this is an area that we really need to focus on. We cannot forget all of those children during the school day, and we cannot forget them at the end of the school day and in the summer either. So thank you for your testimony and your advocacy. We have a lot of witnesses, and I want them to be heard, so I'm going to stop there.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you to each of you for your testimony, especially those of you who are in person. James Morgan, who's Executive Director of Higher Achievement. Summer Xavier, Deputy Director of One World Education. Rain Kingsbury. Siobhan Saul. Kiana Lamans. Tia Loring. Cassandra Matthews. Amina Brown. Andrea Tobin, who's Executive Director of Kid Power, Inc. April Coleman. Clifford Johnson. Christopher Bauscher. Emily Owens. Here, Mr. Bauscher. Emily Owens. Sharn Boone Ruffin. Sounds a little bit like yesterday's witness list. Maria Blauer, Director of Programs and Outreach, Advocates for Justice and Education. Dr. Oye Owalewa. Michael Stevens, who's Senior Vice President and Executive Director of City Year. Jasmine Watkins, Art Specialist at Project Create. Mita Sharma Holt with the Fishing School. Cynthia Davis, founder and CEO, Kings and Queens Child Care Center. I think I'll stop there. James Morgan, I think he's online.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Fruman, and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Council today. My name is James Morgan, and I am the Executive Director of Higher Achievement and a member of the OST Coalition. Today, I'm testifying about the importance of OST programs in the city and the Universal Out-of-School Time Amendment Act. Higher Achievement was founded in 1975 on the premise that talent is everywhere, but opportunity is not. Our evidence-based after-school program for middle school students closes the opportunity gap by providing our scholars with academic supports like homework help and weekly mentoring, enrichment opportunities such as mock trials with local law firms, and college and career exposure through summer college visits. We work with scholars starting in 5th or 6th grade with the goal of getting 8th graders placed into college preparatory high schools that are the best fit for their needs and interests. 2 randomized control trials have shown our program works, and we continue to invest in what works. Rigorous support combined with strong relationships with caring adults provided at just the right time in middle school. We currently serve 200 students and are operating in 4 schools, and we will be expanding to a 5th school next year located in Ward 8. I've been on staff at Higher Achievement for over 13 years and have witnessed on countless occasions the profound impact Higher Achievement makes on its scholars. Recently, a former scholar of mine messaged me on LinkedIn and wrote, "Hi, Mr. James. It's been years since we last connected, but I wanted to share how pivotal Higher Achievement was in shaping who I am today. It instilled in me the importance of academic excellence, provided significant support along the way, and taught me valuable lessons. Higher Achievement's influence and the opportunities provided through the program have been transformative to me." When I knew this scholar, she was very shy, introverted, and adjusting to life as a middle schooler in a new country where she did not yet speak English fluently. And I'm proud to share that she just graduated from college and secured a job at Accenture as an analyst. This story is not the outlier. All OST programs across the city have proof points for their programs and can share similar stories of impact because what we do as a sector can be life-changing. It matters. But each of us cannot be everything to every student. Collectively, we will have the most impact and meet the most need when we are given the flexibility to do what we do best, which is to deliver the programming we know our scholars and communities need without trying to meet what feel like arbitrary requirements about content areas, minimum dosages, and additional program tasks. What makes the out of school time space so unique is the flexibility it provides. And we know from our scholars and families that a one-size-fits-all approach is not the solution. Communities want choices, they want opportunities, and they want them to be convenient. As the district works to scale up OST offerings to reach every public school student, we should be investing in the specialized offerings of community-based providers, not asking providers to change their curriculum, approach, or components to try to be all things to all youth. I'm glad to see this bill prioritizes investing in community-based providers to expand their specialized and trusted services. And this is how the government can be a true partner with us in serving district youth. Thank you for your time and consideration. And if you have any questions or matters you would like to discuss, my contact information can be found at the bottom of my testimony. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan, and I do have your statement. Summer Xavier?
Yes, hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Council of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Summer Xavier. I am the Deputy Director of One World Education and a Ward 7 resident and a member of the DC OST Coalition. I am testifying today in support of the Universal Out of School Time Amendment Act. One World Education's mission is to transform students into writers with voice, knowledge, and purpose. Our vision is that all students become effective writers and communicators. For 15 years, One World has powerfully impacted the lives and careers of over 50,000 students and 1,000 teachers in Washington, D.C. schools. All of our full-time program staff are former DC classroom teachers from high-need schools. Like us, our OST program is led by educators who continue to serve our city's youth by directly teaching after the school day to improve their research, writing, and presentation skills on social justice issues they're passionate about. The Academy prepares students for high school writing and the rigor of post-secondary pursuits. We serve 170 students yearly from nearly 20 DC schools like E.L. Haynes, IDEA PCS, Friendship PCS, Inspired Teaching, Jefferson Academy, Capital City PCS, McKinley Tech, and many more. Additional funding through MADC allowed us to expand our programming to a host site at Friendship Southeast PCS in Ward 8, where we now serve 50 students yearly with 100% of students residing in Ward 7 and 8. Last year, 46% of our OST students were residents of wards 5, 7, and 8. 53% of our students' families receive free or reduced lunch, and 81% of our students are Black and Brown. Through our small group, teacher-led program model, 80% of our students make statistically significant gains in research and writing skills after just our 10-week program series model. And at the end of our program, nearly 80% of students report feeling excited to participate in One World's activities, which is a huge feat for the teenage temperament. The stats are one way of seeing the reach we have in our city, but our students carry their experiences with them. Once homeless, Jessica Amaya Torres, a 2023 high school graduate, participated in our after-school academy. She credits One World for launching her path that led to her admissions at Johns Hopkins University as a Gates and Milken Scholar. One World changed my life, she said. The experiences I gained was one of the most important things in my school career. Without One World, I wouldn't have had the skill set or the confidence to apply to all of these great universities and scholarships. It is clear that the after-school programs are crucial to young people's growth and development. I call for the Council of the Whole to invest in supporting and expanding OST efforts. OST promotes academic achievement, school attendance, social emotional skills development, mental health well-being, mentorship opportunities, career explorations, and readiness. One World Education knows the work that we do is essential to preparing young people to be critical thinkers, effective communicators, and global leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Xavier, and I do have a copy of your statement. Rain Kingsbury, I believe is not here. Siobhan Saul, I believe is not here. Kiana Lamans. I'm told she keeps declining. Need to accept in order to be promoted to testify. Kiana Lamans. I'm gonna keep moving. Latia Loring, I believe is not here. Cassandra Matthews, I believe is not here. Amina Brown,
Yes, council member, I'm here.
yes.
Good morning, esteemed members of the council, Chairman Phil Mendelson. Thank you so much for having me this morning. It's an honor to come before you as the Executive Director of Citygate. Citygate is a nonprofit organization in the District of Columbia that has served the district's most vulnerable students for 25 years. Citygate operates in Ward 7, specifically at Richardson Dwelling, a DC housing project, and at the Joe Henning Center in Ward 8, serving the Congress Heights, Bellevue, and Washington Highlands neighborhoods. As the council likely is already aware, these neighborhoods are marked by the most acute elements of, in many cases, abject poverty. In the district, 1 in 7 children go to bed hungry each night. 1,656 adults and children in 539 family households contend with homelessness. In 2023 alone, 106 children were victims of gun violence, some as young as 6 months. And in the District of Columbia, more than 10,000 children have incarcerated parents. While this suffering happens in all neighborhoods across the city, these stark realities are all too often for the children, youth, and adults, stakeholders that we serve. The impact of these circumstances is trauma because they undermine a child's most basic physiological, safety, social, and self-esteem needs. When these needs are disrupted and remain unmet, it is unlikely that children can attend school ready to embark upon the rigors of 21st century schooling, especially as college and career readiness expectations increase. In fact, for many children contending with one or more of the aforementioned elements of poverty, being a child, much less a student, is an exhausting, if not altogether impossible duality to manage, much less accomplished. In the district's lowest performing schools, likely because they are situated in neighborhoods and communities gripped by the baronial arc of housing and food insecurity, gun violence, and the acute mental and physical health ailments of community members, including substance use abuse, undiagnosed depression, anxiety, PTSD, diabetes, heart disease, and a host of other ailments. Reading and mathematics proficiency rates have continued to lag, and the achievement gap between the district's wealthier children and those entangled in existences of low or no income widen. There's a stark difference between child needs and student needs. Out of school time programs often bridge the gap, making funding for their operations critical to the health and well-being of district children, especially those at risk for acute suffering. These programs have the potential to bring hope and optimism to the lives of these children, and Citygate serves as a critical example. At Citygate, we acknowledge the differences between what a child needs and what a student needs, and we try timelessly and tirelessly each day to respond to both sets of needs and bridge the gap when those needs go unmet. We operate 5 days a week because we are committed to giving our children something to do, somewhere to go, and more importantly, something to be a part of. Citygate picks up its participants from our partner DC public and charter schools, ensuring their safe arrival to our sites. Further, through its partnership with DC Central Kitchen, Citygate provides its participants with hot meals and nutritious snacks, attempting to mitigate the piercing impact of food insecurity on our children. Citygate participants then receive a robust academic enrichment experience during which by grade level children engage in joyful and high quality academic programming. For children with documented learning disabilities, we respond to those needs by offering one-on-one tutoring. Unfortunately, as of December 31st, 2024, we must close our doors and shut out our families. This closure will not just disrupt their senses of security and freedom from fear, it will shake the very foundation of the neighborhood in which we operate, leaving a void that all will fill. For the
Dr.
first time,
Brown, Dr.
oh,
Brown, I'm
sorry.
going to have to cut you off because you're over your time,
Okay, sorry.
but I do have a copy of your statement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Tobin. Ms. Tobin?
Sorry, I'm here. I was stuck in the weight room, so thank you.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the importance of the Universal Out-of-School Time Amendment Act. I'm Andrew Tobin, Executive Director of Kid Power, a nonprofit organization that's provided youth development for over 21 years, serving nearly 1,000 DC students annually through 4 core programs. We have actually declined in our number of youth served, specifically in our after-school program, due to declining funding that we've seen in the past 2 years in our government grants. In the heart of our vibrant capital, youth face immense academic and social challenges worsened by the pandemic. OST programs are pillars of support, creating nurturing spaces for academic growth, mentorship, and emotional resilience. During after-school hours, when students are most vulnerable to negative influence, when nearly half of youth-involved crime occurs, programs can transform this critical time into opportunities for connection, safety, and empowerment. At Kid Power, the impact is measurable. Last year, 68% of our youth showed improved social behaviors, interpersonal confidence, volunteering, motivation to achieve. Parents reported improved conflict resolution, peer communication, confidence, and community connection. 78% of our students maintain their ELA scores, and 91%, our students achieved a 91% attendance rate, significantly outperforming peers affected by chronic absenteeism. The aforementioned outcomes underscore the transformative power of OST programs that are delivered through community-driven and collaborative partnerships. We're thrilled to see the Act empowering the OST office to lead interagency collaboration. Working together, we believe we can achieve the Universal OST Act vision, ensure that every young person has access to OST opportunities, regardless of background and circumstances. Like many of other CBOs, our barrier is funding. Our program demand outpaces our current resources. With increased funding per student, we can leverage our experience, deep community relationships, and private dollars to scale significantly. We truly appreciate the mayor and the council's increased OST funding in recent years, and money providers have not always seen the corresponding increase in grants. Thus, we truly appreciate the language ensuring that a lot of this funds goes directly to CBOs. Like many of my colleagues, since the pandemic, additional financial pressures, higher insurance, audit requirements, frontline educator compensation have increased our costs significantly. For Kid Power, this was over $100,000 last year. Participation in OST programs is not a privilege, it's a necessity. The programs instill confidence, a sense of belonging, lifelong skills, equipping our youth to thrive in school and beyond. Thank you for your ongoing commitment. Thank you for recognizing the critical role of universal OST funding in this year's budget. And we look forward to continuing our collaboration to ensure that every DC youth has access to transformative power of impactful OST programs and that their voice is heard in the district.
Thank you, Ms. Tobin. I do have a copy of your statement. April Coleman, Clifford Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you need to accept. Clifford Johnson. Mr. Johnson,
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman.
please proceed.
As a longtime resident of Ward 3 and a parent of 2 adult children who thrived during their 14 years in DC public schools, I'm pleased to testify today in support of the Universal Out-of-School Time Amendment Act introduced by Councilmember Fruman.
I can't tell if you just froze.
No, I'm sorry. Just trying to get myself on camera here. There we go. Thank you. From 2000 to 2021, I had the privilege of serving as the founding executive director of the Institute for Youth Education and Families at the National League of Cities. The YF Institute works extensively on issues in both in-school learning and expanded learning opportunities during out-of-school time, documenting best practices in cities of varying sizes across the nation. The benefits of OST programs to the city as a whole and to the children, youth, and families who participate are well documented. I will not repeat them here, except to note that they run the gamut from academic achievement and positive youth development to community safety, workforce readiness, and family economic stability. The returns on OST investments are clear. What often is less broadly understood is how essential it is for cities, including the District of Columbia, to build strong OST systems. Adoption of the Universal OST Amendment Act is the right next step for our city now in moving toward this important goal. During my 2 decades leading the YF Institute, I witnessed firsthand how nearly all of America's leading cities, regardless of size or geography, are creating robust OST systems that complement and support the learning that occurs during the school day. You can find these OST systems in the nation's largest cities, New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, and Denver, as well as in a host of cities of comparable size to the district, including Baltimore, Boston, Fort Worth, Louisville, Nashville, Philadelphia, Portland, Oregon, and St. Paul. It is not enough to simply fund a range of OST programs. More and more, it seems evident that in order to be a first-class city, we need a first-class OST system. I know that my former colleagues at YF Institute will be delighted to provide more information about best practices. Let me close by lifting up 3 critical goals for any OST system, which can only be achieved through the kinds of policy direction and investments envisioned in the Universal OST Amendment Act. First, ensure full and equitable access to OST programs. This goal is a central focus of the Universal OST Bill, putting the district on a path to providing OST opportunities for all young people by 2035. Second, strengthen OST programs that enhance quality. The provisions of the Universal OST Bill will help ensure that OST programs across the district are of high quality, deliver strong returns. And third, expand the supply of OST programs in high-need neighborhoods. By requiring that OST grants support increased programming in underserved neighborhoods, the Universal OST Bill will stimulate expanded supply where it's most needed and eliminate glaring inequities in supply and access across the district's 8 wards. I commend Chairman Mendelson for holding this hearing and Chairman and Councilmember Fruman for providing critical leadership in this area. I stand ready to assist in any way that I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Christopher Brauscher.
Yep, thank you. Appreciate the time to be here. This is a great honor. So I would like to humbly contribute to the conversation today based on my research for my graduate thesis at Georgetown McCourt School of Public Policy. So while I was there, I took a look at a longitudinal study of youth that participated in OST programs. And I looked at those of the lowest socioeconomic quartile in my data set, and it was from the Department of Ed. And what I found, I think, is quite interesting and maybe could be added to shape the conversation today. So I totally, in my research, concur with all the points I've heard today. The academic improvement, the social emotional improvement, the safe spaces, the supervision, the safety, those are all glaringly clear, I think, by all the testimony. One thing I wanted to add to the conversation that I think has funding implications as we talk about budgets and constraints is the socioeconomic mobility. So in my research, I found that youth at 16 who participated in these OST programs were 10% more likely to be socioeconomically mobile or move up from significantly from where their parents were when they were 26 as adults. And that was statistically significant, which I think has profound implications. So additionally in the research, that was the equivalent of one of their parents having a bachelor's degree. Which I thought was noteworthy. And so as we're talking about funding, which I know is obviously a huge hurdle for governments across the world, really, I think it's important to possibly reframe this as an investment because when you have kids that are socioeconomically mobile coming from the lower socioeconomic realm, we see a host of, as adults, positive outcomes, right? Socioeconomic mobility, the increased likelihood of a bachelor's degree, more education means they tend to pay more in taxes, they tend to earn more, they are more likely to have healthcare, more likely to vote, more likely to volunteer. So you see a host of positive social and economic behaviors, and then you're less likely to be incarcerated, less likely to, so all the good benefits that we see. And so when you think about the potential investment on the city's future fiscal projections, there may be some opportunity to reproject based on the investments we're making here. So with that, I want to express my support for this legislation and thank the council and especially the staff who've I know have done a great job, and everybody who else who's here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bauscher. And I do have your statement as well as your master's thesis, so thank you for that. And earlier, I didn't indicate, Mr. Johnson, I have your statement as well. Emily Owens, Sharon Boone Ruffin, I believe neither are here. Actually, before I turn the page, Kiana Lamans. Ms. Lamans,
Yes, Chairman.
please
I'm here.
proceed.
Greetings, Chairman, Committee of the Whole, and committee staff. My name is Quiana Lamont. I'm a paid parent leader of Ward 7. I live in Ward 7. All my children attend DC Public Schools. I'm here to speak about the critical importance of out-of-school programs. Out-of-school time programs offers children a safe and supportive environment to learn and grow and thrive. They provide opportunities in academic enrichment, social development, and physical activities. These programs are essential for children with disabilities' overall well-being and future success. Our out-of-school program times can set our students up for enter college and their careers with the skills they need to achieve their goals. Every child deserves a place where they can feel safe, engaged, and inspired. Out-of-school programs provide the critical space they offer opportunities for children to explore their passion, develop new skills, and build lasting friendships. It's also important to ensure that out-of-school programs are inclusive and accessible to all children, including those with disabilities. The program should provide specialized support and and accommodations to meet the unique needs of every child. Out-of-school time programs should be a safe haven for all children, especially those with disabilities, where they feel they are both celebrated and supported. I'm excited by the changes discussed in the bill, and I am hopeful for the impact that will have on our children and communities. I urge the council to continue investing in out-of-school programs by passing the bill and continue to fund out-of-school programs. By providing adequate funding, we can expand access to these vital programs and ensure that every child has opportunity to reach their goals. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Lamons. Did you say Sharon Boone Ruffin is here but not accepting?
I'm here.
Ms. Boone Ruffin, please proceed.
Good morning, members of the council. I am Sean Boone Ruffin, a Ward 8 resident and paid PLE board member. I'm also a Dunbar High School Engineering Academy and Hope Tolson Public Charter Academy parent. Thank you for the opportunity to share my voice today. I'm excited to share my perspective as both a parent and educator. First, I would like to thank the council for all of their work surrounding their support of out-of-school time programs. We have seen a positive change as a result of increased funding out-of-school time program, tongue twister. The increase in funding was a great place to start, but we must continue to do more. As a native Washingtonian, I remember the critical role of out-of-school time programs played in setting me up for the workforce. Out-of-school time programs at recreation centers gave me and my friends a safe place to go, warm meal, and develop skills from a variety of areas that helped set us up for adulthood. I would love for that to be a part of my children's life as well. As we continue to increase the number of out-of-school time programs, it is important that we fund and support OST programs centered on college and career readiness. This will be especially important for high school students. We must prepare them for reality they will face once they exit high school and enter the real world. OST programs should include options to learn financial literacy, resume writing, interview preparation, and how to fill job applications. Building up these skills will allow our students to be strong contributors to our community. Out-of-school time programs also offer opportunities to extend learning from inside the classroom to outside the classroom. Our students have a significant gap in reading and math, which will impact them on the tests that they have to take for employment. We should leverage this out-of-school time program by providing additional support for students to build on their math and reading skills. Offer these OST programs centered on math and reading gives students a chance to improve their skills and ideally improve the pass rate for different employment tests. Our children deserve the very best, and this includes access to quality relevant out-of-school time programs. And out-of-school time programs are uniquely positioned to help our students transition from classroom to workforce. By providing college and career-focused out-of-school time programs at local recreation centers, that could be provided a safe place to learn, grow, and have a hot meal. We can also empower our students and our youth to reach their full potential. I'm the product of investing in out-of-school time programs. I have fond memories of my time out of school as a student and how it benefited me to this day. I urge the council to continue to invest in and expand out-of-school time program so my children and all children can thrive. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Boone Ruffin. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Blauer.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Furman. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Maria Bloyer, and I am Director of Programs and Outreach at Advocates for Justice and Education, also known as AJE. AJE is the federally designated Parent Training and Information Center for the District of Columbia. We provide support to families who are navigating all parts of the education decision-making process here in DC, and that does include families who are navigating the OST out-of-school time summer recreation opportunities. My testimony today is very much in support of the universal out-of-school time legislation, but I'm not going to talk about that so much. I'm really going to talk about 3 changes we want to see in the legislation and the need for increased enforcement to make sure that students with disabilities have continued access to these programs, because we do see a real disconnect between what the law provides and what we see on the ground. Some of the comments you've heard from families today already make that clear. I think Ms. Rodriguez's comments were very, very representative of the phone calls we get at AJE. So the 3 specific changes that we would like to see, the first is at line 51. The legislation refers to IDEA for a definition of a child with a disability. That's the narrowest definition possible. In this context, the better definition to use would be Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act's definition. This would not only bring the bill into compliance with existing federal law, but it would lessen confusion. And there is a lot of confusion out there now about the obligation of school programs and the schools that host them and the out-of-school programs. And there's even confusion among families about the obligation to include and support students with disabilities in them. So bringing the legislation into line with federal law is important. There's a consistent mistaken belief that students have to have an IEP to get support in aftercare, and that's just not the case. Also at line 124, the bill should again refer to local and federal laws, regulations, and guidelines. And this is simply to make it very clear that there is an obligation to comply with Section 504 of the Americans with Disabilities Act and the DC Human Rights Act. And then finally, at 128, the following clause should be added to ensure that providers are aware of their obligation to include students with disabilities. Specifically, what should be added is, if reasonable modifications and accommodations are not sufficient to allow a child with disability access to the program, only then can they start looking at alternative programs. I'm happy to answer questions. I know this is a complicated issue, but I'm excited to be here, and I'm very excited by this legislation, and we wholeheartedly support it and do ask for those changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blair, and I apologize. I always mispronounce your name. I apologize. I don't have a copy of your statement if you could provide it.
I absolutely will, and it has some more detail
Well, that's fine.
All right, thank you.
I think Dr. Oye Owolaiwa is not here.
No, I'm here.
All right, please proceed.
Absolutely. Greetings, Chairman Mendelson, Council Members Fruman and Ado. Thank you for having me and allowing me to testify. I'm DC's rep, Dr. Oye Owolaiwa, testing on a personal capacity as a Ward 8 resident STEM worker and 10-year in-classroom volunteer. Thank you, Councilmember Fruman, for introducing Bill B-25-620 that I support. As previously mentioned, for the past 10 years, I volunteered with Reset in classrooms, getting kids interested in STEM careers through hands-on experiences. I've been in almost every ward, and what separates these kids, regardless of background and ward, is expectations of themselves and folks' expectations in them, especially in pursuing higher education. Point blank, I'm looking for more programs to be concentrated on college preparedness. We must be intentional about steering children to post-secondary education, career entrepreneurship opportunities, and exposure. I appreciate that this legislation addresses disparities across the district. Reaching those underserved communities like my own in Southeast DC is important. I'm a scientist, so let's talk numbers. Almost 700,000 people live in the district, with 63% of adults having college degrees. In East of the River, roughly 90,000 people live in Ward 7, and of adult age, only 31% of them have college degrees. 87,000 people live in Ward 8. I'm one of them. And how many of us adult residents in Ward 8 have college degrees? 27%. That's like 1 in 4. The college experience doesn't just make an economic difference, but also has an impact on public safety. Every year of college education decreases one's risk of committing a violent offense by 10%. So even without a college degree, 1 year of college education is 10% reduction, 2 years is 20%. And after a 4-year degree, it's almost half of a risk of committing a violent offense. Being intentional about college and career pipelines will not only support today's kids, but also prepare tomorrow's adults. With that said, this legislation is critical to keeping DC kids engaged and safe. I appreciate every OST provider for making that difference. But as we move forward and provide more quality programs across DC, let's ensure that college and career pipelines are prioritized. These intentional investments are key to tangible results, regardless of zip code. And with that, I yield. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And if you'd submit your statement, that would be great.
Will do.
Michael Stevens.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. I'm Dr. Michael Stevens, Senior Vice President and Executive Director for City Year Washington, D.C., and I'm proud to speak on behalf of our City Year community as a member of the D.C. Out of School Time Coalition. City Year's mission is to advance educational equity by supporting students furthest from opportunity and to develop diverse leaders through national service who can work across lines of difference. We believe supporting children and young adults contributes to just, equitable, and vibrant communities. And to say it simpler, when students rise, we all rise. Here in the nation's capital, we've been a longtime partner to schools and communities through our signature Whole School Whole Child program, where we place teams of 18 to 24-year-olds to serve as full-time tutors, mentors, and role models to students. A critical part of our holistic approach has included being an active member in out-of-school time initiatives. In partnership with our school and district leaders, we've been able to support student success while also contributing to the local educator pipeline. Today, there's a considerable number of City Year alumni who now serve as teachers, administrators, and leaders of local nonprofit organizations. And all of them will tell you the same thing. The place they were able to be the best resource to their students was during the time that they spent with them in after school. We found out-of-school spaces like before and after school to be ideal for implementing social emotional learning efforts such as small group and individual mentoring. For City Year members, this work helps to build student competencies such as goal-oriented behavior, social awareness, and responsible decision-making. The Universal Out-of-School Time Amendment Act of 2023 is important to our educational ecosystem in a number of ways. It allows us as a community to support young people and to amplify our educators' great work that's happening during the day. Out-of-school time programs provide LEAs with an excellent pipeline for future educators. Lastly, expanding out-of-school time programs to make them available for all students is a proven community safety strategy and a tangible way for us to demonstrate our commitment to equity. So with that, we want to be sure to share our support. We want to say thank you for your time, your consideration, and your leadership on this critical initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stevens. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you'd submit it, please.
Will do.
Jasmine Watkins.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the DC Council Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jasmine Watkins, and I serve as the Arts Education Specialist at Project Create Art Center. I'm here along with my colleague Joshua Reynolds to express strong support for Bill 25-630, the Universal Out of School Time Amendment Act of 2023, and to advocate for improvement on oversight matters related to the district's management of OST programs and funds. At Project Create, we empower children and youth through accessible, multidisciplinary arts education and art therapy programs that foster creativity, leadership, and emotional well-being. For over 3 decades, Project Create has partnered with social service organizations, housing providers, and OST programs to serve families across DC with a focus on Ward 7 and 8. Since opening our Arts Center in Anacostia in 2015, we have provided year-round free programming on location in Ward 8. Project Create's ability to deliver meaningful and impactful programming to students during critical out-of-school time hours relies heavily on the invaluable support of the OST office. The demand for our services has grown and now outpaces our current capacity. As a result, we have a growing wait list of families seeking enrollment, and we are compelled to stretch our limited resources among the currently enrolled students. Increased universal OST funding will enable us to expand access by doubling the number of youth served annually, addressing geographic disparities in OST availability that has been mentioned previously in this hearing, specialized support by hiring and training more teaching artists and art therapists to develop programs tailored to youth with disabilities and special needs. And it will allow us to strengthen our impact by developing culturally responsive programs and create interventions for students experiencing trauma or social emotional challenges. This bill is a vital step toward addressing unmet demand and ensuring equitable access to OST programs. Investing in universal OST access will not only expand the capacity of organizations like Project Create, but also ensure that more youth have access to the safe, enriching environments they need to thrive. With increased funding, Project Create could enhance program quality by hiring more professionals who are trained to work with exceptional youth in Ward 7 and 8. And thank you for your continued commitment to DC youth. I urge you to prioritize community-based OST providers and funding allocations and to pass this bill. With your support, we can ensure every child has the access to creative opportunities they deserve. And we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Watkins, and I have a copy of your statement here. Mita Sharma Holt. Cynthia Davis. All right, that was all the witnesses I called for this group. I have a couple of questions. Andrea Tobin.
Yes.
At the beginning of your testimony, you said, but it's not in writing, that Kid Power received less funding this year. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, I think combined with over $100,000 reduced that we saw in both OSSI 21st Century and from the Learn 24 grant, we had to reduce the number of seats in our program.
That was the OSSI 21st Century?
Yes.
And the Learn 24 grant?
Yes.
One Learn 24 from DME. Together, they totaled about 100,000.
Actually, 120,000 come for both of them.
And do you know why you saw less funding?
I think for 21st century funding, I think we're all aware of the, taking a pause in grant making and then skipping a year. And so the competition was really hard for this cycle. And we saw the reduced amount not being able to combine the federal grant dollars with local grant dollars. So the total pot available historically, had been close to 12 million. And this year we saw only 6 million. So very few grantees actually received 21st century funding. So we feel honored and lucky to be one of those. But we also know that funding was lower than our previous award.
And I heard you say that a lot of this was a reduction in federal dollars.
So from what we've heard, and I'm not the expert, but from what we heard, OSSI went through a period of evaluation with the Department of Education. And we were informed that through that evaluation period, and which is why they took 1 year off from grant making, they were told or strongly advised that they should not commingle local dollars and federal dollars. And so they were only using the federal amount. And so the reduction from what our understanding was that they were not using local dollars, but that it wasn't about their federal award specifically.
Okay. Thank you. And Dr. Amina Brown, I cut you off, but
Yes.
I cut you off, but I don't want you to read the rest of your statement because that's another 2 or 3 minutes. But you said at the end of this year, you're going to close your doors. Could you
Yes.
briefly explain why? Is that a loss of funding or what?
Yes, it's a loss of funding. So the majority of our funding came from the 21st Century Grant as well. And so we were told that we could not reapply this year for the funding.
And how much, Ms. Lamons, if you could mute yourself, how much was that?
It was around $380,000.
And when did you find out you wouldn't get the money?
The end of July.
So you have enough money through this year, this calendar year.
Yes.
But the loss of 380,000 in the 21st Century Grant means you have to close your doors.
Yes.
And how many families?
60.
Thank you.
Of
I'm
course.
sorry to hear all that. Thank you. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you to the witnesses. James, thank you for your work and suggestions. Summer, Amina, Andrea. Andrea, great to hear about the impact of the different programs. One theme also that we heard in this panel was unmet demand, and it's encouraging to hear that there are great programs out there that with more funding could reach exactly the kinds of populations that we're talking about. That's part of what's motivating the legislation in the first place. Thank you for bringing that to the fore. I'm sorry to hear about what is happening with your grant. Cliff, thank you on the underscoring the need for system building. That is actually a big part of what we're trying to do here. We have a lot of things that are out there. We want to institutionalize them, harmonize them, and be able to leverage the things that we're doing. Great to hear about your work at the National League of Cities. We want to be the leader in this space, and I think we can be the leader in this space. Chris, the longitudinal study is fascinating to me, and it put me in the mind of, I was at a graduation at CUNY, and the president of CUNY said that CUNY moved more students from low income to the middle class, 6 times more students from low income to the middle class than all of the Ivies combined, plus Duke MIT, Stanford, and the University of Chicago. And this is a thing that I serve on the Workforce Investment Council. The chairman and I are both big supporters of UDC, and out of school time fits into that project. That is maybe the project for the District of Columbia, is to help people move from low income into the middle class. And it's interesting and very, very helpful to hear that you have data that suggests that this contributes to that. Oye, always great to hear from you. Maria, that's the way to do it. Thank you very much. We took notes, but we will get your testimony as well. The whole idea here is to get input on how can we improve this legislation. You couldn't have done it more effectively than the way that you did it, so thank you for that. Thank you to all of the witnesses who've testified.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you to each of you, especially those of you in person. Thanks to everyone online as well. So you all are excused. Irene Jacobs, who's policy manager with Black Swan Academy. And Siobhan Saul is on here again, so I'll call her again. Audrey Walker. She's Director of Youth Services with Jubilee Housing. Ty Andrews. Dominique Moore. Katisha Bonham. B-O-N-H-O-M. Martino Harris. Andrea Jones. Yvette Selby. Stephanie Maltz. Shondell Richards, Chief Program Officer with Horton's Kids. Yasmin Salina. Joanna Hardy, founder with Guns Down Friday. Heavenly Anderson. She's OST coordinator with Healthy Babies Project. Jen Mempara. And Rachel Engel. I think I'll leave it there. Irene Jacobs, you're next.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am Irene Jacobs, the policy manager of the Black Swan Academy, a nonprofit organization in the District of Columbia that concentrates its efforts on empowering Black youth through civic engagement and leadership. I am testifying in support of the Universal Out of School Time Amendment Act of 2023 and the additional oversight surrounding OST programs. Our Black Swan Academy Black Youth Agenda is titled, We All Rise When Black Youth Thrive. It focuses on housing, school sanitation, mental health, school and community safety as important parts of youth well-being. Our Safe Passage for Youth Passage campaign names having out-of-school programming, out-of-school time programming, and additional recreational activities for youth, especially in wards 5, 7, and 8, as key protective interventions for district youth. OST programs turn the after-school hours from a time of potential risk to a time of great opportunity for youth. The lack of OST programs east of the river limits options for youth and families. OST seats for after-school and summer programs continue to be limited. Neighborhood transportation options continue to be a barrier to access for OST. Previously, a PAVE study found that OST program caregivers are concerned about transportation, awareness, and costs. We recognize that there is a lot of information that needs to be continuously given and provided in order for parents to make educated decisions to get their young people safely to these programs. We support the opportunity for OST time, but we would like to see a greater reach as well as more ADA opportunities so more young people, despite their ability or disability status, to be able to celebrate life and be able to engage in these programs. Another important aspect of OST is, again, bringing in the community safety. Our Black Swan Academy youth leaders are calling for 24-hour safe spaces. Our youth would like to see more recreation opportunities as well as career and technical training programs occur in spaces in their own communities. We recognize that when it comes to OST, this can be a space where young people continue to grow, thrive, and learn. It creates an opportunity for foundational knowledge as well. A whole child approach knows that student success depends on community safety and on safe and welcoming community environments. Improving the community climate and OST resources is key, and we support the solidification of OST resources and oversight for our district youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Siobhan Saul, I believe is not here. Audrey Walker,
I'm here.
please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson, Councilman Fruman, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Audrey Walker, and I am the Director of Youth Services at Jubilee Housing. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of the Universal Out-of-School Time Amendment Act and to address the critical need for equitable, high-quality OST programs across the district. Since our founding in 1973, Jubilee Housing has been committed to creating justice housing, deeply affordable homes paired with comprehensive supportive services in resource-rich neighborhoods like Adams Morgan, Columbia Heights, and Mount Pleasant. Today, Jubilee serves more than 750 individuals and families, offering not just housing, but a foundation for residents to thrive. Among our most impactful initiatives is our out-of-school time programming, which has been the cornerstone of our work for over 15 years. The need for OST programs like ours has never been greater. Across the district, over 50,000 youth are waiting for after-school seats, and more than 57,000 lack access to summer programs. In Ward 1, where Jubilee operates, less than half of the students have access to publicly funded OST opportunities. This gap leaves too many families without critical resources that they need to support their children's safety, academic growth, and personal development. The Universal Out-of-School Time Amendment Act represents a transformative step towards addressing these disparities. Its commitment to a 10% annual increase in OST seats, prioritization of underserved neighborhoods, and strategic focus on equity for high-needs populations, including English learners, youth with disabilities, and justice-involved youth, aligns with Jubilee's mission. We also commend the Act's emphasis on interagency collaboration, which will ensure resources are maximized and barriers to participation, such as transportation and enrollment challenges, are addressed comprehensively. At Jubilee, we have witnessed the most profound impact of OST programs. They are not only to enhance academic achievement, but also to build confidence, foster leadership, and provide safe spaces for youth to explore their passions. As we look to the future, Jubilee Housing is expanding its capacity with 4 new properties in development, 52 family units. This growth opportunities to serve even more children and family, but it also underscores the importance of sustainable funding and strategic planning. The Universal OST Amendment Act provides the framework needed to ensure that community-based programs like Jubilee can meet the rising demand for services. I urge the Council to fully fund and support the Universal OST Amendment Act. By investing in our youth today, we are investing in long-term successes of our community. Thank you for your time and your unwavering commitment to creating a brighter future for all DC's young people. I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. I do have your statement. I neglected to remind Ms. Jacobs before you that I don't have her statement, if she could submit that from Black Swan Academy. Ty Andrews.
My apologies. Yes, I'm here. Hi, my name is Ty Andrews. I'm a resident I'm a Ward 8 resident and proud parent of 2 boys who attend Mary H. Plummer Elementary and McKinley Technology High Schools. I'm also a parent with Paid Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, a citywide and Ward 8 PLE board member, and the first vice president of the McKinley Tech Educational Campus PTO. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm excited to share my thoughts on special education and the advancement of equity in special education protocols. I advocate for an overall increase in funding for our out-of-school time programs. These programs are essential not only for the benefit of our youth, but also for parent and caregivers, especially those who are low income or at risk. According to research and an article published by the After School Alliance in September 2024, 75% of out-of-school time programs for high school students are considered safe spaces where youth can express themselves freely without fear or hesitation. Additionally, 94% of programs provide academic enrichment, 30% offer wraparound services, and 89% provide snacks and meals. This article also highlights how these programs boost academic confidence and performance, foster personal development, and offer mental health supports. Given these benefits, all DC youth should have the opportunity to participate in out-of-school time programs. Unfortunately, this is not the case for various reasons. For instance, there needs to be more accessible and affordable programs east of the river. Often when I search for programs that suit my family, they are either too far away, too costly, or not conducive to our schedule. Accessibility issues arise in other ways as well. For example, my oldest son, Amari, participated in the Nationals Youth Baseball Academy after-school program when he attended Jefferson Middle. This program provided transportation, picking students up from school 3 days a week and taking them to the Youth Baseball Academy. Parents would collect their children at 7:30 p.m. after they had completed homework, engaged in sports, and participated in activities like gardening or cooking, all while being provided a full meal. Unfortunately, my youngest son, Terrence Jr., or TJ as we like to call him, who also enjoys baseball, cannot participate because this program does not partner with his school. Another example is TJ has expressed an interest in playing soccer. However, there are no convenient soccer programs available in our immediate area. Additionally, my TJ utilizes the OSSI bus program, transportation program. Students who ride this bus cannot participate in out-of-school time programs at their school because OSSI only provides pickup when school ends. This policy does not extend to after-school activities. Therefore, he is unable to join any program at his school after hours, even if he wants to, which has recently occurred. Moreover, I had to advocate for Terrence Jr. to gain access to his current out-of-school program, Citygate, due to OSSI's strict pickup and drop-off requirements. It was recently revealed that this same program, Citygate, for which I fought tirelessly to secure access for my son, may have to cease operations soon due to the loss of their 21st Century grant from OSSI. After December, he may not have an after-school program available to him. Lastly, if my TJ's current after-school program shuts down and OSSI does not pick him up after on-campus activities, where will he go until either his father or I gets off work and can pick him up?
Ms. Andrews,
This
I'm going to have to
situation,
cut you
I'm
off.
sorry, this is the end. This has
No,
put us in
you
a
got
rock and a
another
hard place, but
30
thank you.
seconds. Ms.
Okay.
Andrews, you're over your
Okay.
time. Thank
Okay.
you. And I do have your statement.
Okay. Thank you.
Dominique Moore? Ms. Moore? Please proceed.
Greetings, Chairman and committee members. My name is Dominique Moore. I'm a PAVE Ward 4 citywide parent leader, a proud parent of a neurodivergent scholar who attends a DC public charter school. I'm here today to speak about the critical importance of access to affordable out-of-school time programs. Growing up, I witnessed firsthand how vital OST programs were for youth development in my community. Now, as a parent, I experienced the struggles of securing quality OST options. Who would have thought that in 2024, the number of affordable programs lacking quality oversight and accountability would be so staggering? For instance, I finally secured a spot in a DPR aquatic program only to find there was often no swim instructor present. Dropping my child off at facilities that feel more like prison cells with limited equipment and resources fills me with dread as I leave him behind so I can go to work. The situation is further exasperated by the fact that programs have limited seats that fill up in moments. Entering a lottery can often lead to disappointment when programs are canceled and no alternative or wait lists are offered. The scarcity of resources compounds the stress for determined parents, leaving many children socially isolated and at risk for academic setbacks. Considering the staggering cost, a 7-week soccer program priced at $600, yet the coach lacks the qualifications to effectively enhance player skills. Beginner martial art classes start at inconvenient times at a $199 per month, 12-month commitment. These programs are out of reach for so many. Even academic tutoring, while flexible, costs $120 per hour, creating a significant financial burden. Where are the enriching after school and summer programs in STEM, debate, coding, Legos, chess, or mentoring for my 9-year-old fourth grade son? If they exist, why are they so difficult to find? And why are so many program schedules incompatible with working parents' needs or limited to specific schools? As a single parent and public service worker earning $60,000 a year in Washington, D.C., I find it all exhausting to provide my student with the basics. Where is the My After School DC portal or updates on the progress of the project? And while I wait on this portal, where are the OST program scholarships and grant options that are not so restrictive and provide my child with access to citywide programming that matches his interests? This is my lived experience, and I know I'm not alone. We need more accessible, high quality programs that support all children in their development and empower youth to thrive. While I support the bill, I would like to see 3 important changes included. First, the bill should establish a metric to ensure that OST grant funds are distributed equitably across citywide programs that offer a diverse range of activities. This will provide all students with a variety of engaging options. As OST programs expand, it is crucial that they are accessible to all wards and not limited to specific or priority schools. The oversight and effectiveness of programs have to be there. We don't just want seats, but we want programs that actually foster and hone our scholars' minds and interests. Lastly, I urge the inclusion of a commitment to transparency and planning, with regular updates provided to the community about program developments and progress. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. And if you could provide a copy of your statement, that would be helpful.
Certainly.
Katisha Bonham, who I think is not here. What's that? And Martino Harris, I believe is not here. Andrea Jones.
I'm here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Fruman, and council members of the whole. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Andrea Jones, and I am a Ward 8 resident, a mother of 3 neurodivergent children, and a parent advocate for children with special needs. I'm here to state that there is a lack of access that my children and other children with special needs have in the district. The lack of accessible OST programs places an emotional and logistical burden on families, including parents who often must reduce work hours or forego employment. Meanwhile, children with disabilities miss out on vital opportunities for peer interaction and personal growth, deepening the equity gap. While I do support the Out of School Time Amendment Act because it is a great start to address the disparities in the district and bring attention to how to create real change in our city, I do have some points to make. While the bill discusses OST programs for all students that includes children with disabilities, I have heard from OST providers that they do not have the capacity or training to work with this specific population. This will mean exclusive funding needs to be distributed for training and hiring so that the providers have appropriate accommodations in the programs for students with disabilities, and I am unsure if the bill uses any formulas to account for these measures. Other current and pressing matters should be addressed simultaneously if we are discussing funding access for the programs. OST providers recently advocated for assistance with security costs, insurance costs for their programs, and a freeze in 21st century funding. While their advocacy was partially successful, it was also a temporary solution. There needs to be permanent solutions to support OST providers financially to ensure that all students in the district receive the same access and support. I do provide recommended changes in my written testimony that I will briefly describe here as increased funding, mandate staff training, and audit accessibility and transparency. In conclusion, every child in Washington, D.C. deserves the opportunity to thrive in an environment that supports their unique needs. By prioritizing accessibility and true inclusivity in OST programming, we can ensure that the Children with disabilities are not left behind. The OST bill is a great start to highlighting the importance of OST, but we need to ensure that access for all truly means access for all. Thank you again for the opportunity, and I look forward to answering any questions. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. And I have a copy of your statement. Yvette Selby.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, so good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Yvette Selby, and I am a proud parent of twins that are 2023 graduates of DC Public Schools who now attend college at North Carolina A&T State University and Virginia State University, majoring in mechanical engineering and animal science, respectively. I am an environmental engineer, STEM advocate, and also serve with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education on the Ward 5 Parent Leader and Advisory Boards. I am here to testify about the importance of incorporating STEM enrichment as part of out-of-school time programs. So while I'm excited about the potential positive impact of the bill, there are 3 areas I believe should be addressed to ensure out-of-school time programs function at the highest level. First, I urge the Council to update the OST needs assessment. In particular, an updated needs assessment should include a deep dive into the impact of enrichment programs on academic achievement. When my twins were in middle school, they participated in hands-on STEM enrichment programs that enhanced their critical thinking, problem-solving, and team-building skills as they built robots, remote-control cars, and designed sustainable future cities. The outcome of these programs had a direct impact on their academic progress in high school and now in college. The updated needs assessment should also include exploration of the impact of building strong relationships and supporting students' development. It would equip decision makers and advocates with the information they need to continue to make positive change in our out-of-school time programs. Second, as we expand access to out-of-school time programs, it is imperative that we shine a spotlight on middle school students. During this crucial period, many students are not enrolled in after-school programs or sports, leaving them with significant unstructured time. To address this gap, we need to prioritize these programs for our students in that age group. And in particular, STEM enrichment programs that prepare young people for advanced coursework in high school and beyond. Finally, to ensure the sustainability of OST programs, we must explore innovative funding strategies. One promising approach is to partner with local businesses and corporations to secure sponsorships. For example, Pepco STEM Lab at Cesar Chavez Public Charter Schools for Public Policy demonstrates the potential for impactful public-private partnerships and utilization of grants to build consistency in our enrichment programs. So by prioritizing enrichment, addressing the needs of middle school students, and fostering community partnerships, we can create a robust, sustainable OST system that empowers our youth to reach their full potential. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Selby. I believe Stephanie Maltz is not here. Shondell Richards.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Good day, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Shandell Richards, and I am the Chief Program Officer at Horton's Kids, a Ward 8-based organization. I'm here to add my voice to those calling for investment in universal out-of-school time programming for DC. Since 1989, Horton's Kids has been a safe haven for youth growing up in Southeast DC. We operate community resource centers in 2 geographically isolated neighborhoods, Wellington Park and Stanton Oaks. Our centers are located in the same apartment complexes where participants live, bringing assets and programming directly to children and their families. Horton's Kids help to interrupt cycles of violence and poverty and prepares participants to succeed in college, career, and life by providing positive outlets in the critical hours after school. Students enrolled in Horton's Kids are twice as likely to graduate high school on time. In 2023, we began offering programming from a third site, Horton's Hub. This space boasts 19,000 square feet of indoor and outdoor space for pre-K to 12th grade students and their families. Located a half-mile from our 2 community resource centers and near 16 additional low-income neighborhoods. Horton's Hub is a central location to deliver academic, youth development, health and wellness, and community and family engagement supports to hundreds of children and families in Anacostia annually. Every student in the district, especially the most underserved, deserve high-quality OST opportunities like those provided by Horton's Kids. The Universal Out-of-School Time Amendment Act would enable programs like ours that focus on underserved neighborhoods to expand critical services. More dedicated funding would enable us to conduct and further our school advocacy, acting as a bridge between school and home. It would allow us to double the number available spots during our Summerfest program, which is our summer program, providing a positive outlet for students during the summer and also closing the achievement gap that we see all too often. We would be able to increase exposure activities, which is critical for helping students from underinvested neighborhoods to see possibilities beyond what is available around them. It would also enable us to hire additional qualified professionals with the expertise to help close the achievement gap. In addition, it would ensure that all students receive high-quality social-emotional learning supports and students with mental health needs are connected with services. Additional funding will also enable programs like ours to recruit and retain a diverse core of mentors. This is just a short list of what is possible in the out-of-school time space with dedicated support. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. And if you could provide a copy of your statement, please. Yasmin Salina?
Yes. I'm here.
Oh,
Hi.
please proceed.
Hi, everyone. I'm Yasmin Salina, co-founder of the Hustlers Guild, an organization dedicated to empowering youth from underserved communities. Today, I'm here to talk about the critical role of OST programming to the city. With help from DC alone, we have been able to develop 250 kids for workforce development and be able to stipend them. These are middle school kids that showed up to our programming every day in the summer. We currently have a wait list of 264 students who DM us all day, call us and ask when can they get able to have the resources so we can fund them. In addition, we have been able to work in partnerships with Kramer Middle School to reduce their truancy rate and to also figure out why kids aren't coming to school and be able to incentivize them with elevated experiences. OST programming provides an immediate bridge to culturally relevant experience that aligns students with needs and their interests. This is something that school districts cannot do in real time. We are first responders on the ground that listen to kids and their needs. But like my organization, every kid does not want to enroll with us. But like the many leaders that are here, everyone has their own thing that interests the students. And this is why it is very important for them to have the needs and the funding as well. Every kid deserves an organization that is tailored to their strengths and their interests. And not only that, their cultural backgrounds. They deserve to have someone that is going to advocate for them at all times. While schools are the foundation of education, OST programs are the vehicles that drive innovation and equity in learning. As we know, equality and equity are two different things. I personally am fighting for the kids in Ward 7 and Ward 8, the ones that have the most obstacles when it comes down to the different gaps of technology, groceries, and other things that they have to face on a day-to-day. I thank you guys for your time and your interest in making sure that you are continuously looking for the commitment of our uplifting youth. And to our youth, this is how us as your educators and your advocates show up for you every day. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Salina. And if you could give us a copy of your statement, that would be beautiful. Thank you. Joanna Hardy?
Hello. My name is Joanna Hardy. I am an Air Force veteran and the founder of Guns Down Friday, a grassroots organization that stands alongside young people in the District of Columbia, particularly in Wards 7 and 8, who have been impacted by gun violence. These are kids who have been shot, who have lost friends, and wake up every day fighting to survive in a city they should feel safe in. At Guns Down Friday, we work to create hope in spaces where there's often none. We push our kids towards better opportunities, helping them heal and dream of a future beyond violence. But this year, we faced challenges we couldn't solve alone. 90% of our youth we serve couldn't participate in summer youth employment program. Not because they didn't want to, but because they missed deadlines for paperwork. Barriers that seem small, but have life-altering consequences. And without structure, without opportunities, 2 of our students, both 4.0 achievers, became victims of violence. These were kids with so much promise, but in the absence of safe, accessible programs, they became another statistic. With that said, some of the kids who were able to participate in summer youth thrived. They gained work experience, built confidence, and stayed focused during critical hours when trouble often finds our youth. Programs like this shows what's possible when resources are accessible, but too many kids are still being left behind. This is why I'm here today. Ward 7 and Ward 8 have some of the brightest, most resilient kids in the city. Yes, they face the highest barriers to opportunities. Hundreds of children are waiting to get into programs that could change their lives. And youth in these wards, those barriers feels impossible to overcome. I am asking you to please keep funding these vital programs and make them more accessible. Support grassroots organizations like Guns Down Friday, which are already trusted and embedded in the community. We are not just running programs, we are saving lives, one child at a time. I see so many residents who want to help, who want to give these kids a future they deserve, but they can't without the support. By continuing to fund and prioritize grassroots efforts, you're investing in their safety and in their dreams. Thank you, and I will turn in a copy of my speech.
Excellent. I was going to ask. Thank you. Heavenly Anderson, who I believe is online. And maybe not. Heavenly Anderson.
Hello.
Please proceed.
Greetings. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Heavenly Anderson, and I serve as the OST coordinator for the Healthy Babies Project. I'm also a native resident of Ward 8, and I'm testifying in support of about the Universal Out of School Time Amendment Act 2023. At Healthy Babies, our mission is to serve at-risk youth who are pregnant and parenting through case management, connection to resources, housing, pushing the envelope for education in our community, and ending the cycle of poverty. For 30 years, the Healthy Babies Project has changed lives of families in Ward 7 and 8, and we have serviced even generations of families. We have helped young mothers gain stability in their lives and young non-parents learn about developing skills to maintain healthy relationships and foster a community that they're proud to be a part of. As the OST coordinator, I'm dedicated towards designing programming that will empower and inspire our youth. While I'm new to the position, I'm quite familiar with what it's like to grow up in DC, specifically Ward 8. Growing up, I was not allowed to be a part of any programming because my mother feared for my safety, as she should have, because as another advocate mentioned earlier, one study showed that 2 to 6 p.m. are peak hours for youth-involved crimes to take place. And given my restrictions, I have still experienced many of my peers either losing their lives or being arrested. And while I'm grateful to be free and with breath, having only home and schools as areas of interaction throughout my teenage years prevented me from building community beyond those spaces. I did not have an outlet to feel connected to the people or places around me. That caused me to be disconnected to the things happening within my community that could impact me in the long run. When I became old enough, I took the initiative to involve myself in other spaces. That is why I stress the importance of now more than ever to ensure that these spaces outside of home and school that we create for our young people are spaces that they can fully rely on. We are grateful that the mayor and the council have allocated increases for the OST office in recent years, but as providers, we have not seen that money in the form of significant increases in our grant amounts or an increase in the number of organizations receiving funding. In order to achieve the Universal OST Act's vision of an annual 10% increase in available OST seats, increased investments must flow directly to community-based OST providers. The Universal OST bill should retain the requirement for 90% of the OST funds to be granted directly to community-based providers. We additionally appreciate the bill caps the percentage of funding for OST office overhead so more money can be spent teaching, mentoring, and nurturing our young people. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. And I do have your statement. Jen Mempara?
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for holding the hearing today. My name is Jen Mampara, and I'm the Director of Education at Fresh Farm. We've been an out-of-school time provider in the district for 5 years, extending our 15-year citywide during the school day food prints program that serves 8,000 students in 21 DC public schools. This school year, we're working with about 200 students in Title I school communities after school and during the summer. The youth we serve build social and emotional skills like teamwork and decision-making through our small group hands-on format. They build bonds with their peers and strengthen their autonomy as they work in their school vegetable gardens, learn to cook nutritious recipes, and engage in movement and art activities related to food and the environment. Parents report that food prints is their kids' favorite day of aftercare and that they don't want to be picked up early on Food Prints Day. We commend the council for introducing the Universal Out-of-School Time Amendment Act and would like to share our feedback. We support the amendment's expansion of the definition of a youth development program. It's really important that we trust experienced community-based providers and invest in their specialized offerings. We also support how the amendment prioritizes collaboration across government agencies. Our OST programming has worked in partnership with DCPS out-of-school time programs and with the DCPS summer academies, and we've seen possible interagency connections that would help serve students more holistically. I have 2 points for how we think the legislation could be strengthened. One is that we really need more flexibility around per student and dosage-based funding to acknowledge that one-size-fits-all dosage requirements are often inequitable and unrealistic and sometimes not in line with this attempt at cross-government collaboration. For example, we could provide more out-of-school time programming after school and more in the summer. We have a big team of very well-trained, talented educators who could do this, but there's very strict rules about how the program has to be implemented that don't always line up with what the schools need and that work for the schools. And the other point is that we could really appreciate it if you could add an authorization for prepayment for portions of OST grants or contracted services instead of a strictly reimbursement model. Last year, we didn't receive any payment until 4 months into the grant period, which forced our organization to float significant costs. We applaud the ambitious goals of this Amendment Act and look forward to continued partnership with the council and government agencies to strengthen our OST programming in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mampara. Caroline Smith, I believe, is online. Wrong.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Caroline Smith, and I'm a Master of Social Work candidate at Catholic University and a Ward 2 resident. I've also worked and volunteered at several out-of-school time programs in Baltimore, Maryland, Camden, New Jersey, and South Bend, Indiana. I'm testifying today in support of the Universal Out-of-School Time Amendment Act of 2023 because I've seen firsthand the profound social, emotional, and mental health benefits that these programs provide for young people. First, I want to emphasize the critical importance of social emotional learning, or SEL. SEL teaches youth how to manage emotions, set goals, build relationships, and make responsible decisions. These are not just soft skills. They are essential building blocks for success in school, in the workforce, and in life. SEL helps young people build resilience, develop empathy, and learn how to collaborate and overcome challenges. These are the skills that equip youth to navigate adversity, engage meaningfully in their communities, and become productive adults. While schools play an important role in social emotional development, out-of-school time programs are uniquely positioned to foster SEL in ways schools often cannot. OST programs provide a low-pressure environment where youth can engage in new activities without the fear of failure or judgment. This fosters personal growth, resilience, self-confidence, and a sense of belonging, all important elements of youth development. Additionally, OST programs offer lower staff to students ratios than schools typically, which enables adult mentors to provide individual attention to each child. With this personalized support, young people can develop the self-regulation and empathy they need to form positive relationships, both with peers and adults. Research shows that high-quality, evidence-based after-school programs that promote social and emotional development result in a range of positive effects. The benefits of SEL for youth extend well beyond the classroom, with improved self-confidence, increased positive social behavior, and reduced aggression. Youth with strong SEL skills are more likely to secure stable, full-time employment and are less likely to be involved with the justice system. In conclusion, OST programs help youth develop the skills they need to succeed in all areas of life. As an aspiring social worker in the district, I know we have an acute shortage of behavioral health professionals to work with our youth. OST programs help us fill the gap in tending to the social, emotional, and behavioral well-being of our young people and ensuring they are set up for a bright and successful future. I urge you to swiftly pass and fund the Universal Out-of-School Time Amendment Act in the coming council period. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, and I have your statement. Let me see a couple questions. Ms. Selena, how many kids do you serve?
How many students I serve as of right now?
Yeah,
250 students.
250 after school.
200, yes, throughout the year, yes, and summertime as well.
And how many could you serve?
With appropriate funding,
Yeah. Well, because I think you said.
we have a wait list of 264. So we give recommendations from DC agencies where kids sign up or request to come to our program. So we can support the wait list of kids, but we don't have the funding and the resources to do so.
And you said that was 264?
Yes, 264.
And Miss Hardy, how many kids do you serve?
I serve a neighborhood called 10th Place, right off of Willer Road. And it's about 150 residents in that neighborhood.
So the neighborhood has about 150. Do you have a wait list?
No, we have no wait list.
Okay. And thank you. And Miss Mampara. So Footprints has programming during the day in schools, but then you also have after-school programming.
Yeah, we have an after-school program at 2 schools right now. We could have it at many more schools. And then we have summer programming we're funded to be at 1 school in the summer, but we could be at more schools. And we have facilities at all these schools that could be used.
And I think I know what dosage is, but why don't you remind me what dosage is? Because I wanted to ask you about your statement on one-size-fits-all dosage requirements.
Yeah, so like with Learn 24 and MADC, it comes with specific dosage requirements so that for each child, you have to see them X number of days, which is usually 5 days per week. And then you have to see them for a certain number of hours per day. And the challenge is that doesn't always line up with what the school needs. Like what the school may need is to have different children come on different days of the week, or that they have maybe they have power hour for the first hour and a half. And so then we can't have them for 3.5 hours a day because they have to be in the power hour for the first hour, and then they could come to us. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it sort of does. I think it does. Well enough. Thank you, because I'm going to try to remember to ask the deputy mayor about it. Councilmember Fruman, do you have any questions?
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions, but I did want to thank all the witnesses for testifying. Ms. Amparo, the specific suggestions that you made about the bill, really, really appreciate that. We'll be in touch on those kinds of things. But to all of the witnesses, I had to step away, but I did keep the hearing on and trying to take it all in so we can do the best we can on this. Thank you.
So thank you all for your testimony, and thank you for being here in person, and those online, thank you as well. Jennifer Spate, who's a board member with Kid Power. Stephanie McGill. Stephanie Griffith Richardson. Madison DeBose. Shan Wicker.
I am here, Stephanie Griffith Richardson.
Okay.
Should I proceed?
Yes, don't start yet. Jasmine
Okay.
Brazier or Brazier. Tyrell Holcomb. And he is Vice President of External Affairs at Jubilee Housing. Andre Johnson. Jessica Kirshner. Luz Blanco.
Yes, Andre Johnson is present.
Got it. Don't start yet.
Okay.
Travis Bally. Joanna Blotner. Oh, she's around somewhere. She'll show up. Matthew Hansen, who I think is also here. Debbie Shore, who's Executive Director of Sasha Bruce Youth Work. Evelyn Joe. Kayla Higgs. Jenny Cousins. Zay Winston. Do I want to do the I'll hold off on the McFit challenge. Okay, so I'm stopping at 77. Jennifer Spate, I believe, is online.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. Again, my name is Jennifer Spate. I'm a Kid Power board member as well as a parent. Good afternoon, council members, and thank you for this opportunity to speak with you all today. As many before me have testified, OST funding is imperative and necessary. This funding should never be negotiable, but rather regularly implemented. All of these organizations, nonprofits, and parents who have come before me today, last year, years before, and still yet years to come, all in support of OST funding, have all been pleading their cases. We are asking for proper investments and support in allowing our city to grow and become a leader in this nation on learning, nurturing, and growing our children's futures. Why are we questioning providing amazing opportunities and access to great programs for at-risk and low-income or disabled children and families? Why question if we want these children and families to thrive through accessible programming? The light needs to be shed on a bigger issue. Providing more support to schools and holding contractors accountable is a start. I beg for true and transparent partnership and assistance in achieving this. As a parent turned advocate and board member, knowing what Kid Power Inc. has achieved thus far has been nothing but short of amazing. Imagine what we all can do together. With our after-school programming, which has increased classroom participation, learning engagement, leadership, and people skills and competencies based on social emotional awareness platform. Our high-impact tutoring program helps students increase their current grade level in reading, as well as gaining greater self-confidence a sense of belonging, and actively engaged learning on a regular basis. Kid Power Inc. has had issues in the past with lack of funding to help support our programming in schools who request our assistance with our Veggie Time program, a sustainable agriculture and nutrition and environmental science curriculum, and it incorporates hands-on gardening, cooking, and market options. We need help to build and add more to existing school gardens to create outdoor learning spaces for students, providing access to healthy foods, and getting kids excited about taking charge of their own health. This is not allowing us to serve our communities. Having to turn away families and children due to low to no funding is very disheartening. Not being able to support a morning mentorship program to assist with lowering the truancy rate, assist families with children of disabilities, single-parent households, to help speak life, love, acceptance, and guidance into the children who need it the most. Supporting all of our ideals will help in the advancement of economic opportunities for our children and families and continue to provide a different type of possible future for our children. Kid Power Inc. is an organization I am proud to be a part of. My only child, 13 years of age, has participated in the program and has gone and thrived as well as myself. And she wants to be an engineer, so I'm very excited about that. At Kid Power Inc., the children light the way. OST should be the priority, never the exception. I thank you for your time regarding this especially important matter.
Thank you, Ms. Spate. Unfortunately, I don't have a written copy of your testimony, if you would provide that.
I actually just sent it about 5 minutes ago.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Stephanie McGill, I think, is not here. Stephanie Griffith Richardson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, thank you. So my name is Stephanie Griffith Richardson, Ward 7 resident, and my son Langston attends Washington Global Public Charter School, Middle School in Ward 6. I'm also serving with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, PAVE, on the Ward 7 PLE board. I want to thank the mayor and the DC Council for prioritizing OST programs during the tight fiscal budget year. Despite this tight shortfall, I want to urge you to hear our plea to expand OST time programming. Overall, OST programming has had its great progress for early education students, and significant money is appropriated to older students for summer employment. But there is still much work to be done, especially for the lost middle school population. DC public and charter schools have not made many gains in academic performance for middle schoolers, and that lost sector of middle schoolers often receives the least amount of OST programming. My sixth grader, who attends Washington Global Public Charter School, is 98% Black, with the majority of his students traversing from Ward 7 and 8. Currently, Washington Global's curriculum does not provide for electives in art, music, family, consumer sciences, or other artistic programming. When looking outside of basic instructional plan to OST, Washington Global is even more in danger with little to no OST programming. The free aftercare program lacks engagement with 3 programs that most of the students are not interested in. As you know, middle school students in DC are the largest sector of children who are recruited and enticed into organized crime. 83% of parents agree that OST keeps kids safe and out of trouble. 80% of parents also agree that programs reduce the likelihood of youth will engage in risky behavior. Without adequate programming, I have seen an uptick in fights, disciplinary action, and significant student phone usage. During a recent meeting with the principals and the MPD, they have asked our school community to ensure students are going directly home after school with no programming, as they are battling a spike in thefts and robberies around the city. I am a firm believer that they need to access programs that are not only going to keep them busy, but they are engaging and enriching. My ask is to increase access to OST programs and ensure families have access to quality programs in convenient locations that meet their needs. The mayor and DC Council should expand funding and target resources to add seats close to where families already are. Increase the UPSF to individual LEAs can run and adequately support their own programs. Expand Learn 24 grants to include funding for security costs, as we are fighting for safe passage, so OST providers do not have to incur those costs. high quality training for all our government funded OSC programs to support students with disabilities, and to improve information sharing amongst programs and cost saving options. The DME should create and convene an out of school community advisory group to improve and expand access to scholarships, vouchers, financial aid, and the mayor and the DC Council should provide that funding to expand the scholarship access and change eligibility requirements as so eloquently spoken on today. So I'm asking, and I thank you for allowing me to testify and share what I see for our kids in our district. I hope you will build a balanced opportunity to make sure that more kids in the district have access to the diversity of high quality OSC programs.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I do have your statement. Madison
you.
DeBose, I believe, is not here. Cheyenne Wicker.
Hello, I'm Cheyenne Wicker. I'm available. I'm not sure about Madison, but I can go.
You're up.
All right. Did the clock already start?
Yes, please.
All right. Good afternoon, you all. Thank you for the opportunity for me to address the council today. My name is Cheyenne Wicker, and I attend Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School. I'm a young lady of poise, persistence, and intelligence, and I aspire to go to college, taking a master's in early childhood education and a minor in psychology, and I have a certification in automotive mechanics. At the moment, I'm a scholar, a novice debater for the Washington Urban Debate League, and runway model and more. But in the future, I want to be the greatest version of myself, and I'm on a relentless pursuit to achieve that. Everything that I do in my life is dedicated to gaining experience for myself, bettering my community, and being eternally successful. Even though the road to success is bumpy, it doesn't mean that it's non-existent. With the help of Healthy Babies Project, my creativity and interest can be cultivated and flourished. I have learned a lot about law, social emotional health, sexual health, and more with Healthy Babies Project. I have met lots of new people from different schools and walks of life and adults with professions that I'm interested in and am now connected with. I am blessed with the opportunity to learn long-term beneficial things alongside my peers. The Healthy Babies Project positively contributes to the community because youth are the future and they're preparing us to make the community a better place one day at a time. What we learn and discuss are beneficial to us and useful for our everyday lives. And the things that I've learned in the Healthy Babies Project are now my own goals and values, as well as a person, which makes me more and more eager to attend sessions. The Healthy Babies Project is a family-oriented space where respect is one of the main principles, and not one time have I ever experienced any form of disrespect from a peer or facilitator. Programs like the Healthy Baby Project should be implemented everywhere because its purpose is pure and favorable. It's more important to me that the district increases access to OST programs by expanding program locations. We need program options that are close to my school in Ward 7 and 8, and also to my home, Northeast and Southeast. Youth deserve multiple convenient options for programming like Healthy Babies Project and LEP program. Thank you.
Thank you. And if, Ms. Wicker, you could provide a copy of your testimony, that would be great.
Yes, I'll send it right away.
Earlier, I had noted that there were several witnesses who need a interpreter. One of them is Martin de la Fuente, and he is here. If you could proceed.
Entiendo que hay algunos testigos que necesitan de interpretación y entiendo que el señor Martín de la Fuente está aquí. ¿Puede usted proceder con su participación?
Buenas tardes, muchas gracias por la oportunidad de poder dar mi testimonio.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my testimony today.
Mi nombre es Martín de la Fuente y yo soy maestro del programa de Before and After para Barbara Chambers.
My name is Martín de la Fuente, and I am part of the Before and After program at the Barbara Fuentes.
Yo he sido testigo de cómo este programa ayuda a los niños.
I have witnessed how this program helps children.
No solamente al aprender y hacer sus tareas.
Not only while learning and doing their homework.
Nosotros les enseñamos música, ajedrez y actividades que ejercitan su mente.
We teach them music, chess, and other activities that exercise their minds,
así como dramas bilingües e incluso programación.
as well as bilingual dramas and also programming.
Por este medio hemos podido lograr un impacto positivo en la vida de los niños,
This is how we have been able to exercise a positive impact in the children's lives,
especialmente socioemocional,
especially in the social emotional aspect,
creando confianza y reforzando la autoestima de los niños.
developing confidence and the self-esteem of children.
Actividades esenciales que reforzamos lo que aprenden en la escuela y en la casa.
Essential activities that reinforce what they learn at school and at home,
Lo cual estamos seguros de que va a ser muy útil en su futuro.
which we are very confident is going to be very useful for their future.
Nos sentimos bendecidos porque ayudamos a muchas familias,
We feel blessed because we are able to help many families,
especialmente mamás solteras.
especially single mothers.
Así los padres pueden enfocarse en su trabajo y estar en paz.
This way, the parents can concentrate on their work and have peace of mind,
Porque saben que sus hijos no solamente están siendo bien cuidados, sino que también están aprendiendo.
because they know their children are not only being well taken care of, but also they are learning.
De esta manera quiero alentar al concilio de DC
But in this way, I want to encourage the DC Council
para seguir ayudando este maravilloso programa.
to keep on supporting this marvelous program.
Y de esa forma muchos niños y familias puedan tener acceso a estas oportunidades.
So many children and families can have access to these opportunities.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Next, we will hear from Jasmine Brazier.
Yes, I'm here.
Please proceed.
All right. Good morning, members of the council. My name is Jasmine Brazier, the Youth Services Director at Healthy Babies Project, an organization dedicated to empowering youth in our district through our Life Empowerment Program, as well as our crisis shelter and case management services. Our Life Empowerment Program serves as a transformative space for young people 11 to 18, equipping them with vital life skills, social emotional development tools, and career and college readiness resources. On average, we serve 60 youth through our out-of-school time programming, providing a safe and supportive environment where they can thrive. Yet overall, throughout the year, we do serve about 270 youth. Our impact is amplified through our strong partnerships with community schools like Friendship Collegiate Academy, C Public Charter School, H.D. Woodson, and Ballou High School. And together we create a strong sense of community for the youth we serve, helping them build healthy relationships, advocate for themselves, and explore opportunities in careers, higher education, entrepreneurship, and financial literacy. But these collaborative efforts empower our youth to envision and work toward a better future, not just for themselves, but their community. 98% of our youth are from Ward 7 and 8, areas that face significant challenges. But after a year of participating in our programming, our youth, 58% of our youth say that they're transitioning from unhealthy relationships to healthy relationships. And this is not just in a loving commitment, but with friends, with family, and with school. 44% that stated that they've removed themselves from those unhealthy relationships. Almost 50% of them describe their future goals as going to college or some type of higher educational programming. And 92% of our youth are aware of the career field they're interested in and some type of pathway to get there. We are grateful that the mayor and the council have allotted increases for the OST office in recent years. But as providers, we have not seen that money in the form of significant increases in our grant amounts or an increase in the number of organizations receiving our funding. Through programs like ours, though, our young people are not only able to gain these critical skills, but become agents of change. And that's why the continued support of OST funding is essential to sustaining this work. And with your backing and continued support, we can ensure that these programs remain a lifeline for our youth, empowering to grow, lead, and succeed. And we are truly committed to DC's young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brazier. And if you could provide a copy of your testimony, I would appreciate it. Is Rachel Engel here?
I'm sorry, our youth
Yes,
Madison
I'm here.
has rejoined. Oh, Madison's.
Never question the chair. Ms. Engel, please proceed.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council today. My name is Rachel Engel, and I'm the Youth Development Manager at Martha's Table. Martha's Table has been supporting strong children, strong families, and strong communities on both sides of the river in DC for the last 40 years. And as part of our latest strategic plan, based on feedback from community members, we've expanded our programs to include older youth programming focused on supporting high school teens in Ward 8 during their transition to adulthood. Teens and families in our community expressed that there were limited spaces tailored for older youth after school, and we responded by creating the Teen Lounge, which is a safe and engaging space where they can meet friends, try new activities, and have a voice. Open Monday through Friday, the Teen Lounge offers just that. From the start, the Teen Lounge was a product of feedback from youth in the community that Martha's Tables teens gave at our youth summit. And it's really special to see the teens that were part of that summit see their ideas come to life, like Kamari Marshall, who had been involved in Martha's Table programming for the last 2 years. At the youth summit, he talked about the importance of having a place to go after school, and now we're able to offer that space for him, and he's been attending multiple days a week. Beyond just a place to spend time, we've also seen him grow in confidence, leading his peers and building plans beyond high school with the help of services offered. Working with him has showed that when we listen to youth and fulfill our promises to them, they become trusted partners to us in turn, and we're able to deliver effective supportive services in the community. However, since our program has launched, we've seen our number of participants skyrocket and the need for support from public funds increase, specifically with the provision of transportation. Since we're operating out of Ward 8, the public transportation infrastructure is simply not there to provide safe, accessible transportation options for our teens to travel to and from the program. So given our direct experience with transportation issues, I'm so glad to see this legislation directs the Out of School Time Commission to address transportation barriers and solutions in their forthcoming strategic plans. And I hope this will remain a focus in future strategic plans, as this will ensure that access is shared equitably among youth across all wards. In the words of one of our participants, Amani, growing up, I didn't have the opportunity to go somewhere and do homework, so I feel like it's a good thing to have the Teen Lounge. Seeing other teens coming in, being happy, and learning together is so much fun. With the district mandate to achieve universal access, programs like ours can expand until no child in DC will have to say that they don't have anywhere to go after school. And that is when we have truly met our goals. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Well, thank you, Ms. Engel. And I do have a copy of your statement, so thank you. Madison DeBose.
She said she got kicked out. Oh, she's back.
Although she is muted.
Hi.
There we go.
Okay. Is it
Please
okay if I first
proceed.
speak now? Okay.
Hello, my name is Madison Wilson. I'm 17 years old. I live in Washington, D.C., Southeast, and I attend Bard Early College, D.C., and I am in 11th grade. How I found out about LEP is the Healthy Babies Project is through a trusted friend named Zayana. The reason why I joined LAP and Healthy Babies Project is because it is a place where I can talk and express my thoughts. I have been in LEP for a year now, and in my short time there, I have learned a lot. This past year is about healthy relationships with a partner, friend, and family, safe sets, and how to manage your money, how to write an elevator speech, and how to write an elevator speech. They also taught us how to communicate with friends and family, and also knowing your worth. We also build new connections and friends with other people in the group. The reason why I referred other people to this program is because of the list of things I learned a lot through my peers. I'm sorry. The reason why I refer to other people to this program is because the list of things I learned a lot from my peers don't know or don't care about. I feel that CLA can help people understand things that they don't know about and also answer questions that they're too scared to ask. The trips that we go on help us create new experiences and help us see more to the world. They also help us get to know each other more and deeply understand each other. LEP is different from other organizations because they are truly deeply care for us. They were always asking how our day was and how we're doing in school. They also make sure that we're in good living spaces and having a good relationship with our friends, family, and partners. Even though sometimes even though they get disrespected, they will always try their best to help out. What I hope in the future for LAP is they get bigger and bigger every day and help out more people. It is important that the district increase access to OST programs by expanding program locations. We need program options that are close to my school in Ward 7 and 8 and also close to my home, Northeast and Southeast. Youth deserve multiple opinions from options for programs like Healthy Baby Project and LEP program. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Bose. And if you could provide a copy of your statement, please do. Tyrell Holcomb, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Council Chairman Mendelson and Council Member Furman. My name is Tyrell Holcomb, and I serve as Vice President of External Affairs at Jubilee Housing. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of the University Out of School Time Amendment Act. This legislation reflects a shared goal of creating more equitable opportunities for young people in the district, and I appreciate the chance to contribute to this important conversation, especially as a native Washingtonian born and raised in Ward 7, a DCPS grad who benefited from out-of-school time programming. For over 5 decades, Jubilee Housing has been committed to creating deeply affordable housing and pairing it with services that uplift and empower our residents. Our youth programming is a cornerstone of this mission, ensuring that young people in our community have access to safe spaces where they can grow academically, socially, and emotionally. Jubilee stands with DC Action Network and its partners in advocating for this bold and necessary investment in our youth. We fully support the Universal OST Amendment Act's focus on equity, collaboration, and expansion of access. However, as a community-based provider on the front lines, I want to highlight several challenges that need attention to make this vision a sustainable reality. Stability in funding. One of the most pressing issues we face is the lack of predictability in funding. Programs like Learn24 are critical to our work, yet delays in grant disbursements create operational hurdles that ripple through every level of our organization. To truly strengthen the OST system, we need funding processes that are timely and reliable, allowing providers to plan with confidence and maintain continuity. Expanding capacity. As Jubilee grows, so do the needs of the families we serve. With 4 new properties adding 52 family units, we anticipate significant increases in the number of children needing access to high-quality OST programs. While we are excited about this growth, scaling up services requires thoughtful investments in staff, facilities, and resources. We need support to meet this demand without compromising the quality of our programming. Addressing barriers to participation. For many families, logistical challenges like transportation and scheduling can make OST participation difficult. While Jubilee provides on-site programming that minimizes these barriers for many of our residents, others in the community are not as fortunate. Expanding localized programming and addressing transportation barriers must remain priorities under the Universal OST Amendment Act. Supporting community-based providers. Organizations like Jubilee bring depth and expertise to OST programming. Our services focus on STEAM education, leadership development, and preparing young people for college and careers. However, maintaining these specialized programs requires training, infrastructure, and capacity building support. The Act's success will depend on its ability to direct resources to community-based providers, empowering them to scale their unique offerings and serve more youth effectively. Lastly, strengthening collaboration. Clear, consistent communication from OST office is essential. Providers need sufficient notice about funding opportunities and program requirements to align their efforts with the district's goals. We also encourage interagency collaboration to streamline processes and reduce administrative burdens on providers, allowing us to focus on what matters most, supporting young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't have a copy of your statement if you'd provide it.
It was submitted via the portal, but I do have an extra copy here.
It's always a mystery. Do we have it? Send it again.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to step out for a little bit. I have a meeting. Councilmember Fruman is going to preside in my absence. The next witness is Andre Johnson, and Councilmember Fruman will take over from here.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Is Andre Johnson online? Great.
Yes.
Wonderful. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Freeman, and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you all today. My name is Andre Johnson. I'm a proud Washingtonian and alum of Life Pieces to Masterpieces, a youth development and mentoring organization based in Ward 7, and I'm testifying on why expanding OST opportunities matter. Life Pieces to Masterpieces human development system is a set of beliefs and strategies that address challenges that our young people and their families face through artistic expression, increased self-awareness, and positive decision-making. Youth at Life Pieces build a positive sense of identity and develop the tools they need to navigate through challenging circumstances, prepare for their own futures, and give back to their communities. I'm a product of Life Pieces to Masterpieces. I personally have been living Life Pieces values for the last 25 years. Currently, I'm an educator in Rochester, New York, and a business owner of a sports media company. According to OST DC Polity Center 2023 OST assessment needs, thousands of youth in DC, especially Black youth, do not have access to out-of-school activities in Ward 7. Today, I'm here to tell you what a positive impact OST will have on the district by sharing with you how Life Pieces to Masterpieces for the past 28 years has impacted young men and families in Ward 7 and 8. Life Pieces to Masterpieces' purpose is to provide opportunities for African-American males ages 3 to 25 to discover and activate their innate creative abilities to change challenges into possibilities. I've been a part of Life Pieces since the summer of 1999, when my brother and I dug up a hole in the gate in Nelson Burroughs Avenue just so we can be a part of the apprentices at Life Pieces. There were literally no barriers that was going to stop us from being a part of Life Pieces to Masterpieces. Today, I not only want to share my experience and my story, I want to give you an update on the most recent 3-year evaluation. 100% of our parents believe that Life Pieces is a safe place for their sons. 96% of our parents say that their sons speak positively about their futures. 94% of our parents say that they're more confident and make better decisions. And 90% of our apprentices and life pieces to masterpieces can identify a positive male role model. And additionally, 97% improve or maintain their grade in reading. And among that, we're most proud for more than a decade, 100% of our young men who continued with life pieces to their senior year have graduated from high school, and most of have gone on to college. Life Pieces also provides free transportation and meals. Just a few seconds and I'll be done. Too many children in the city don't have opportunities according to OST 2024 report card. Only 33% of students who live in Ward 7 have access to publicly funded after-school programs. With more support from the DC government through the Universal OST bill, nearly 70% more Ward 7 students could have more access to publicly funded after-school program seats. And Life Pieces to Masterpieces can continue our strategic plan to increase our seats by 10% each year. Also, as alum, I hope Life Pieces to Masterpieces will always have the resources to grow in its ability to transform lives and communities in Washington, D.C. Thank you for your time and consideration. If you have any questions or concerns, feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Jessica Kirchner and Luz Blanco were not here. Yeah. Travis Bale.
Yes, thank you, Council Member.
Great.
Yes, good to see you. So thank you so much for allowing me to testify today. My name is Travis Bally. I'm a Ward 7 resident, and I am here today to testify in support of the Universal Out-of-School Time Amendment Act of 2023. I moved to testify because east of the river, we have some of the highest concentrations of young people in the district who unfortunately have the least access to out-of-school time slots that are near their homes. Specifically in my ward, where 85% of youth are Black, only 33% of Ward 7 youth have access to a publicly funded after-school program. Ward 7 needs 11,999 more after-school seats and 11,329 more summer program seats if my neighbors' children are to benefit from the same kind of high-quality, convenient, and affordable out-of-school time activities as I did. In my youth, I was a member of Global Kids, which inspired my lifelong interest in staying abreast of current affairs at home and internationally. My experience pushed me to take my first internship at an advocacy organization and set me on a path that has propelled my career over the past 15 years. If I did not have out-of-school time programming in my younger years, I would have lost out on countless hours of mentorship, refining my writing skills, learning how to respectfully articulate my thoughts and debate with those whom I disagree with. As the first generation in my family to graduate college, it was my out-of-school time experience which gave me the confidence and support I needed to apply to and complete all 4 years of my undergraduate experience. Even a decade before I ever set foot into an office work environment, with my out-of-school time experience, I was already learning skills that would give me a leg up when I got to my first full-time job after college. Whether it be for groceries, restaurants, or out-of-school time programs, too many times our east of the river residents, my neighbors, are told to travel outside of our communities to access the services we need. Requiring the district to create universal access to OST programs and prioritizing closing the geographic gaps in programming holds the district accountable for making public investments in our Ward 7 and 8 communities and in trusted community partners who are eager for the support to expand their capacity. Funding community-based OST providers will close gaps east of the river, meaning more jobs and more economic activity in our communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bali. Joanna Blattner.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Freeman, staff of the committee. My name is Joanna Blotner, and I'm the Government Affairs Director at DC Action. I'm a proud alumni of extracurricular after-school and summer camp experiences that helped shape who I am today as an advocate for equity and opportunity for district youth. My former DC Action colleague, the amazing Riley Danielko, and your former staffer, Elias Benda, and I worked very closely to support your office in drafting the Universal Out-of-School Time Amendment Act. And I'd like to explain a few core provisions we advocated to be included in the legislation and offer suggestions on ways to use this bill to further strengthen the district's out-of-school time system. I'm going to summarize my written testimony that has been uploaded for the record. This bill seeks to expand the mission and the duties of the out-of-school time office so that it is better positioned to achieve the goal of accessing universal OST by coordinating with our agencies and providing the kinds of capacity building that OST providers have been asking for. The legislation also ensures that community-based OST providers can continue to specialize in their various programs by amending the definition of a youth development program to read a program or service that engages youth in a variety of social, emotional, educational, enrichment, or recreational activities. As you've heard today, the bill requires the out-of-school time office to allocate 90% of grant funds to community-based organizations. That's because a common refrain we hear from OST providers is that though the budget for the OST office has increased in recent years, they are not seeing that in form of increased grants or an expansion of the universe of grantees. Another frequent concern that we have heard is that there is not sufficient notice or communication from the government agencies in terms of funding decisions that could impact their funding. That is why this act requires at least 4 months of notice before making changes to grant requirements. This act also requires standardization and robust data collection and sharing across all the different types of agencies that fund or operate OST programs, specifically the Learn24 office, OSSI, DCPS, our charter LEAs, DPR, and DOES. All of these entities must work together to standardize their data so that data is tracked in a comparable way that can also be disaggregated by race, by ward, by the needs of students to make sure that we are actually closing gaps in the most equitable ways. In terms of improvements for the legislation, we would encourage the council to consider creating a grant funding set aside for smaller community-based out-of-school time nonprofits. That way, the small nonprofits are not having to compete against larger ones and creating a more equitable playing field for folks to compete against organizations of their same size to scale up accordingly. Grantees should be guaranteed coverage, OST grantees should be guaranteed coverage of security costs that are associated with operating programs at a DC facility, including DC schools and DC rec centers. The costs of operating security or paying for security would be astronomical and debilitating to our OST providers. We have to close this political football that is happening between council and administration. The legislation should authorize the OST office and other district agencies to prepay for portions of OST grants or contracted services and require that grants be paid in a more timely manner. As you have heard already today, not having funding sustainably and predictably is a real problem for community-based, small, particular nonprofits. And though the legislation is often passed in this body without a funding source, it might be wise to include a revenue stream for this important initiative because we know how vital OST programs are for our young people. We would encourage the council to think about the recommendations proposed by the Just Recovery DC Coalition, which calls for making sure everyone is paying their fair share in the district so that all folks have the opportunity to thrive. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions about the details of this legislation.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember Freeman. My name is Matthew Hanson. I'm a Ward 7 resident. a member of the Out of School Time Commission, a proud parent, and the Chief of Staff at DC Action. I'm here today to urge the Council to pass and fully fund the Universal Out of School Time Amendment Act of 2023, so all district youth will have access to the free, safe, supportive, and enriching opportunities and programs they want and deserve, both when the school day ends and during summertime. As a member of the Out of School Time Commission, I want to call attention to the fact that our commission set a goal in our most recent strategic plan to achieve universal out of school time and close the gaps identified by the DC Policy Center in their recent needs-based assessment. This is an ambitious but achievable goal. I also want to go out of my way to appreciate the thoughtfulness and the hard work that the Office of Out of School Time and the Commission put into this effort every single day. However, without the backing of this legislation and increased funding, we won't be able to achieve this important and necessary goal, leaving tens of thousands of families critically underserved unless policymakers take action. The commission was created to ensure that members of the wider community had a voice in the development of out-of-school time policy. While this is important, we need to remember that the commission does not have the power to facilitate collaboration among government agencies, uniformly collect and analyze all of the data we need to truly assess youth, family, and programming needs, much less allocate or raise revenue to increase funding for programs to meet the demand for them. The Out-of-School Time Office must take responsibility for all of this work. This legislation would transform the office from an entity that provides funding and collects data to a robust hub that would coordinate, promote, and improve funding and offerings across district agencies, conduct and publish program analysis, and support providers in expanding their programming, as well as administer funding. The office would provide technical assistance to providers to enable organizations to increase accessibility to students with special needs, English language learners, and youth who have been involved in foster care and the juvenile justice system. The commission would continue to have an important role to play in the sector, but one that better recognizes our volunteer membership and authority. The commission would still be responsible for the ongoing development of strategic plans while expanding our purview to ensure future strategic plans provide guidance to the office on removing barriers to programming, for example, transportation, enrollment hurdles, and more, ensure program quality and content meet the needs of youth interest, and guaranteeing accessibility to youth with special needs. This bill would help the commission do this by expanding its membership and providing a more meaningful stakeholder perspective on the commission. We know that out-of-school time programs are instrumental in bolstering young people's social and emotional health, academic achievement, and attendance, as well as community safety. I have seen my own child thrive in them as he gets to explore his interests and find his way in life, and I urge the council to pass and fully fund this important legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Engel? Oh, did you? Okay. I think that completes this panel. Is there anybody else waiting online? She may try to join at 2:30. All right, wonderful. So I'm going to have some questions. Starting Terrell, I'm trying to picture how you do the programming. So Jubilee Housing, you may have a building or site with kids of all different kinds of ages there. How does it work? Do you have a program that serves just that building and it serves a cross-section of ages? What's the mechanic?
Yeah, so it's a cross-section of ages. So we have a program that's called Early Start, which is for our younger toddlers. Then we have a middle-age program called Activity Zone. And then we have a program that's for our teens, which is the Teen Center. So, and the programming is ran out of sites that we own and operate. So each of the three individual programming sites are within different buildings that we own in the Adams Morgan community.
I see. So it's serving multiple buildings. So it's not just one program program for a single building, but you have some programs in different places that draw from all of your buildings
Yes.
that happen to be in proximity to each other?
Happen to be in proximity to each other, but then we also have some community residents who don't reside on Jubilee properties that participate in our programming. And then we also have summer programming as well, summer camp programming. Really great program. We have an end of the year opportunity to go on a canoe trip as well for some of the young people. I got to do that this summer. But it is open. We do have the capacity. Well, let me not say we have the capacity. We are strict in terms of where we are capacity wise right now. We are, as mentioned earlier by my colleague, going through some growth, which will create opportunity for some more seats between our Jubilee families as well as the surrounding community as well.
Right. So that's helpful to understand. One of the things that people talk about, and I will, Johanna and Matt, I'll be asking you about this, is question of transportation and the challenges that might pose because so many kids go to school not in their nearby neighborhood. How does it work for you? Because you probably have kids who are in schools in lots of different places. What time does your program start? How do the kids get to your programs?
Yeah, so I think the biggest piece for us is our motto as an organization is rooted in justice housing, which is that we're providing housing for residents that are in communities where you have the access to supportive services as well as amenities. So quality schools, quality grocery stores, et cetera, et cetera. The biggest piece for us is that we have a lot of our young people who go to school within the community in which we're serving. So it's not a challenge or an issue of them going to scattered sites in terms of schools. I think the challenge gets a bit greater as you get to middle school and high school, as I saw as a young person who went to 2 different high schools in my scholastic career. But mainly because of the need from a programming perspective or the desire for young people to want to participate in different programming, et cetera, et cetera. I was a baseball player, wanted to play football eventually. And so things like that. And so families make decisions based on that. But for us, in terms of our young people coming directly to us from a community perspective, as well as from the young people who reside on our sites.
So again, it's fascinating. So I guess neighborhood schools in the Adams Morgan area, Marie Reed, H.D. Cook, is that where many of your kids go? And so then are there programs at those schools as well?
There are programs at those schools as well.
So your folks who live in a Jubilee residence could choose between the program that is at their school or come to a program? Yeah.
Yes, they could choose between a program at their school or on a Jubilee site. We do have some young people who have gone from participating in our Early Start program and gone all the way through our teen program, as well as participating in our Jubilee to College program as well.
And one of the things that I wonder about, and you might have visibility into it in a microcosm kind of way, is who are we missing? And you probably are aware of how many kids there are in your communities. And so some of them are in your program, some of them are in one of the programs at the schools. Some of them may be playing sports, some of them may have jobs. Do you have a sense of how many of the kids in your community don't have anything?
I think the area where the need isn't in the young people who we aren't reaching. It's more in the seats and the capacity we have for the seats, right? It comes down to a funding perspective. And we've at a particular point had to have say to parents and community residents, we don't have capacity from a seats perspective because the funding isn't there for us to have the seats.
Okay. Well, that's part of what we're trying to do. So
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Joanna, the grant, the idea of a grant set aside for smaller nonprofits, that's not in the bill now. But that's a thing that you think we should be adding into the bill?
Yeah, so this is actually feedback that we've received from members of our Out of School Time Coalition that I thought it might help to make the grant process more equitable by making sure that as we look at one pot of grant money, oftentimes, a grant is going to look more competitive. It can serve more youth. You can do more with the money. And that's not necessarily fair to our smaller organizations. Our smaller organizations also tend to be in less well-resourced wards. And so making sure that we are having an ability for organizations to compete against other organizations of similar size and scale would help to create a level playing field so that we can be investing in both, you know, the amazing work of a DC Scores to expand their footprint and making sure that a Children's Legacy Theater type program that's smaller, Ward 8 based, can also expand their footprint and serve more kids in Ward 8 or serve more, you know, kids in Ward 1 with Jubilee Housing, and making sure that we are addressing both needs simultaneously to grow the capacity of all the different types of organizations that work with our youth so successfully.
So well, let's keep up the conversation on that. We had a hearing on DPR on field usage, and it was interesting because there are some big players out there, and then there's some new players, and there's a kind of historical preference in terms of the allocation of fields, which makes sense in order to have stability, but on the other hand, can discourage innovation and new ideas. And so I hear you on what you're trying to do with that and how much of a set aside that is, how that would operate. I think let's pick up the conversation on that. A different idea that was raised in some of the testimony was the idea of grants to teachers who wanted to create a club. And I wonder what your reaction to that idea was. I think it was State Board of Education member Goulet who raised it first thing in the morning.
So long ago now. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the wonderful thing about DC is that it has so many different providers out there already, many of whom are already under-resourced and, you know, struggling to provide great services. So there's a strong likelihood that for any of the clubs, any of the initiatives that a teacher would like to bring to their school, that there may actually be an OST providing organization with a set curriculum that they can plug into and help to leverage into a really successful model for their school. There's nothing that necessarily would prohibit this bill from wanting to grant to teachers, though I do think our grants tend to go toward organizations, and like you need to have a, I don't know, tax status to apply for grant awards. So certainly there's some logistics to work out between, is it the school that's applying, is it the teacher? But you know, there are many other, again, organizations that are equipped with capacity, equipped with the training resources, the materials, the kind of high quality type of engagement opportunities that teachers can plug into to work with our youth and make sure that all of them are served. And a really important part of this legislation is making sure that there is better coordination between all the different stakeholders in the OST space. So, you know, bringing DCPS more to the table, bringing the charters more to the table under the coordination arm of the OST office could help to make sure that we are understanding where the interest is out there in terms of providing services and where the needs are, and making sure that, again, we are breaking down the silos that often happen within government operations.
All right, thank you for that. And it's, again, it's a thing that we should be exploring between now and when there's an eventual markup. A different thing, and I don't know if it's a legislative thing, and I think you and I have spoken about this, is in Ward 3, where I live in, where my children grew up, and often there are PTA organized after-school programming, but there's a challenge in that often their tuition, there's a tuition requirement, and you don't want to leave behind anybody. And so I don't know how we deal with that, because, you know, I've had folks come up to me and say that they don't think that they're living in Ward 3, they lived in another ward and have a you know, moderate means, and they say, where I was before, there were more services for my children than there are now. I don't think I want to upset the apple cart and try to have grant-funded after-school programming throughout in Ward 3 in that way, but I also don't want to leave people behind. So could there be a way to have funding set aside as say a scholarship program that would help folks to participate in qualifying programs at the school they attend, as an example?
I am pretty sure that the OST office has actually done that in the past. Matt may know
I think so.
more about that.
I couldn't speak to the, I don't think I can speak to the detail of that. I know that there was an effort in recent years to expand scholarships for students with special needs so that they could gain better access to the programs that they want, since they're not always conveniently located or school-based. I'm not sure about the relationship between a scholarship program for a PTO administered out-of-school time program.
Well, that's interesting though. So the idea is out there, and that could be the kind of thing that we could all work together, whether it's legislatively done or in some other way. That could be an issue that we could try to address.
Yeah, and I would definitely bring that up with Dr. Lowe and Deputy Mayor Kine to see what the status of that scholarship fund was, if it's still existing, and if not, why not? What was the outcomes, and kind of who was applying, what was the uptake, to understand, again, was it working? How can we improve it?
Okay. You raised security, and this is, again, a thing that came up at the recent hearing about field usage, and we've had a number of scares around security costs in recent years. But where are we right now on security costs? Are programs being charged by DCPS for security costs, or what is the posture that we're in, that it's been menaced in the past and we're worried about it coming again in the future, and we want to make sure it doesn't come in the future?
Yes. I think the premise here and the value here that we want to lift up is that OST providers cannot just come up with thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars in some cases overnight to pay for costs that they were not expecting previously. They have limited budgets, limited fundraising prospects, and they have youth who are already enrolled in their programs, usually preparing to start within a couple weeks of when they are in these scary postures. We don't want to have additional anxiety, additional financial stress on community-based organizations that are working to develop our young people. It is my understanding that for out-of-school time programs that have established partnerships and building use agreement forms with our different DCPS schools and DPR rec facilities, that specifically in the school context, that the DC government is absorbing the school security costs that are associated with running a program on site at a school facility. It's also, I think, important to remember that, oftentimes there are after-school clubs happening on campus. There is after-school homework help. There might be, a community meeting happening at the school at the same time. An OST provider is not the only person using the building after school hours. And so having centralized pay for of security costs is very helpful and smart strategically for, administrative purposes, for budgeting and otherwise, for that to be absorbed. We would hope that would be the case going forward, that it's just always an assumed cost, that it's not being passed on to these community-based organizations. I think there should be a conversation as well, potentially, about organizations that maybe need to come into a school on a occasional basis, but are not there on a regular basis. What happens of all the costs that go into facility rental? Is it truly accessible for these nonprofits, whether it's a discounted rate or absorbing security costs or something, to make sure that the cost of using facilities that should be public facilities for the public good are not, again, cost prohibitive for our community-based providers. And I believe that the security costs are covered for all of our providers who have building use agreements that were signed last year, before the start of the school year. And hopefully that is, again, not an issue we run into in the upcoming budget year or ever again.
Okay, well, great. So this is, and this is becoming a concern for me on other things. We don't want the cost of security, which is necessary because we need everybody to be safe, to become a barrier to delivering services that we think are really important or to creating opportunities that we think are really important. And so getting our arms around the security cost issue is important here, but it's important in other kinds of contexts. A number of the providers who spoke have school-based programs, so they're serving, as I understand it, just the kids who are at the school at which they're operating. How typical is it that there might be a program at one school that is serving kids from many schools?
That is a good question, and I am not sure I'm the right person to answer.
Maybe I should have asked that to everybody along the way. Because a different issue that's come up is transportation. And transportation is a challenge. We don't provide transportation for school. Do you have, one of the things, and I'm going to start asking you about things that I take it from the administration are reservations that they have on different topics, and I want to try to get your reaction on some of these things. I think they would say, we want to create programs close to where people are so that transportation is not a requirement in the same sort of way. And that's one answer to this question. Another is to try to provide transportation between places, which in a city where, you know, people are moving around a lot to go to different schools is a challenge. But how do you think we should be thinking about I get the challenge of transportation, but what kinds of things should we be thinking about as solutions in the transportation space?
Sure. Well, first, I do want to lift up that in the legislation, one of the requirements of the strategic plan that would be, you know, forthcoming from the Out of School Time Commission is that they look at issues like transportation and not only the challenges and the barriers they provide, but also what are the solutions that the strategic plan can be offering to make sure that programs truly are accessible, whether they are close to school, whether they are close to home, and thinking about transportation, not just in the, you know, is a program located conveniently to public transit, but is it safe to get there as well? You know, as we think about the darker hours in the fall and throughout the school year, you know, is it safe to commute home afterwards? Is there, you know, I'm going to use the term safe passage. I don't mean the exact program, but is like safe passage on the way home a reality? I do think this is the exact kind of thing that the OST Commission should be considering and thinking more about. And another part of the legislation is that it includes an expansion in the OST Commission seats to include 2 additional youth voices, dedicated youth voices, and 2 parent voices. I think we really need to be bringing in our young people and our parents to provide this kind of insight into what are the solutions that are needed, what are the barriers, what would make programs, transportation a reality? Is it that they need more money on their Kids Ride Free card? Is it that they, you know, need door-to-door service? Is it a dedicated bus route for a ward to go between, you know, key rec centers and schools or something along those lines? But I think, you know, parents and youth are going to be the folks who have the best perspective on what is going to be helpful in making sure that programs, if a seat exists, they can physically get to and from it safely. But funding will also be probably part of that as well, needing to fund some transportation services.
That's really helpful. So, I mean, the idea is this is an issue. We're hearing about it. And so not that you have all the answers today, you want the answers to come up from the community, but that there's a mechanism to be thinking about this and coming up with proposals to try to tackle it. That's very helpful.
If I could maybe just add one thing to what my colleague Joanna was lifting up. I mean, I think that this is part of the importance of really strengthening the Office of Out of School Time to make sure that we're able to collect and better analyze a wider and more uniform array of data and information. So the needs-based assessment that the DC Policy Center just produced for us, that was from 2023. The last one we had was from 2017. The 6-year gap where we didn't have great information to work with. And as we have talked about trying to close the window from for the needs-based assessments that we produce, the biggest challenge that we run into is that we can't get data from other agencies, and it's really hard to make an informed decision in terms of where we think we should be prioritizing investments, and also to better understand what those challenges or transportation hurdles might look like. You know, for some folks, it might be they really want school-based programs. For others, as Joanna was saying, you know, it might be better to have something that's not school-based that folks can commute to after the school days, so they're closer to home and are able to make their way home safely after their programs.
All right, again, very helpful. You can imagine the government witnesses will be coming on soonish, we'll see. And whenever they see a prescribed percentage, they don't say, "Oh, great, that's useful." So I wonder if you could speak to, and you did a little already in your testimony, but the idea of a 7% cap on administration, then 90% to the CBOs, and this is going to be a topic that will be the subject of back and forth. And so I'm curious, I want to give you the opportunity to speak directly to it before it gets spoken directly to in a different way.
Sure, thank you. So in terms of the 90% to community-based organizations, again, that was really in response to what we were hearing from community-based providers, that they are not feeling the additional funding trickle down to them in the terms of larger grant amounts, or seeing new partners in the space be brought in as publicly funded programs. And so they would like to make sure that as the district is increasing the amount of money, ideally, for out of school time programs, that it is flowing directly to community-based providers. And while this bill is specific to the OST office, I should mention that, you know, this past budget year, we did fund, I think, $3 million for Events DC to do OST sports-based programming. In the past, we've funded, I think, around $3 million as well for DPR for OST community programs. And again, it's not clear if that is grants to community organizations, if that is programs that they are running in-house. There's just not a whole lot of transparency. But, you know, we want to make sure that that money that is seen in the budget is truly flowing in the form of real grant dollars and investments in our communities to scale up their services. The 90% was a number that was already in law related to sub-grantees and subcontracts. That money must be passed on, like 90% of it must be passed on in XYZ way. Somewhere in Section 5 of the bill or the law, it has that. So we use the 90% for alignment purposes. You know, I think this is really ripe for conversation with the Deputy Mayor's office and with Dr. Lowe of what is the right amount. But clearly there is desire from our community-based organizations to be able to scale up their services and to make sure that they have the public resources they need to do that. In terms of the 7% amount, a little bit was, let's see, a little bit was taken from the idea that we want to make sure that there is some level of a cap, that we are not just entirely funding district government overhead, and that, again, allowing the money to flow to program providers. Another component of the thinking there was, I believe, looking at the budget amounts from past couple budgets of what was coded for grants, what was coded for staffing, for other parts of what is typically government overhead, and 7% was about the right amount. Maybe it was like 6.9 that we found was what they were spending. So, you know, trying to look at the numbers that were being used already for district government overhead. And then I think just trying to think about what we've seen in other parts of law when we put administrative caps in, sometimes it's like often between, I would say, 3, 5, maybe 10% administrative cap. But this is, again, let's look at the data. Let's see what's been spent. Let's figure out what it would cost to do the capacity building and how much that goes into overhead. And let's figure out what the right number is to land on for a final bill.
Wonderful. A different thing that's sort of related is the idea of fee paying, which is a thing I want to explore. And that, I think, grows out of this delays in payment that have happened over time. But I'm curious what the experience is in the sector now. Are they getting better at paying more quickly, or is the problem persisting at the same kind of acuity?
I don't know if there's anybody else on like the Zoom panel that maybe is a provider and can speak to it directly. I can certainly provide anecdotal evidence, but I've been talking a lot. Is there anybody else who has experience with the timely payments?
No, not for the timely payments, but for a few other things that was mentioned. But after that, definitely chairman would definitely like to mention on the transportation and things of that sort, but we can wait until after it's mentioned about the payments.
Thanks. So I think in terms of payments, this is something that we hear not only in the OST space, but in our youth homelessness space. Almost any district government agency that is funding to direct service providers has delays in payments. Most of those delays, I do believe, stem from the process that they go through with payments in the OCFO operations. So, this is not necessarily a critique of the OST office or DHS or anyone else that we hear from, but there's clearly something systemic going on that is delaying payments or making things difficult to be processed in a timely way. Which is why some of the prepayment ideas would be incredibly helpful to say, we've agreed to grant to you, we believe in your services, we want you to succeed. Here is a, initial payment up front, similar to how we pay for our schools and our charters, where we pre-fund them before the school year begins, because our fiscal calendar year doesn't start until October, but that we are prepaying you so that you have the ability to make payroll, pay the rent, do the things that you need to do to be a successful organization. And then, to begin to work on how do we make sure that payments are made in timely ways, whether that's 30 days, 20 days. Ideally, that would be, I think, a huge help for a lot of programs. But certainly, I think last year we were hearing delays of months, quarters, entire program semester terms going by without being paid. And that is very, very hard when you are a nonprofit and you have to pay your staff, you have to pay the rent, you have to pay the insurance, all of the other things that go into operating a successful business.
And I do think the parallel to how the schools operate is helpful. That is, they face the similar kinds of challenges and we address it in a certain way. Okay, I'm getting ready to leave you alone, but I do have one last category, which is there's been and then Mr. Johnson, I'll turn to you for the things that you had on your mind that you wanted to raise. There's been a fair amount of testimony about special education and how we best make sure we're serving the kids appropriately. And there were some specific, and I don't know if you were here taking notes of the very specific suggestions. I don't know if you have a reaction on that set of issues. I will say we will want to come back and be talking with you about how best to address this. Actually, there were some changes made to the legislation after the rollout because folks raise these kinds of issues, but I'm curious how you're seeing those issues and how we can strengthen the bill in order to make sure we're serving everybody appropriately.
Sure. Yeah. I am not an expert in special education needs. I'm very grateful for AJE for being out here and testifying, and for others for bringing up ways that we can strengthen legislation. And we are very grateful to you, Councilmember Fruman, for working with us to get some of those concerns into the bill as introduced before it was filed. Yes, I do think digging into the legislation, figuring out the ways that we can better make sure that every student's needs are met, accommodated, that the OST office has the supports it needs to do the capacity building and to, pull in its partners from the Office of Disabilities and the Office of Deaf, Blind, Hard of Hearing. How do we leverage the expertise in our district government already to make sure that programs are accessible? What are the services at OSSI and special education that they can provide as capacity building and training? So there's definitely more that we can be doing to strengthen the legislation, make sure that it is meeting the needs of all of our youth, and that we are helping our organizations to build the cultural competence and the capacity to serve those youth. And I will also say part of that, in some cases, may require some facility funding to make sure facilities are fully accessible for youth with mobility challenges or otherwise. And so, capital style funding was not, I think, originally considered in legislation. It might be something that we need to think about as well for reintroduction. So happy to work with you on that.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much. Mr. Johnson, you had chimed in that there were some other things that were on your mind that you wanted to raise as issues, and so I want to give you that opportunity.
Well, thank you, Councilman. Just a few things. So I know you mentioned and asked one of the other panelists as well. Just wanted to touch base quickly about some things that Life Pieces to Masterpieces have been doing for the last 28 years, as you mentioned. As you touch base about like, how do you handle with my brother with the Jubilee program? How do you handle different students in different schools and things of that sort? Life Pieces for the last 28 years, and I know it wasn't directed towards me or Life Pieces to Masterpieces, but Life Pieces for the last 28 years have done a great job of that as well. Right now, currently, Life Pieces have over 130 apprentices, young men, a part of 2 locations right now, Drew Elementary School and also a new site, that being in Ward 7, H.D. Woodson High School. So both principals, Life Pieces is very appreciative of that. As you mentioned about transportation, but since I was 7, 32 now, an educator in Rochester, New York, Life Pieces has had the opportunity through different funding and grants to provide free transportation from school. So initially, Life Pieces served apprentices in Ward 7 and 8, but I grew up in Ward 5 as well. So I grew up in Ward 7. At one point, my mom moved to Ward 5. I went to McKinley Technology High School, graduated from McKinley Technology High School, but went to elementary and middle schools in Ward 7. And every opportunity Life Pieces will provide for us to be picked up, understanding, as our other panelists mentioned, about safe zones and just transitioning throughout the district, how those things have been how Life Pieces have been handling those situations. And I think just being aware, and that's maybe a good point and emphasis of someone to speak with, it definitely will be Life Pieces in regards to handling some of that transportation. Another thing that you mentioned is special education, right? I am an educator up here in Rochester, New York, but I also have a certification in special education. So been a vital key to Life Pieces to Masterpieces success in helping students with 504 plans and of course, IEP, individual educational plans. But not only is that a key in many of our programs, many of our students that many of our organizations may serve have behavior intervention plans, or AKA BIPs, right? Where you're trying to balance and handle so many different things. Life Pieces over the last 10 years have done a great job of bringing in apprentices with different backgrounds to continue to support the special education component, as well as we recognize and identify that they are vital and everyone is vital, but they are vital in not leaving a seat unopened for them, even though regardless of a IEP or a 504 plan. But I just wanted to make sure I just had a few seconds to just mention those things and just let you all know that we all will continue, and I hope through continued funding and things of that sort, that, every organization continue to benefit from the Universal Out of School program.
All right, really appreciated it. I mean, I think that goes to what Ms. Bonner was suggesting, is that we need to draw on the expertise that's in the community about how to tackle these issues, which is part of what the legislation seeks to do. So thank you very much for that. I don't have anything more for this panel, but thank you for your testimony. And I think we'll move to try to call the next panels.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to go back on the list that Debbie Shore, are you there? Wonderful. Evelyn Joe.
Hello.
I'm sorry. Do you want to, are you Evelyn Joe? Would you like to testify?
This is Debbie Shore. I would.
Okay. All right, wonderful. I'll keep calling. Kayla Higgs.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Great. Janny Cousins. Zay Winston. Max King. Angie Portillo. Troy Ward. Great. Logan Thompson. Nathaniel Starks. Yeah, that's. Are there others online, or are they not online yet? Jackie Carter. Great. Zion Fields. Ricardo Wood. Oscar Bob. Any of these others? What's it?
Hello, I'm Logan Thompson. I'm online now.
You are online? Wonderful, Logan. Some of these may be students who are not quite out of school, and so it may make sense to go through the people who are online right now and then give them a chance to see whether they're available. Is that right? Okay. So thank you very much. With that, Debbie, sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Fruman, thank you so much for having this hearing. My name is Debbie Shore, founder and executive director of Sasha Bruce Youth Work, a youth and family services agency who has for 50 years served youth who are homeless or in need of support. We provide outreach, shelter, transitional living, and community-based programs aimed at keeping youth in school, learning life skills, and improving the trajectory of their lives. We also support families in doing so. We have provided after-school programming in various communities ever since we've been in existence because of the importance of this approach to a well-rounded youth services system. I am here to provide my wholehearted support to the Universal Out-of-School Time Amendment Act, aimed to enhancing and expanding our out-of-school time opportunities for young people, especially those who are at greatest risk. Our program provides wonderful opportunities for young people at Phelps, Play Terrace, and in the summer at Ballou High School. We offer a curriculum aimed at teen pregnancy prevention, helping youth with schoolwork, offering opportunities for civic engagement. We have had great participation and are able, because of the relationships that we have built, to provide other counseling and case management supports as needed. We try to always include various cultural enrichment trips for our young people as well. I think you need to look no further than the excellent report done by DC Action about the distribution and importance of out-of-school time activities in our city for the essential reason that there is need to do more. to open the doors for more young people to get the essential benefits that that quality after-school programs provide. There is an issue of parity in their report, which translates to an issue of equity. The enhancements should be done, in my view, with a lens towards providing more services where the need is greatest. And the report shows that very clearly. We are facing an uncertain future. I think we are all concerned for what this is going to mean for young people and our entire city. But I think we have to be especially concerned about young people and who live in families who are struggling and who live in communities where there are many opportunities for engaging in negativity. Increasing the openings for young people to a safe and productive time after school helps to form a pathway towards their growth and development and for the entire city. There are many priorities that the council and the mayor need to balance, but investment in these programs has the potential for some of the greatest impact on many of the social ills which we pay for so many-fold down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Angie Portillo. Want to give her one more try?
I think Angie's trying to join. She's one of our students, but she's not up on the panel.
While she sorts it out, Kayla, do you want to proceed with your testimony?
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you all for the opportunity to testify before the council today. So my name is Kayla Higgs, and I'm the current program coordinator at Mikvah Challenge DC. I'm also a resident of Ward 6. I'm testifying in strong support of the Universal Out of School Time Amendment Act, and I wanted to also share my personal experiences with OST programming and how it benefits our young people that we currently serve. I am a former DCPS student. I went to Eastern, so yeah. So Mikvah Challenge DC, we're a civic education nonprofit, and we're dedicated to empowering our young people to become informed and active citizens in their communities and in their society. So we achieved this here in DC through 2 of our youth councils. One of them is our Student Voice Council, which meets every week on Tuesday, and that's in partnership with DCPS, and they address issues around school culture and climate. And then our other council is our Safety and Justice Council, which focuses on creating a safer and more just city for our youth. And so when I was a senior in high school, I was introduced to Mikvah Challenge by a counselor. We only had one council back then, which was our Elections and Action Council. We didn't receive any stipends. We received community service hours, but I think what was invaluable about the experience is the skills I gained and also the other experiences which I still carry with me today. So Mikvah was basically the catalyst for my passion in politics. I went to school for politics. I now have a BA in global affairs from Trinity Washington University. And I've taken on many internship opportunities in the field, one of which was in that building with Councilmember Charles Allen. And I got that through the Mikvah Challenge Summer Fellows program. And both being in Mikvah and interning in the political field and going to school for it furthered my love and passion for politics and also like fueled my professional development in the field. And so now I work full-time with Mikvah Challenge, and I'm able to see the changes it makes in our young people, the similar changes it made for me, specifically in building my self-efficacy skills and advocating for people and my love for social justice. And so thanks to increased funding, Mikvah Challenge was able to expand to 2 councils now, which I mentioned earlier. We're able to provide actual stipends for our students, which allows them to, it provides them an incentive and lets them know that we care about their hard work. We're also able to provide weekly meals and snacks, as well as the community service hours and a variety of civic engagement experiences, one of which is field trips. We just went to Philadelphia so our students could get engaged in the election. So that was super cool. And so these enhancements have significantly elevated the quality of our programming and has really leveled us up. And I'm confident that other organizations who experience increased funding can attest that it does help with quality of programming. And so through our programs, our students develop critical life skills, social emotional skills, self-efficacy skills, public speaking, networking, resilience, and most importantly, confidence to speak their mind and share their voice. And so we have the data, but I also have the firsthand experience seeing these young people grow throughout our programming. We have students who start in 9th grade and finish in 12th, and we just see the transformation in the way they advocate for themselves and their peers, and also like their passions are just fueled. So in addition to like personal development, another key aspect of our programs is connecting young people with adults who have the ability to make decisions. So that also just shows them that adults in their community care about them greatly, and they also just feel like super empowered to share their voices and take action. And so just yesterday, we had our first ever Safety and Justice Council Roundtable of the year. And a civic partner actually from MPD was so moved, he wanted to basically reinstate some programs that have been dormant at MPD to basically integrate MPD and young people in our community together. And so it was such a powerful moment for our young people and for us as MICVA staff, because we know that our young people are fueling programs and decisions made by adults in their community, and they can see that as a positive change. So MICVA is just one program in the many programs provided for out of school time across the city, but more youth in our city should have access to out of school time programming, quality programming that'll actually foster their growth, build confidence, build life skills, and just give them a place of belonging, really. So with additional funding, we can hopefully expand out of school time programming for young people in the city. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Is Angie joined? Angie?
Yes,
Thank you.
I'm here.
Wonderful. Thank you. If you're ready to testify.
Okay, it's just a little bit loud. Okay. Did you know that out of school programs help students in many ways? It helps them to become more social, helps them to improve their behavior, and helps students who are struggling with mental health. Good evening, my name is Angie Portillo. I am a junior that studies at Theodore Roosevelt High School, and I care about out of school programs. I have participated in many programs ever since I was in elementary school, but I am currently participating in MICVA Challenge and Liberty Promise. Every Tuesday, I look forward to participating in MICVA, and I wouldn't like that feeling to ever be taken away from me. You must be wondering why I care about out of school programs, but if only you knew how much it has helped me. Out of school programs has helped me become more social, has helped me improve my mental health, and when I was giving up in school, people I met in programs I was in helped me to stay focused in school. Today, I will be discussing how out of school programs can help students' mental health and how it could bring juvenile crime rates down. This affects me and my peers, my community. We all become afraid of going out. According to the DC Council member, Robert White Jr., between 2016 and 2022, the police department officers' average annual arrests are of 2,235 juveniles under the age of 18. Juvenile crime rates increasing is an issue. It is not only affecting them, but also our community. Mental health is a huge thing teenagers struggle with. Mental health rates are also increasing, including suicide rates. Out of school programs can bring juvenile crime rates down by being somewhere other than the streets. It can also improve their behavior. Out of school programs can also benefit students that are struggling with mental health by hanging out with their friends, focusing on something else that other than the issues, and doing something they are genuinely interested in. If the council really cares about the community, I urge them to not give up on the out-of-school programs and expand the out-of-school programs. The parents that suffer seeing their child going through a hard time, the students and society, they will expand out-of-school programs and without a doubt to help all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Troy Ward.
Hello. Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. I'm ready to go. So, in 2023, an estimated 274 lives were lost to gun violence alone in Washington, D.C. This is not unordinary, however, as the homicide rates within D.C. have been on an incline since 2017. My name is Troy Ward. I am a senior attending Dunbar High School, and I have been since my 9th grade year. In Dunbar, many students are a part of out-of-school programs that, while on the surface may simply provide them a career and networking opportunities, it is much more than that. These activities allow students to express themselves in an outlet completely distant from the world around them. Many of our students, including myself, have lost loved ones to the gun violence plaguing the city. This problem has even led to the culmination of a remembrance wall for the students that have passed in the Law Academy to gun violence in my school. In my testimony today, I will speak on 3 topics that scale how influential this change could be if we do remove out-of-school events: crime, the OST benefits, and mental health. These out-of-school events provide the youth with a chance to be something greater than we constantly see around us. There are individuals that I know that have personally planned their whole lives out of out-of-school interests. If we force these mentally scarred children, and desensitized ones as well, to give up on the thing that makes them open their eyes in the morning, it will only result in the damage of our own community, as well as their own. Our city is filled with individuals suffering from trauma, depression, anger, that will love nothing more than to exact those feelings on the world around them. And more often than not, those individuals are teenagers forced to be early adults. So what does all this even mean? Well, if the defunding of out-of-school events occurs, I can imagine we will live in a state of anarchy, one caused by declining education and increasing rates of crime in teens, as well as newer generations of children being raised in broken family dynamics. So to avoid losing the birthplace that myself and others hold so much love towards, I believe the council should observe how much we already suffer from uneducated, unmotivated, but most importantly, mentally lost individuals, and question if saving on expenses is worth a life. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Troy. Logan Thompson.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm ready. Imagine if every student in DC had a safe place to go to after school, a space to explore their passions, find mentors, and build career readiness skills needed to succeed in our growing economy. Out-of-school time programs aren't about just keeping students busy. They're about giving students like me the space and opportunity to grow. Now, who am I, you may ask? Hello, I'm Logan Thompson, a senior at School Without Walls High School. My journey with OST programs began as a child through Beacon House. It was more than just an after-school program. It was a safe space where I connected with neighborhood friends and found encouragement to open up and explore new opportunities. These early experiences gave me the confidence and curiosity to who I am today. As I grew older, OST programs continued to guide me, whether in participating in internships with the Smithsonian or joining the MBS YEP summer program. I discovered potential interest in business and marketing, things I never considered before, but now inspire my career goals. Through these programs, I gained valuable skills beyond the classroom, such as stress management, teamwork, which are essential for success. OST programs like these don't just benefit individual students, they have a broader impact. They offer students opportunities to explore and develop career interests while providing mental health support through structured and engaging activities like sports or the arts. They're more than just hobbies. They offer students an outlet to recharge and manage stress. OST programs also include academic outcomes, reduce behavioral issues, and boost graduation rates. Yet underfunding leaves many students, especially in underserved wards, without access to these vital resources. For instance, Ward 7 receives 49% less funding than Ward 5, leaving countless students without mentorship opportunities, sports programs, or creative outlets that can keep them engaged and inspired. To conclude, I urge the council to pass this legislation to invest in equitable funding for out-of-school time programs across all wards. By prioritizing these programs, they're not only creating safe spaces where students can grow, but laying the groundwork for a brighter future in our city. Investing in these programs is investing in DC's future. Equitable funding can close educational and career gaps, support students' mental health, and create safer, stronger communities. By prioritizing these programs, we can ensure every student has the tools to succeed no matter where they live. Without this investment, we risk leaving many students without the guidance, support, and structure they need to thrive. Now, imagine a city where every young person feels empowered and prepared to contribute positively to their community. This is the future you have the power to create. Make the choice to invest in DC's youth today for a safer, stronger, and more connected tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Jackie Carter. Jackie, you need to accept in order to testify. Oh, great.
Hello?
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. So first I want to start off by thanking the Councilmember Furman for having the gumption to develop, along with other partners, the Universal Out of School Time Act for the best interest of young people in Washington, D.C. And particularly, I want to talk about the needs of the importance of out-of-school time programming for young people who live in Ward 7 and Ward 8, and the role that grassroots nonprofits play in the out-of-school time network. Grassroots nonprofits serve those young people who are hardest hit with challenges and who are hardest to reach. So grassroots nonprofits like Children's Legacy Theater and other ones, we want to encourage the City Council through the OST office to fund not only the Deputy Mayor's Office for Education, but the bill, pass this bill so that we can continue to do the work that we do with children in Ward 7 and Ward 8. Since 2016, Children's Legacy Theater has been working in Ward 8, serving young people doing theater through the theater arts. And because of the out-of-school time programming funding, we have been extremely successful. We have 100% high school graduation rate. And a lot of our young people, 90% of our young people stay with us from 8th grade through to high school graduation. So I'm just here to thank the council for developing the Out-of-School Time Act, Universal Out-of-School Time Act, and encouraging you to fund it to the nines. And there's an opportunity to the markup period to include language that protects funding for grassroots nonprofits who I think do most of the heavy hitting in this working with teens. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I think I'm going to read through a bunch of names to see if there's anybody here. I think that we have some students who had hoped to testify, but we may be just a little bit early for that. I think if we don't have those students now, we'll bring on the government witnesses, and I will ask for dispensation from the chairman to then allow an opportunity for those students to testify after the government witnesses, given that we want to hear from our young people, but we need to keep moving. So let me read through the names and we'll see if any of these folks are here. Zion Fields, Ricardo Wood, Oscar Bob, Jasmine Nelson, Samaj Johnson, Masio Harris, Paris Dent, Anya Evans, Dominique Heflin, Zachary Shields, Tiona Bratcher, Erica Johnson, Skyland Barnett.
Yes.
Okay, so, but let's finish the other names before we have you testify, Skyland. Lakia Barnett, Malik Johnson, Zakaria Manajot, Demarian Witten, Darian Dean Alexander, Cameron Smith, Nandi Poles, Austin Coleman, Alana Coleman, Brooklyn Holloway, Viarne Nelson, Therese Johnson, Jasmine Johnson, Peyton Adams, Salam Muhammad. Okay, so Skyland, if you can go ahead and testify, and then I may have a couple of questions for the folks on this panel, and then we will move to our government witnesses. I would expect that to be by 3:20 if somebody wants to alert the chairman. Just alerted the chairman. All right, Skyland, if you're ready to go.
Okay. Okay. So my name is Skylin Barnett. Children, I work for Children Legacy Theater. I live in Ward 8. I would like to share my testimony. Okay, so I dance and in a 10-minute festival, excuse me, in a 10-minute play festival. I learned hospitality and good work ethic. And many skills from working with the organization. This is a great after-school program for children but we need funding to help support the children. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Skylin. Great to have your input, and I'm glad that you enjoy your program. I'm told that another witness who wasn't present earlier, April Holman, may be available. Yeah, is that right? Yeah, why not? April, she has, wonderful. April, if you're
Hello,
there,
yes,
if
I'm
you want to
here.
start.
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is April Coleman. I am a resident of Ward 7 and the mother of 6 children. My 3 youngest children are still in school and are in grades 8, 10, and 12. I am here today to share my perspective as a parent and to voice my support for increased funding and also safe physical space needed for out-of-school time programs. Last year, I learned about an amazing after-school program from a friend who heard from another friend about the Children's Legacy Theater. Children's Legacy Theater, or CLT, is an after-school theater arts program that currently operates in Ward 8, but hosts children predominantly from both Ward 7 and Ward 8. CLT has not only provided my children with a safe after-school environment, but has also provided them with opportunities to build confidence, form strong and meaningful friendships with children from other schools and wards, and has provided them with essential life skills and tools that will serve them in the future. My children's confidence has grown as they've taken on challenges such as writing, producing, and performing major theater and film projects, taken workshops on sound and lighting production, participated in meaningful field trips and community activities where they are encouraged to be active in civic engagement, and have developed a range of skills they are proud of. One of the things that I love most about CLT is the fact that my children spend critical time engaging and interacting with their peers rather than spending time alone, scrolling on a laptop, phone or tablet. They're learning to socialize and communicate effectively while also having a great time. Unfortunately, CLT and programs like it are rare jewels in our community due to funding issues and the lack of affordable physical spaces for these programs. Recently, obtaining a permanent space for this critical program has been difficult. I am in awe of the resiliency of the children and the program's director, Ms. Jackie, to persevere space. Children and director moving forward and physically accessible is crucial. The rising crime being OS program.
Thank you very much. I don't know that we have your written testimony. So you broke up a fair amount, and so I'm hoping that you can provide your written testimony. But thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you to all of the witnesses who have testified on this panel and on all of the panels today. I think we're going to turn to the government witnesses. There are a number of students who had hoped to participate, and what we're going to try to do is, after we've finished with the government witnesses, re-invite them to join. I understand they will be joining together, and that it shouldn't take more than like 10 minutes or so. If that's wrong, correct me. We do want to encourage participation and create the opportunity. So I think we're going to try to do that once we're finished with the government witnesses. But for now, we're going to turn to the government witnesses, and the chairman has come back. So I'm going to turn it back to the chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman, and thank you for presiding in my absence. And thank you to all the witnesses who testified. We're going to turn now to the government. I have two folks on the list. I have Dr. Shantia Lowe, who is Executive Director, Office of Out of School Time Grants and Youth Outcomes, and Paul Kine, who's the Deputy Mayor for Education. Is Ms. Lowe going to be testifying?
She is, Chairman. She is feeling unwell and will be virtual today.
Okay. That means we have to let her in. And who's going to go first?
I will go first, if that's all right.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Fruman, members of the Committee of the Whole, staff, and members of the public. My name is Paul Kine, and I am honored to serve as the Deputy Mayor for Education for the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's public hearing on oversight of out-of-school time programs and the Universal Out-of-School Time Amendment Act of 2023. I am joined virtually here today by my colleague, Dr. Shantia Lowe, who leads the Office of Out-of-School Time Grants and Youth Outcomes, and who will share more about her office's work to expand access to robust and enriching experiences for the district's young people. The dramatic expansion of free, high-quality OST opportunities for DC students is one of the achievements I am most proud of during my tenure as DME. The OST office's transformation and the growth of the OST ecosystem reflects so many of the values we hold most closely. We believe in setting an ambitious vision for what's possible, in centering students and communities with the greatest needs, and in learning from and responding to our stakeholders. The success of this work would not be possible without the dedication of OST providers, families, students, and the communities, and the continued leadership of the mayor, agency staff, and the council. Mayor Bowser has championed OST programming throughout her leadership of the district. Since she established the OST office in 2017, the office has facilitated programming for more than 85,000 students through over $113 million in grants. This is a remarkable expansion in just 7 years. The mayor's high-impact investments have produced a vibrant OST ecosystem that meets the varied needs and interests of the district's students and families, with programs spanning the arts, outdoor education, STEM, sports, culinary skills, storytelling, and mentoring and tutoring initiatives, just to name a few. As a result of our continued investments, established providers have been able to grow and new providers have been able to stand up programs that respond to unique community demands. And most importantly, more than 85,000 students over the past 7 years gained access to safe and productive spaces outside of the school day, which we know is critical for student development and well-being. More recently, the mayor set an ambitious vision of after school for all, and we are working every day to achieve that goal. In scaling the reach of the OST office's work, I am especially proud of our laser focus on expanding access for traditionally underserved student populations. For example, the OST office prioritizes grant-making and OST scholarship dollars for programs serving students in priority categories, such as ward and disability status. This inclusive approach to OST grant-making and programming is not only an investment in young people, it is an investment in DC's communities. Many of the OST providers come from and live in the communities they serve, and OST grants mean that more young people can access meaningful experiences from trusted partners. Where some communities were once OST deserts, we now see a vibrant array of offerings on which we will continue to build. The OST offerings are not limited to those funded by the OST office. Our focus on access, inclusion, and the expansion of fun, enriching, and educational opportunities is shared across government partners, including the District of Columbia Public Schools and public charter schools, the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, the Department of Parks and Recreation, the Department of Employment Services, and the District of Columbia Public Libraries. Just last week, DPR put out a call for partners to provide youth recreation programming in historically underserved communities. Our partners' commitment to coordination and collaboration is yet another strength of the OST ecosystem. We are also relentlessly focused on improving quality and coherence in the sector. The OST Office's Institute for Youth Development has strengthened providers' capacity through trainings and workshops on topics ranging from financial management to promoting inclusion and accessibility for students with disabilities and English learners. In response to providers' feedback, the OST office has implemented process improvements that make it easier for OST providers to focus on their most important work of serving and supporting young people. For example, they moved providers to continuation grants to promote financial stability and reduce administrative burdens. When some providers shared concerns about meeting updated requirements for the number of hours they offer each week, we created a waiver process to support more flexibility and a smoother dosage transition. Moreover, we worked with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer to streamline and expedite the invoicing process and partnered with the Office of Risk Management to prevent higher insurance premiums from being passed on to providers. While there's clearly still more work to do, we are grateful to providers for voicing their needs and to the OST office for implementing these good government improvements. In response to families' calls for help navigating our expansive OST ecosystem, the OST office is preparing to launch the My After School DC portal, which will serve as a one-stop shop for the district's OST offerings. We have consistently heard from families about the need for such a platform, and we are excited to debut this resource, which will make a meaningful difference in the lives of busy families and translate into more students accessing the programs that work best for them. The OST office is hard at work to prepare the My After School DC platform and to promote it amongst OST stakeholders. We see the My After School DC initiative as the next frontier in ensuring that families know about and can enroll in the wide array of OST offerings. Now, many of our values for OST are reflected in Bill 25630, Universal Out of School Time Amendment Act of 2023, and we thank Councilmember Fruman for his shared and sustained passion for OST. However, we do have some concerns about several of the bill's provisions as written. The areas of concern are those that seem overly prescriptive around the OST office's substantive, operational, and administrative work. For example, the bill caps the OST office's overhead while adding extensive new engagement and reporting requirements, and directs funding in restrictive ways, such as requiring at least 90% of grant funding to go to CBOs, to the exclusion of schools or other youth-serving institutions that are part of the district's OST ecosystem. The expanded reporting requirements would create additional work for providers who are already operating on thin margins without expanding their organizational capacity. We also believe that the heart of this bill comes down to funding, and we therefore urge Council not to pass the bill without the resources needed for it to have the intended impact. We appreciate the Council's interest in the expansion of the exciting work taking place across the OST landscape. I am confident that our continued investment in this sector will promote access, inclusion, and the expansion of OST, connecting more young people to quality enrichment opportunities, mentorship, safe community and learning spaces. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kine. Dr. Lowe?
Confirming everyone can hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, staff, and members of the public. My name is Dr. Shantia Lowe, and I'm honored to have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of the Office of Out of School Time Grants and Youth Outcomes, known as the OST Office. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about our office's work. The OST Office was established 7 years ago and has made significant progress toward improving the quality and quantity of OST programs. In FY18, we awarded $4 million to OST providers to support school year and summer programming. This year, we have allocated over $27.2 million to grants, almost a 7-fold increase, and we anticipate serving more than 17,000 students this year. Through the office's lifespan, we have served 85,000 plus students and counting, and we have directed more than $113 million to local nonprofits to provide OST programs. I am continuously appreciative of our OST partners and providers, some of whom we have heard from today, who do so much to create fun, enriching, and supportive environments throughout the year. To our partners such as OSSE, DPR, DCPS, public charter schools, to the OST Commission for their willing and continued collaboration, and to my team for all that they do to expand and support OST across DC. Above all, we could not do this work without the students and families who place their trust in us. We staunchly believe that all children, youth, and families should have access to universal, high quality, and inclusive OST programs, and that we must prioritize students with the least access and greatest needs. This belief is reflected in the strategies articulated in the 2023 to 2026 Commission of Out of School Time Grants and Youth Outcomes Strategic Plan, which was developed with extensive engagement and stakeholder input, and which directly influences the work my office leads every day. Our 6 strategic goals include implementing the vision of After School for All, expanding summer OST programming, improving access for students with special needs, implementing continued commitment to quality and capacity building, improving OST systems and processes, and strengthening the OST office. We monitor our progress toward these goals and work toward universal access in partnership with the OST Commission, a group composed of government agency representatives, OST advocates, providers, and community members. My office leads several initiatives that advance Mayor Bowser's vision to, quote, build the most robust free before and after school programs in the nation, end quote. During the last fiscal year, we awarded 172 individual grants, including year-round, school year, coordinating entity, summer strong, and special competition grants, such as OST scholarships, college and career mentoring, and students in the care of DC. I must note, however, though our office is the largest OST grant-making entity in DC, we are not the only one. Mayor Bowser's Learn24 network, of which we are a member, serves as the hub for all after-school and summer program opportunities available for school-aged youth and was designed to improve coordination across OST stakeholders. This desire for enhanced coordination and collaboration helped give birth to My After School DC, known as MADC. MADC is the latest addition to the Learn24 network by way of the OST office. It provides funding to offer free after-school programming at designated priority schools within both the public and public charter sectors. These schools are identified in partnership with DC Public Schools and DC Charters, where the demand for OST exceeds the available seats. As a part of the $5 million initiative, we are providing over $3.1 million in grants for school-based OST programming, whilst simultaneously building the My After School DC online portal, which is a centralized platform for families to learn more about the district's rich OST offerings and to select the options that best meet their needs. We are excited to debut this platform in the spring of 2025. Last fiscal year, the OST office focused on expanding access to OST programs and supporting the inclusion of traditionally underserved communities. This year, we are working to improve coordination and collaboration, sustainability, and quality service provision with a focus on results. With this context in mind, I want to share my appreciation for Councilmember Fruman's steadfast commitment to expanding OST access. My office's priorities align with many of the topics proposed in the bill. We allocate priority grant review points for providers that serve student populations and communities with the greatest needs and access gaps. Examples, wards 5, 7, and 8, students with disabilities, English learners, LGBTQ students, etc. We offer an OST scholarship competition, which in FY24 awarded 103 scholarships, totaling $625,126. These scholarships went to youth with disabilities, English learners, overage and undercredited youth, youth in foster care, and youth experiencing homelessness to attend the after-school program of their choice. In addition to the focus on special populations, and as Deputy Mayor Kine shared, we have made concrete process improvements related to invoicing, insurance, and grant structures to better support providers without whom we could not do this work. For example, we launched a bridge grant for organizations to transition to the updated hours per week requirements, and we offer capacity building opportunities for small nonprofit grantees to improve their financial sustainability. As one provider shared, and I quote, "Many organizations like ours had issues in the past with payment speeds that caused real challenges executing our important work. And it is so appreciated that you are taking our feedback and taking action to improve the process," end quote. We are committed to continuing these improvements and being responsive to the community. The OST Office's Institute for Youth Development offers no-cost professional development to OST providers in the district. In FY24, the Institute administered 100 trainings, which reached more than 2,000 participants. That is more than double the last fiscal year, as well as conducting school year and summer site visits to assess program quality. The Institute has also played a critical role in helping us and providers make programming more accessible to students with disabilities, English learners, and LGBTQ youth. The Institute has expanded trainings offered to include topics such as, quote, accessibility and inclusion for youth with neurodivergent disabilities, accessibility and inclusion for youth with physical disabilities, and shifting away from ableism. We are committed to continuing to expand and to diversify our trainings and supports in response to student and provider needs. In closing, the OST Office's partners reach more young people every year. We are proud of the progress our government and OST providers have and will continue to make to equitably expand access. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Lowe. 10-minute rounds. Can one of you tell me how many students are participating this year, and would that be a final number?
So this year, as of right now, we anticipate over 15,000 students, and that does not include our Summer Strong competition, which has not occurred as yet.
Which does not include what?
Our Summer Strong grant competition, which is slated to roll out in the spring of 2025.
And can you tell me how many students participated in the last fiscal year 24?
We had 17,000, I think it's about 318 students altogether for the fiscal year.
And how many of those would have been Summer Strong?
Just under 2,000 specifically.
And do you know FY23?
I don't have that in front of me, but I could find that out for you and get back to you on that.
Or is it possible somebody could send you that while you're here?
Sure.
That would be beautiful. And let me know when you get the number. Deputy Mayor Kine, beginning with your testimony, you said on the first page, more recently, the mayor set an ambitious vision of after school for all. And we are working every day to achieve that goal. What is that goal? And don't say it's after school for all.
It's essentially expanding access to after school, starting in priority schools for every child who attends the school who wants it. So that's my after school DC grant program, which Dr. Lowe and I described. But the vision is that there should not be children who attend schools, public schools, who want to go to an after school program who simply can't get access to one.
So wouldn't that be somewhat like universal after school?
Yes, it's a different name for it.
I'm taking too long between my questions. The OST office is preparing to launch the My After School DC portal. When will that be?
It's currently scheduled for version 1 to go live in March of 2025.
I'm tempted to ask, is that beginning of March, end of March?
We're working with Octo and our Microsoft vendor, and they tell us March of 2025 on the project plan. I don't know if there's a specific date in March.
Now, there are a couple ways of looking at a 10% growth. I think the bill says 10% in the number of seats, which is sort of the same as the number of children. We could also look at it in terms of the dollars. That's not what the bill says. The budget for this year, I believe, is around $30 million.
Yes.
And last year it was around 24 million. It's sort of been at the 24 million for several years. In FY21, the actual was around 13 million. So if we look at it in terms of dollars, it's not that hard to do a 10% growth. Instead of it being 30 million, next year it would be 33 million. I know 3 million is a lot of money, but it's not huge. Your reaction?
I think money is easy to find when there's money available. And I think those of us that are staring the current fiscal environment in the teeth understand the kinds of trade-offs we'll have to make in our fiscal 26 budget development. So I think it's been easier in the last few years to find money to spend on important initiatives like this than it would probably be this year.
Is there federal dollars that are available for this?
We do get a federal grant from the U.S. Department of Education, which is administered through OSSI. It's the 21st Century Learning Grant.
And what's the deal with that? Because there was testimony that that had been reduced.
Yes, as a reminder, in fiscal 23, OSSI did some cleanup of the way it was administering the 21st Century Learning Grant. It actually was actually overspending money on that grant at the expense of its early childhood subsidy program. So it was essentially blending local and federal dollars in a way the Department of Education informed OSSI it should not be doing. And so it pulled the local dollars back into the subsidy program, which also, by the way, in part goes to after-school providers. But that had the effect of reducing the overall grant funding within that grant program in fiscal 24.
Which would explain why some of the 21st century grantees in previous years lost their grant.
Correct. It would explain that. We did supplement it with some additional OSSI funding that went directly to the out-of-school time office that year because we were trying to minimize the reduction, but there was some reduction.
There was testimony, several witnesses, but I'm looking at one statement. We've heard time and time again, that reimbursements being months late for the expenses our providers excitedly take on to run programs for young people. Can you speak to that, the late reimbursements?
Yes, it is true that reimbursements were late. There were all kinds of challenges within the kind of life cycle of doing these reimbursements that included the difficulty in obtaining what are known as PO numbers, the transition to the so-called DIFS financial system, some challenges in the actual invoices that were produced by providers because we weren't spending enough time helping them to understand what they needed to incorporate. But this year, we spent a lot of time and energy, and Dr. Lowe can speak to this at length, to reduce the amount of time that it takes to reimburse and process those invoices, working closely with our friends in the Chief Finance Office, and we've made a lot of progress. So we've to date produced something like 50 invoices have already been paid, whereas last year it took much longer than this to get done. So in a sort of a fact-based way, we are much speedier in the processing of the invoices. Dr. Lowe, do you want to add anything to that?
Yes, really quickly. My apologies. To your question, Chairman Mendelson, for FY23, for Summer Strong specifically, and this was on the tail end of the pandemic, we had about 2,600 youth that were served for Summer Strong FY23. To your question regarding the payment delays, etc., absolutely, there were payment delays, and compared to this time last year, we have drastically improved because we're now fully staffed and we have established systems in place. So much so that for this fiscal year, to start, we have right now 64% of our grantees who already have their first invoices in, and who have already been paid out their first 50% of their grant award to date. This time last year, grantees had to wait until December or January, but as of right now, 94 have already been paid their first invoice, and this is November.
And that number was about 64%, which means about 36% haven't been paid.
Their first invoice as yet, but 82% have already submitted their initial invoices and waiting for payment to be rendered. But right now, 94 grantees have been paid their first invoice out for FY25 as of yesterday.
Yeah, that doesn't really give me a sense of things. How about a measure of paid within 30 days of the invoice? And that would not be, I don't mean by that an acceptable invoice, I mean an invoice.
I will give you a measure. Compared to this time last year, no grantees were paid until December or January. This year, 94 have already been paid out of 147 grantees, their first invoice. Last year, this time, none were paid out. This year, 94 have been paid out their first invoice already. And 100% have been paid this year within 30 days for those that have submitted invoices.
I think that's the more important statistic. So 100% have been paid within 30 days.
Yes, that have invoiced already.
Well, what about the suggestion that the grantees be paid a portion prospectively?
So just to be clear, Chairman, now we do pay 50% of the grant in the first invoice.
But the invoices at I don't know how to ask the question.
Yeah,
What-
no,
what's
I
the
understand the
invoice?
question. So for schools, we, for example, give them a payment I think in June prior to the school year starting and in advance of the fiscal year. That's not something we do in the out-of-school office or with any of our out-of-school time programs across government. If we're interested in potentially doing that, and I was intrigued to hear that as an idea, we are very happy to explore the feasibility of doing something like that with out-of-school time grantees.
So the invoices for what? The out-of-school time programming, excuse me, the grantees are they for October 1st or are they for the start of the school year?
So the grantees are continuation, so they can roll over. So because they're continuation, they can apply beginning at the start of the school year.
Okay, and so the first invoice is for what period? Or I think school started August 22nd. So the period of August 22nd to, help me here, 6, 8. How many months in the school year? 4, 6, 8, 12. So the first invoice is through the calendar year? Or is it just for the first half of the year?
So we are only allowed to begin invoicing for the new fiscal year funds beginning October 1. But grantees can use funds that are carried over from the previous fiscal year as much as 40% tops.
Okay, that doesn't help me. So I'm a grantee. And I am providing out of school time programming for the school year 24-25. It sounds like I can submit an invoice on October 1st. I can't submit it on September 30th. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I submitted on October 1st. For what period?
The grantees submit their invoices starting on October 1.
For what period? My invoice says, "Dear Paul Kine, here's my invoice for period," give me the dates.
So I think it depends on when the invoice is submitted because it's done on a reimbursement basis. So let's say you submit it on October 7th, it'd be for the first week of the fiscal year, but you were also entitled to submit for 50% of the total grant payment in advance.
In advance?
Yes.
So my invoice would be for, to use your example, October 1st, October 7th, but then for the first half of the grant.
For 50% of the total grant award.
So that is sort of perspective.
Yes. That's what Dr. Lowe is sharing, that they can get half of their grant funding in their first invoice, which they can submit starting on October 1.
I think the bill speaks to this, but there also was testimony about this, and I'm reading from testimony. The second issue I'll highlight, which is addressed in the Universal OST bill, is that community-based organizations and their staffs need to have time to plan and adjust programming in order to expand services or meet changing grant requirements. That's why we support the OST office providing at least 4 months' notice when they are considering changes that impact funding, such as grant amounts, application processes, program requirements, or data collection. Providers need sufficient time to modify programs and staffing models to meet new requirements. This might include hiring new staff, recruiting new volunteers, developing new agreements with the schools they partner with, changing enrollment policies, or unfortunately letting staff go. What about the 4 months?
Yeah, so I'll let Dr. Lowe speak to this. It was true that a couple of years ago, we made a change to a grant program And providers let us know at that time that they felt like there had not been sufficient time to understand, engage, respond. And so we now have a public commitment by Dr. Lowe and the OST office made at the commission to providing, I forget the number of months, but we have a commitment to ensuring that we don't do anything abruptly. Dr. Lowe, can you just remind us what the commitment is?
Yes, so as Deputy Mayor Khan said, we made some changes that weren't necessarily the most well received. And so our office has listened and we have learned. And as such, we have committed to listening sessions in anticipation of any new changes. I'll give you one example. The spring of 2024, we had listening sessions to account for the new dosage requirement. And as a result of those, we had a waiver for grantees for FY25 for the dosage. And so we have committed as an office that any new changes, particularly regarding grant applications, we give them a minimum of 6 weeks so that they can get acclimated to the change. But also before that, we commit to running our updates and changes by providers and partners first before any major changes do occur.
So the 6 weeks would include the listening sessions.
No, the sessions occur before that because it has to inform the new changes.
Okay, I'm over my time. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. I think I may use much my time on this round just following up on questions that you've been asking about numbers. But so on the 4 months, how long have you committed to provide for listening sessions before the 6 weeks?
So it's ongoing. I'll give you another example. This year, in anticipation of FY27, believe it or not, we are embarking on listening sessions for at least 6 months, so starting January of 2025 until June or so of 2025 to help inform the new grant cycle. And so I can't give you a specific time frame, but we have learned our lesson. And so we are committed to having at least a 3-month listening session cycle before we make any updates to our grant cycles. And that is in place already for FY27's grant cycle beginning in January.
So I guess I think I'm hearing if it's 6 weeks and 3 months for listening sessions, that there's 4.5 months where folks have notice of the possibility of a change, but not necessarily the specific change. So you kick off a listening session and you're talking about the possibility of a change, and then 6 weeks out, you're committing that it would be specifically designated 6 weeks out. So sounds like at a minimum of 4.5 month process, the way you're talking about it. Am I understanding that correctly?
The listening sessions are not to give notice. It is for grantees and partners to help inform what those changes could potentially be. I would say, for example, the one that's coming up, we have baked in a minimum 6 months in anticipation of FY27 for those listening sessions.
Okay, all right. We'll continue to have conversations about this subject, I'm sure. Some of the numbers on programs, if I heard it correctly, you were saying 15,000 students served this year. And then, but that doesn't include the summer. So we'll see what the summer is. 17,318 last year, including just under 2,000 in the summer. Is that right?
Yes.
Which that would mean that it was over 15,318 last year in the programs that today have 15,000 in them. Has there been growth between last year and this year, or has there been just a little bit of erosion in the number of students we're serving between this year and last year?
So I can't state if there's been growth except because the numbers remain to be seen. However, because many of the grantees were not fully funded for what they asked for, they were able to adjust their numbers to accommodate their award amount, which is why you could see fluctuation in the number of students served.
Yeah, I mean, at best, it looks like it's flat, and if I'm understanding the math correctly, and then then you didn't give the number for how many students were served in FY23 during the school year. You did give the number for the summer, which was 2,300, as I heard it. That sounds higher than the just under 2,000 that were served in FY24. It worries me that our trend line, our funding amounts are going up, but our trend line in terms of the numbers of students serving may not be going up in the same way. Am I understanding that correctly?
Actually, I think I would encourage us to, let's make a table and get some facts, because this year's numbers are clearly estimates at the beginning of the year. So I wouldn't want to make any assertions based on that. And I think we'll get the facts for fiscal 23. The numbers were lower because the dollars were lower. And I think we'll see that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that's puzzling me as I'm hearing these numbers. So I do think a table would, the dollar amounts and the numbers of served in the summer and in the school year programs be useful to the, it's wonderful that we share the idea of after school for all, universal out of school time. I think we're talking about the same thing. It's having programming for all the kids who want and need it. Do you have a sense of what the gap is, of how many more seats we would need, even ballpark, in order to get to where you want to go and I want to get to? Is it that we should have 20,000 seats? Is it, what does it look like to you?
We don't know. What we do know, as you're aware from the DC Policy Center, is that we currently provide coverage for about a third of all public school students in the city. And that's not an entirely helpful number, because we know many students don't need or want after-school programming provided by the government and or make their own kinds of arrangements. So we are engaged this year in a new needs assessment, which Dr. Lowe can talk about, which will, I think, help us get at a more accurate number. I think importantly for all of us engaged in the budget process, because this conversation is largely, in my opinion, a budgeting and instead of prioritization conversation, we're hoping to identify what the numbers are amongst our young people who are furthest from opportunity, who may have the highest needs. So those that are in neighborhoods that don't have nearly enough OST, or those who are within families that may not be able to afford OST programming on their own, those who may have disabilities, and so on. So our needs assessment that we'll conduct over the course of this fiscal year, I think, will get us to a more accurate number. It's somewhere between 0 and 60,000 is the gap, according to the DC Policy Center.
No, and I hear you, and I also hear you that it isn't 60,000, but there is a number, and we may not ever get it specifically, but we had a bunch of providers testify that they have requests to open programs. I think DC Scores talked about 15 schools that there was an interest in opening a program, and there was demand at those schools. We're not there. I think we know that there is a need in those places. And so that points to me to increases, and I'll be curious to see the table. But Ms. Dr. Lowe, you looked like you were about to say something. No.
I will share, Council Member, that we did learn through the process of the $3.1 million My After School DC grant program that there were a number of schools that have wait lists for families that would like after-school programming. And we were able to clear those lists at the priority schools that we identified across both DCPS and the public charter sector. So that is another way to understand what the need is or demand is when you look at the wait lists in schools. And we were thrilled that we were able to create universal aftercare at a number of priority schools because of that.
So talk to me about the portal that you're creating. How much are we investing in that portal? When will it be sort of beta tested with different folks to see how it's working? How are you going about doing that?
Yeah, it's a great question. Dr. Lowe will weigh in on this. And I will say now that we'll be very happy to spend time with you in your office outside of the context of the hearing, because there's lots of puts and takes here. But there's a tremendous volume of activity happening currently across our various partners, DPR, DCPS, within the out of school time program, and our developers, Octo and Microsoft, to both envision what this parent and family facing portal will look like and be. It's modeled very closely on My School DC, which we think is a very successful model, but it is attempting to integrate out of school time providers based on inputs that you as a family put in. Where do you live? What school does your child attend? And the idea is that you will be given a set of proximate OST programming that you will then be able to apply for through the portal. So the grand vision of this is one-stop shop for the ecosystem of out-of-school time providers, including those funded by the out-of-school time office, and those also funded and provided by other DC public agencies. We will have several versions of the rollout. So version 1 starts with our out-of-school time provider ecosystem funded by the out-of-school time office and DPR out-of-school time programming, and fingers crossed DCPS after-school programming. And then we will begin to integrate others. But Dr. Lowe, I will let you correct anything that I've said and or add.
What you're saying is correct thus far. We are knee deep in MADC portal build. Over the course of the prior fiscal year, we have been engaging with at least 6 working groups focused in on user functions, backend functions, parent advisory, marketing and advertising, etc. And we're also working to socialize it within communities in DC, both last year and also this year, but especially as we get closer towards the launch, we will be testing it, my apologies. We will be testing it internally first before we make it available to families. And we will be working with community members to make sure it is user-friendly and able to be used across languages, abilities, etc. So it is a work in progress. It is continuing to happen right now. And even to right now in real time, we are spending at least 3 weeks in person with Microsoft and Octo to uniquely craft our DC specific needs for solution modeling for MADC.
And to preempt your next question, potentially, I want to reassure you and others that we are doing this in partnership with providers and families.
So you preempted at least one of my questions, but I'm also curious about the price tag and whether it comes out of the 30 million that we talked about before, which was the dollars for the program overall.
Dr. Lowe, if you have the amount we're spending on the build, that would be helpful.
Yes, so it is included in our budget for this fiscal year, and for FY25 specifically, we have earmarked 250,000 to support the build, and we did as well for FY24.
Okay, well that's helpful to know. Okay, I am a minute and a half over. Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you. Let me see, where was I? I think I want to say a little bit more on the I'm looking at testimony near the end of the hearing. And this seemed to be more recent, prepay for portions of OST grants or contracted services instead of reimbursing organizations. I'm not sure there's more to add, but it seems to be still a present problem for the providers. But the other issue that this witness brought up was one-size-fits-all dosage requirements are often inequitable and unrealistic. And I pressed on that. I don't know if you heard that exchange.
That was Foodprints? Yes, I did hear that.
That the dosage requirements may not line up with the school's needs.
Yes, we agree, which is why we did 2 things as we introduced dosage requirements, which we believe constitute good practice across the sector. We established a bridge program, which allowed smaller nonprofits and others who felt as though the dosage requirements were inappropriate for them to apply for separate bridge funding so they could continue. And more importantly, we introduced a waiver process, which basically said to all grantee applicants, if you feel like the dosage requirements are not appropriate to the work you're doing, please just apply for a waiver and we will waive the dosage requirements, which we did.
Waiver makes sense, bridge doesn't. So in the case of footprints where they said the dosage requirements don't necessarily line up, they wouldn't be bridging to anything.
Well,
That would
understood,
make
and I'll
sense
just,
for a waiver.
yeah, I agree with you, Chairman, and I would share with you, the bridge program was a direct outcome of engagement we had with small nonprofit community-based organizations that actually requested that we pursue that path, which we did for a year. We are now pursuing the waiver as our overall approach, as we think it's most appropriate. We've heard, for example, if you work with high school students, then you may not get them for 8-10 hours a week. You might work with them for a day. You know, it might be a drop-in something or other. So we understand that dosage requirements as a strict requirement for all doesn't make sense, which is why we have the waiver.
There was also this testimony. It is also critical that security fees for free OST programs at DCPS facilities are not passed to providers in the future. Can you speak to that, security costs being passed on to OST providers?
Yes, to be clear, security costs are not being passed on to providers. We, at one point, were considering it, as we do, because someone has to pay security costs. And as DCPS grapples with its own internal budget reductions, particularly to security, and as they had to reduce the number of security guards across their school system, they actually did consider whether or not they would be able to afford funding security for OST providers. And in the end, we decided that we would continue to fund the security costs for OST providers through the DCPS system.
Now, you know, you provoked a little response from me. So we had a hearing on DCPS's budget not that long ago. And one of the messages was, well, maybe look at some of these contracts and restructure them so they don't cost as much. If we're paying more for, let's say, security with DCPS than we are for, let's say, security with another agency, maybe we negotiate differently so that we're paying the same. There are other ways to address the costs of contracts, like looking at them and recrafting them to meet the needs, but not pay more than that. That was not a question, that was a statement, but just in response.
Would you like a statement in response or not?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But that's just to respond to the suggestion that the only way to deal with cuts is, there's only one way to deal with cuts. Let me go to, there were a couple of witnesses who testified to this, one of which was the Policy Center. In addition to a needs assessment, there should also be a financial study of the providers. The bill outlines increases to OST seats by 10% a year. However, providers' ability to scale up will depend on multiple factors, including their finances, access to space in schools or in third-party locations, and access to staff. We found that from a previous study that for many providers, fiscal margins were tight, limiting providers' ability to expand. Additionally, providers mentioned delays in obtaining clearances for staff, impacted their ability to hire. I could go on. There was another witness who talked about a financial study, at least one other. What's your thinking?
Well, first of all, we always welcome additional information that can help us do grant making more effectively and efficiently. At this point, we do quite a lot of work, which Dr. Lowe can talk about, to support the capacity building, including in the financial arena for grantees. We anticipate continuing to do that. And if the DC Policy Center would like to do a study that sheds more light on the so-called business models and finances of grantees that will help us do a more effective job, we would welcome that. Dr. Lowe, what's your thinking on the finances of our grant recipients?
We are open always to process improvements as an office. We have worked with this and FY24 and the fiscal year prior with 4 small nonprofits to focus specifically on their financial sustainability. So I do think it is important. And again, anything that supports process improvement or grantee sustainability, we are in support of, but we need to learn more about first before we can commit to doing that.
So my takeaway is that, yes, a financial analysis could be interesting, but it's not something you want to do.
Well, I think I would put it slightly differently, which is we have to prioritize our energy and efforts. And right now we're prioritizing the needs assessment that will allow us to more deeply understand where the young people are that most need to be served. And secondly, we are devoting capacity building resources, which is a fancy word for training, to basically support the financial wherewithal of some of our grantees who want to engage in that process. So that's what we're prioritizing currently.
I made a note in response to somebody's testimony. Why not require data from grantees to complement the survey that you do or are doing, and to get a better picture of who is or is not getting programming, as well as the type of programs?
Can I speak to that?
Yeah, please.
Oh, so we are requiring data from grantees, and we are partnering to make it less burdensome, because we've heard from grantees that data collection can be a bit burdensome for them. We are working in partnership with DCPS and OSSI for students who we have FERPA consent on file to automate that data transference so that we don't place the onus on grantees to collect that information. We haven't done it in prior fiscal years, and so we are processing improving this fiscal year to streamline that data collection process and not putting the onus singularly on grantees, which then promotes data accuracy and data integrity.
Well, I'm not interested in seeing a whole lot of burden on the grantees. I'd rather the providers were providing services than spending a lot of energy on reports. But some data isn't that hard to get, like, like demographic information about the children, or and geographic as well. Maybe that's included in demographic. I don't have the testimony right in front of me, but there was testimony about getting more data. And I think you said, Dr. Lowe, where there's a FERPA release or waiver, but that would say to me that there wouldn't be for every student. So then that source would be incomplete.
So it's FERPA consent, where in order to access student data, we have to have parental consent on file to access the student's data. And yes, a parent could say no to that, which could then impact the extent of data we have to report out on.
I think it might be helpful, Dr. Lowe, if you share what is the data we currently collect from providers?
Excuse me. Of course, we do attendance. We do, but once we have FERPA consent on file, we look at students' demographics, locations, wards, schools, performance academically as well, attendance. I think I mentioned that before, just so we can see the impact of OST, OST engagement. Hopefully the goal is, if you're involved in more OST, you have better graduation rates, better attendance, better grades, etc. So we look at primarily students' demographic profiles, and then how that's, for example, their name, address, birthday, ability, disability, ward, are they English learners, etc. So it runs the gamut. Are they unhoused? Are they considered quote unquote at risk? Are they in foster care? So it's a very robust data collection process. But we have to have FERPA consent on file in order to access that data.
Well, maybe this, how many students, what percentage of students do you have a FERPA consent on file?
I can get number 2, I don't have it in front of me right now.
Because I'm guessing it's not 100%.
No, it's not.
I'm guessing it's significantly below 100%.
It is significantly below, and we are working this year to become better at that because we want to be able to tell the OST story more.
Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go back to the invoicing process. I was pleased to hear you say, Deputy Mayor Khan, that the idea of exploring some sort of prepayment, not a commitment that we would do it, but that we could explore that idea. But I want to understand how it works now, because when I'm taking away 64% of the first invoices have been paid, it sounds like, I'm going to use rough numbers, but 150 providers sounded like, I think you said 94, but I'm going to turn it into 100. And then there would have already got their invoices in and their first invoices in and they've been paid. And then there's the other third that either don't have their first invoices in or have their first invoices in, but they haven't been paid. Am I understanding that correctly? And those invoices, those first invoices, can be for a short period of time that is backward looking, but then 50% of the grant amount that is forward looking as part of that invoice. Is that right?
Yes, they can get paid 50%, correct, Dr. Lowe?
So they can get paid 50% upfront, and then the other two increments are 25% and then 25%.
Okay, so maybe it was something that I picked up from the chairman, where if they applied on October 10th, they could bill for October 1 to October 10, and then bill for half of the full grant amount. But that's not so important. It's that they have what's important to me is they have three invoices. First one can be 50% upfront, the next one 25%, the next one 25%. And are those 25% and 25% for prospective obligations? That is, you're paid upfront 50%, and then somewhere midway through the year, you put in for your second invoice, and that can be for the next 25%, and then somewhere during the year, you apply for your third invoice, and that's for the final 25%. Is that how it works?
Yes.
And so then,
Sorry, with one slight important amendation that Dr. Lowe mentioned earlier, because the OST office has shifted essentially to all the grants are continuation grants, we find that the providers are able to, and many do, use up to 40% of the current fiscal year's grant to cover the start of the school year. So in other words, if you're a grantee for school year 23-24, you're given your grant, you get your 3 payments, you are able to spend some of that money as you start school year 24-25.
yeah, I think but for a provider that is operating in this school year, they put in for their 50% upfront payment in October, and it sounds like within 30 days, they're getting paid that 50% to cover the year. But I think the way that I'm understanding that is, how do they cover for August and September and October when they haven't been paid? And you're saying that could be carryover money from the previous year so that they stay afloat in that period, and then they get the money, and then at the end, they may have 40% left over that carries over again. That's an established program that's raised money from other sources that helps them carry over. But that is how, in a sense, there's prepayment in that they can be using old money to start, and then they're getting money up front to cover, and money up front to cover, and then that part of what they're paid during the course of the year carries over into the next year. But you have to be pretty established to do that. If you're a new provider, then that you can't do that. You have to have raised the money to operate for 4 months before you get the money from your first invoice.
or you start after October 1, which we also see.
You start, so you start in the winter or something like that.
Yes.
That's another way to get in. All right, well, this was a thing that was been raised by a number of different people, and if you're open to the idea of exploring how to front load money that much more in order to create more stability, I think that's a thing we should explore in the next months. A different thing that you raised and I raised with some of the other witnesses is the 90% idea. And I think that wherever there's a number in a statute, you can't be crazy about that. But the idea behind the 90% is to create stability for a sector that is incredibly valuable. And so we don't want folks having to live on the edge of their seat and worried in order that things aren't going to last. And so what steps do you take now to create a sense of security? There has to be accountability. It can't be, for a commitment forever. But what do you do to give a sense of security to established providers who are doing great work, that they don't have to live in fear that they're going to lose access to funding in the medium term? Is there anything that you can do to give that sense of security?
Yes, and I don't mean what I'm about to say at all disrespectfully, but to me, this 90% seems like a solution in search of a problem. And what I mean by that is we actually stood up and fund the out-of-school time office to fund community-based organizations and providers to basically provide services to people in community and to strengthen this incredibly vibrant and important ecosystem. That's the business that we're up to here. And if you look at the numbers, you will see that the vast majority of the organizations we fund are community-based organizations, including many small community-based organizations. There's an arbitrary number that's now been, I heard from my colleague where it came from, and I just don't understand why we would think that is the mechanism that we need to provide stability. Let's say you set in law 90%, 95%, or what have you. The stability is contingent not on the percentage, it's contingent on the money and the number of applicants. So you may have a year in which you have 200 new applicants, which means all the current providers are not going to be able to receive the funding that they want. And that's what we have seen over time, and Dr. Lowe can speak to this, but it is true we have more applicants now, in which case we are unable to provide the funding that current providers often are asking for. So the 90% doesn't help the stability problem, and it's trying to solve a problem we don't have.
Okay, one, I wanted to elicit that response. I hear you that, it's not meant disrespectfully. There's a difference of strong opinions here, and so it's useful to hear. But I'm also hearing that to the extent that you can provide stability, you do want to provide stability because you value the sector and you want to see expansion, not contraction in the sector. Is that fair?
Absolutely. And the single greatest act of stability is the continuation grants. We heard this loudly and clearly from providers that this instability in funding was a source of great both consternation, but unhelpful. And so we now, for our grants, make them effectively 3-year grants. And that's the best way we can think of to provide stability. So that was our response to this overall conundrum.
I want to add one more thing really quickly. 100% of our grants are of our grantees are nonprofits, 100%. And as DM kind of alluded to help support continuity of our providers, we have continuation grants at the request of grantees to the likes of, we had 52 in FY23 and 109 continuations in FY24 and similar numbers for FY25. So that 3-year grant cycle of continuation helps support grantee sustainability. Again, the caveat is contingent on the availability of funds.
Okay, so again, I think that is your answer to how we achieve stability. So, and that's what I was looking for, was the response on that. There was also talk about a carve out, a set aside for grants to small providers, startup providers. What are you doing, or what do you think we could do in that space? I was just talking about the long-standing stable providers, but we want innovation in this space. What are we doing to encourage that? How do we create a space for them, or have you created a space for them?
Dr. Law, I'll let you respond, given the work that we've done in
Thank you
this.
so much. So for small nonprofits, I'll share a quick summation. We have doubled the award amount that they could apply for FY24, which continues into FY25. Now, the caveat is some may say, well, you've doubled the award amount, but the dosage is prohibitive for us. As a result, we've heard our grantees and we've responded by way of the waiver option, and that was provided based on grantee feedback, so that if the dosage requirement is burdensome for grantees, they could apply for our waiver. Any grantee that applied for our waiver, for this fiscal year, they received the waiver of the dosage requirement to the likes of there were 4 who applied for it and received it. Ironically, none of them were small nonprofits that applied. Now, specifically for small nonprofits, we have provided financial sustainability workshops targeting small nonprofits. About 12.2% of our current grantees, 18 total, are small nonprofits. And again, we seek to be responsive to them. And one example of that is by instituting the waiver process for this fiscal year, if the dosage was too burdensome.
All right, thank you very much. I think my time is up. I'll turn it back to Chairman Mendelson.
There may be another round. I just want to, since it came back up, a few years ago, the Committee of the Whole had oversight of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. They have a program, Main Street. There was testimony from grantees that it was really hard for them to deal with the program, which was small grants for facade and streetscape improvements, pretty much for small businesses, and it was on a reimbursement basis. I don't remember if we changed the law or DEMPED changed the process to actually prepay a quarter of the grant, as I recall, as a way of enabling cash upfront, not the entire amount of the grant. You have to submit invoices and then you get the next quarter in advance. So there is that analogy to that program in DEMPED.
Thank you.
There was testimony from Kid Power. While the mayor and council have increased OST funding in recent years, many providers have not seen corresponding increases in grant allocations, despite rising operational costs. Since the pandemic, CBOs have faced additional financial pressures, including higher insurance costs, audit requirements, and frontline educator compensation. Costs that have added over $100,000 annually for Kid Power alone. How do you respond?
So first of all, I think it's a reality for everybody that things get more expensive year over year. I mean, that's irrefutable. I think we want to pay our people a little bit more. Cost to operate gets more expensive. So that is absolutely true and
Yes,
fair.
Just to interrupt, the budget went
Yes.
from 13 million in FY21 to 30 million this year. Or it went from 24 million last year to 30 million this year. Just throwing out, there's a lot more money.
Yes, and we are spending a lot more money on grantees.
And factoring in higher costs like employees and insurance?
Well, the way that we do the grant awards is we look at the universe of applicants. We score all of the applications on a grid. Those that are eligible, we then distribute 100% of the grant dollars to them. Often we're not able to, because we have so many applicants now, give them 100% of what they're asking for. And so it is the case that grantees do not receive, let's say they ask for $300,000 or $400,000, they will probably not get the full amount that they're asking for from the OST office. And that's because of the number of of providers that apply for the grant program.
And so have you done an analysis of whether it's better to fund grantees on the cheap? I know that's a horrible way of putting it, but I think it makes the point of less than what they asked for. Better to fund them on the cheap or to fund fewer programs?
Well, our assessment is, and Dr. Lowe will speak to this, I'm sure, much more eloquently than I will, but our assessment is we're assuming that if you ask for $300,000 and are given 250, you will serve fewer young people. And that's the assessment that we make. So the number of participants drops. We don't assume that you're serving the same number of participants for a lower dollar amount.
Fair point. Dr. Lowe, did you want to add to that?
I did. Our goal is to serve more youth as an office. For FY24, which was the start of a new grant cycle, we had over we were $6.5 million short of what was asked across applications. And so unless we got an additional $6.5 million, we were not able to fund all applicants at their full amount. We did fund 129 applicants at no less than 70% of what they asked for the purpose of supporting as many CBOs as possible to serve as many youth as possible. It was a grant competition. And so with a new grant competition, you have more applications, a more competitive process, and we do understand the implications this may have on organizations who did not get their full request, but this is a result of not having the resources needed to fund in full across the board.
Okay. I'm not saying that's great, but I understand. Now, there was also this testimony. We further encourage the council to add a requirement for all OST grants to comply with the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act and add language to protect CBOs from absorbing DCPS security costs. We already spoke about that. So what about the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act?
Do you mind reminding us what that would involve?
It is recognizing that these organizations have higher overhead, that they're not being fully compensated for their overhead.
And what would the implications be for grantees and or the OST office if that requirement were implemented?
Well, this is a problem I'm hearing from nonprofits across the government, across government programs, is that they're getting a grant to do something, but then they have to pay for out of that grant overhead for which they are not, which is not included part of the grant. Maybe that's not an issue with these OST grants. I'm not sure.
So we allow up to 20% overhead for nonprofits, which is above what is traditionally the case for overhead expenses. Almost double, I would say, 20% as opposed to what is traditionally about under 10%.
Why don't we do this? Maybe you could get back to us with regard to whether there's any conflict with these OST grants and the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act. The Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act is a law that was adopted by the council 2-3 years ago. And I should be a little bit more articulated on it than I am being at the moment. But if you all go back, look at it and see whether, in fact, there's some, I'll say, friction between the law and what you all are doing, if you would get back to us on that.
Yeah, happy to do that. It looks like the law says as calculated using a de minimis rate of 10% of all direct costs. So we'll look to see whether that is a problem in practice for OST grant making.
Okay. Give me just a second. There also was testimony, and I think there's been in the Q&A some discussion of this, a needs assessment. So since I'm asking it now, you all are doing a new needs assessment?
Yes, we are, and we're happy to talk about that if you'd like.
Yes.
So we, as you know, DC Policy Center did a needs assessment in fiscal 23, which showed a tremendous gap in coverage of OST if you use some crude assumptions about who might need it, which we've just talked about briefly with Councilmember Fruman. Our current needs assessment is going to be more specific about trying to identify what we mean by need, and therefore try to understand what the true gap is for OST provision by things like geography and student subpopulation type and youth. So we've got, I think, something like $150,000 allocated for the needs assessment to be done this fiscal year. And we're currently, we've embarked on the contracting process, which does take a little time. And we anticipate that the needs assessment will be done by the end of the fiscal year.
So we'll be done by September 30th.
Yes. In fact, must be done by September 30th.
Your office, how much does your office spend on overhead now for this?
OST?
Yeah.
About 6%.
Did you say that earlier?
I did not say that earlier. It might have been in one of the testimonies.
Let me just see, any other questions? I have 21 seconds. I'm going to give back the balance of my time to Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. So I wasn't going to ask about the 7%, but then now I will because the 6% came up. So I think the idea of the 7% came up because it's an effort to ensure that additional dollars go to programs as opposed to overhead. And if it isn't a percentage cap, how do we do it? How do we have oversight over that? Is it that we require through the oversight process reporting of percentages over time? And if it looks like it's out of whack, if we want to be sure that additional dollars are going to programming, what mechanism would you suggest? I know you don't like the 7%.
Well, far be it from me, Councilmember, to offer advice to what council should do. But I would I would say the tracking, the requiring of the information and the view of it over time is exactly the right thing to do. What's true in our case is it actually went down from 7% to 6%. What's also true is that's a much lower percentage than the federal grant making benchmark of 10%. It's a much lower percentage than what we used to pay the United Way, which was 11%. And so in some senses, I think the 6% should be celebrated. And it's also true that we want to do more and more for our grantees. And so the idea that we would establish some rigid requirement without some sense of what the function is that we need the office to play, I think is putting the cart before the horse. In my world, form follows function.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Lowe, did you want to say something? Or?
I just wanted to add that for this year specifically, it's going to be very unique because we are doing a portal build. And so our anticipated overhead might be slightly higher because of the contracting needed for that to happen.
Okay, well, that's fair. I thought I saw a reference somewhere to the portal costing more like $5 million. The way you described it, it was $250,000 in one year and $250,000 in another. Can you explain that to me?
It does cost more, significantly more. And thankfully for us, Opto has committed to absorbing the majority of the cost, which is significantly more than what we are contributing to date.
I see. So, and that was a reason why it raised a concern for me, frankly, because if it was 5 million and we moved from 24 to 30 and 5 million of it was for the portal, then it wouldn't be that big of an increase for the program, but it's only 250,000 a year that's coming out of the 30 million.
5 million was not for the portal. 5 million was dedicated to MADC, inclusive of the portal.
I see. And much of the cost of the portal is being absorbed
By another.
by Octo. Okay, thank you very much. I was asking about stability before and how to ensure stability. And there's a flip side to it, because if we have programs that are not high quality, we don't want them to be permanent. What do you do in terms of quality measures? How do you evaluate the quality of OST programs and make decisions about renewal or not?
Dr. Lowe will talk at some length about the Weichert scale and our visits. It's actually very exciting work that we're doing.
Yes, so we have a number of ways of assessing program quality. We use the Weichert, which is a national quality assessment tool, to assess our OST partners and how they're doing. We do site visits, did over 100 last fiscal year and slated to do more this fiscal year to see what is going on the ground. Our programs doing what they said they were going to be doing. And if not, how can we support them to get back to where they need to be? And so beyond the site visits and the program quality assessment tool and Weichert, we also, again, through the Institute, do quite a number of professional development trainings and workshops, which many of our grantees do attend. And we also do require them to attend at minimum one that focuses in on students with special needs. So program quality is one of our priorities this year and continues to be. And we do it through a wide range of avenues, inclusive of site visits, program quality assessments, and trainings through the Institute.
All right, thank you very much. And I think I'm gonna finish on a topic that we had a hearing on yesterday, and just give you an opportunity to speak to the challenges of our children with special needs are enormous. We had a number of folks talking about how do we do this better in the out of school time space to make sure that there are programs accessible to all. And I wonder if you can speak to what are the things that you're doing to try to expand programming for children with special needs, and to make that programming as accessible as possible.
I'll jump in. Dr. Lowe will have a lot to say about this, but I want to share what an incredible priority this is for the administration across all aspects of our work. And I think specifically with an OST, one of the things that Dr. Lowe and her team have implemented in terms of students with special needs is, number one, priority points in applications. So in other words, we are ensuring that there are more spaces for students with special needs. Secondly, we run a terrific scholarship program, which you heard about in some of the testimony. And the scholarship program also dedicates dollars for families that want to get OST programming for their young people with special needs that can't otherwise obtain it. And thirdly, we're doing lots of training, and in fact requiring at least one training for every provider in the area of serving students with special needs. But Dr. Lowe, how would you supplement that?
Yes, we have grown a lot in 1 year regarding supporting our youth with special needs. So much so that, as DM kind of alluded to, about 31 of our scholarships that were awarded of the 103 were focusing specifically on one special need population, and that is students with disabilities. And that was what we committed to, and we did it. In addition, regarding our special needs populations, inclusive of students with disabilities, for the past fiscal year, FY24, of our 17,318 students served, it was determined from our data collection that 4,299 of those were students with special needs. And that's about 25%, just under 25% of our student populations that were served by way of the OST program. So we hear the need, we are seeking to respond, and we're continuing to respond by making our programs more accessible and more inclusive, and making sure that our partners, our CBOs, are equipped to serve our youth with those unique needs by way of those trainings that DM kind of alluded to that we require from our grantees.
And Councilmember, if I could just add sometimes when we talk about some of the progress we've made, we're accused of basically trying to pat ourselves on the back or rest on our laurels. We do not think our work in this area is done. We hear from families all the time. And we, of course, paid close attention to the hearing yesterday. But we are pleased that we are making progress now in this very, very important area. And we know that we'll continue to focus on it and look forward to working with families and providers.
You know, and I'm gonna take it back and ask one more question, and then I'll end up using my time. I don't know if you heard me talking about in Ward 3 that I represent. Often there are PTA-funded programs and they're tuition-based programs, and yet there are kids in those communities who may or may not be able to afford the tuition. Now, I think the PTAs, often there's scholarship programs, but is there any way that we could set aside funding to ensure access to existing programs at school sites for children at those schools who may not be able to afford what is being offered?
Yeah, thank you for raising that. It's a topic we've thought quite a lot about and looked at closely with DCPS and others. And currently, it's our understanding that there are some scholarships, and importantly, there are also almost always sliding scales to the degree that we understand that most families feel able within their own means to actually afford those programs. We did start the scholarship program, which we funded over $600,000 into for students that actually felt as though they wanted access to OST programs they could not afford. And if the students are from particular populations that we're interested in helping support, including low-income families, they can apply for those to get access to OST programs. So for example, that would be one avenue that we're using currently and will continue to explore.
That's the thing I'm going to want to explore and to make sure people are aware of, because I think that I fear that we may have situations where there are people who feel like they're being left out, and I really don't want those people to feel left out. So let's do everything that we can to support them. And with that, I really have used up my 10 minutes. Chairman Mendelson.
This is the last round. So do you have anything else?
I don't have anything else, but I do hope that we can keep it open so that I can hear from the students who may be available after we're done with the government witnesses, just for 10 minutes.
Correct.
Great. Then I am otherwise done.
All right. Mr. Deputy Mayor and Dr. Lowe, thank you for your testimony. We're going to recognize the students who are in the, whatever it is, in the waiting room. Yep. And I'm going to stick around, but I'll let you call them and manage the time. Thank you. And
Thank you.
Presumably somebody paid attention to what you're getting back to us on.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So
Councilmember Fruman.
there's not everybody on the list.
Yes. So why don't we do it if there are mikveh students on, how many mikveh students are on the list?
May not know.
And then how many of the Children's Legacy Theater? And so, first let's call it the Children's Legacy Theater folks. Do you have the names that you can call out?
So
I think that's,
the first one that I see that's available in the panel. Some of them are not accepting. I actually had to make the students that are on the panel.
okay, so, okay, but I thought the idea was that the Children's Legacy Theater folks were going to all be in one room, but that sounds like that's not the case. So I think.
Well, why don't we start with the mikveh students?
Okay.
And
So say Winston.
say Winston. Who else?
Hello.
Give just a second while we're sorting this out. Don't disappear.
Okay.
Who else is it?
Max King.
Max King, are you here? Yes, I see him. And who else?
Nathaniel Starks.
Nathaniel Starks. I'm here. Councilmember Fruman?
Okay. Zay, if you're ready to go, and are you together or are each of you separate?
We're in the same room, but we're we're all given a separate testimony.
Okay, well, I assured the chairman that we wouldn't do this for too long, so I actually like you to together use no more than 4 minutes. So if we could do it that way, that would be great.
Okay, yeah, we can all do it in 4 minutes.
Great.
Okay. I can start.
You may proceed.
Okay. Have you ever dealt with a crisis and needed someone to talk to? This is how students feel on a daily basis because they are not heard. Hi, I am Zay. I'm currently a senior at McKinley Technology High School, and I participate in the organization called Make the Challenge. This type of feeling is something I deal with myself due to there not being enough resources for mental health programs or OST programs that can boost mental health and increase a sense of belonging. This is important to me because this will not have only benefited OST programming, it will also benefit me and students all over DC. Mental health is not talked about in schools due to there not being a good support system team all over the district and schools, and there's more of an emphasis on the student education. The main reason people need these types of support systems is because some kids have to juggle school and work when needing to get a job so they are able to help their parents pay the bills. On the other hand, some kids have to even help their parents out when taking care of their siblings since the parents have 2 jobs. Most of these students are young Black kids who are less fortunate due to their environment. In wards 5, 7, and 8, white people have a higher family median income of $100,000 to almost $300,000, while Black people only have a family median income of $45,000 to almost $90,000. Most of these areas have a high population of Black people who make up 60 to 85% of that part of DC, while white people only make up 4 to 16% of that area. This is a problem because students are not able to obtain resources that allow them to gain access to things that will help them with their mental health. One of these resources could be an amazing out of school program. Most of these students are not able to go down the path of help due to them prioritizing helping their family over helping themselves. Their living situation may also cause them to become stressed and needing to juggle both their job, sibling, and schools altogether. A solution to this problem would be money provided to OST programming, which also is funding the young people in our city so they are able to obtain the help they need while juggling getting an education and helping their family out at the same time. This will also cause students to be more academically inclined in school. Another solution would be more mental health resource groups like the Crisis Helpline, or if we funded for a mental health group to be specifically made to benefit students who deal with not being able to talk about their mental health since they have to figure it all out on their own.
All right, thank you very much. Max, and if there's another person in the room, really, we have 1.5 minutes. So if you can convey your testimony.
Yeah, I can do it in a minute. Okay. With the way the world is headed, experience is a gold mine, and out-of-school time programs are gold. And that's despite that, only roughly around 33% of the youth can have access to this. Hello, I am Maximilian King, and I attend McKinley Technology High School, and I am part of Mikva Challenge and Common Good City Farm. I was once apathetic and lazy, and I would not branch out to the opportunities given to me. However, since I started following these after-school programs more intently, I observed firsthand the benefits they held. I wholeheartedly believe that higher funding for out-of-school programs would help the success of young people in their lives. During my time with out-of-school programs, I have learned valuable information about social issues such as gun violence, life skills such as financial literacy, and sustainable practices such as community gardening. The issue of these programs ever going underfunded would make it so that the youth would not be able to develop as people as well. These skills have shaped me for the future and have genuinely impacted my view of the world for the better. I feel as though I am a more well-rounded person, and now that I've gone through these programs. Furthermore, even though it does make you more well-rounded, these are also incredible experiences to add to youth resumes and show that they are dedicated to a community and cause, which is something some adults do not have. Our main goal should be to help the youth. Whether it is your children or another member of your community's children, you should wish a bright future upon them. And I believe greater funding should be appealed to this cause.
Very much appreciated. I think we need to turn now we have a witness in the room, Ms. Janie Cousins, and if you can, we'll give you 3 minutes, and then we will turn, if there's one or two of the Children's Legacy Theater folks, we'll give you 3 minutes then, and then we have to end. So, Ms. Cousins?
Hi, my name is Janae Cousins, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am here on behalf of MICVA Challenge and DC Youth Advisory Team. I attend Cesars Chavez Public Charter School for Public Policy, and I live in Ward 7. I joined my first OST program back in my sophomore year of high school, where I joined the Student Government Association that they had. I was in charge of hosting rallies and also in charge of providing culture to our school. So that means, being in charge of homecoming, being in charge of planning senior trips, things like that. And also my first ever really out of school time program was meeting Mayor Browser at an affordable housing program. And from there, I found my passion for public speaking. I found my passion for advocacy, and I found my passion for justice. Through that experience, I joined Tech Turn Up, a group where I learned to code and where I learned to create a project to advocate for affordable housing in DC. And further from that, I joined LearnServe to further that project to advocate for affordable housing in DC. Then from there, I joined MICVA Challenge, interning at the Office of Attorney General. This just all demonstrates the impact that one OST program had on my life. And I continue to climb this growth ladder in, the exposure to many different things, meeting council members, meeting more people. And this has benefited my life in more ways than one, also breaking the barriers of social anxiety that is upon my life, and me branching out and communicating and connecting with more young people around me. Also, these OST programs have provided me with shelter and places to go after school. And also it has provided me with food and stipends and other things to help my family, generally coming from a low income background. This just goes to show that these OST programs have had a great impact on my life. And I just encourage DC Council to fund this legislation so that young people in DC like me can have these opportunities. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Janae Cousins, and thank you.
Really appreciate your testimony. Thank you very much. There are 3 people online, I think, Paris, Dominique, and Zachary from Children's Legacy Theater. And Cameron, if you want to be elevated to the panel, and we have just 3 minutes between all of you and have to bring this to a close at 5 o'clock. So if you're ready to go, trying to give you an opportunity to be heard.
Hello?
Thanks, Cameron, if you want to get us started.
Can you say the question again? Hello?
Yep.
You said the question again?
Were you waiting to testify, Cameron? Are you part
yes.
of the Children's
I'm-
Legacy Theater?
I'm ready to testify.
Okay.
I can start?
Yeah.
Hello. My name is Cameron Smith. I attend at KIPP DC, and I work at Children's Legacy Theater. I'm here to testify for low-income families because I was a low-income family. I'm here to do this because Children's Legacy Theater has helped me with myself. I've been able to express myself. I've been able to think for myself before. But Miss Jackie has helped me to really find myself. This helps other kids too, because many kids come from low-income families with families that don't really care about them and don't really feel for themselves. This helps our community because it really gives kids like Black kids to help their families and help without things Stutter. Oof. Okay, sorry. Oof. Oh, can you give me a minute, bro? Can you give me a minute? Oh, move. Oh, you moving anything?
Yeah, we can still hear you, Cameron.
Oh, sorry.
Cameron, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Really appreciate it and really appreciate hearing how important that program is for you.
I wasn't done, but like someone keeps on like messing with me. Like, I can't really finish. I have a toddler on my hands right now.
All right, good luck to you in dealing with whatever it is that you're dealing with. Thank you very much for your testimony and making sure your voice is heard about the importance of the Children's Legacy Theater program for you and your family. Thank you.
I think we're going to close out the hearing at this point. I want to thank all of the witnesses. Again, this has been a hearing on two issues closely related. Bill 25-630 entitled the Universal Out of School Time Amendment Act of 2023, and more broadly, oversight of the out of school time programs. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on Thursday, December 5th, 2024. Time is 4:59 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.